Good morning, attendees. I am your host for the event, Varun Markande. Welcome to the fifth edition of the Digixx 2021 Summit and Awards powered by Woot, partners, InMobi and Talkwalker, gifting partners Joy, Super Smelly, and the Beauty Co., an initiative by AdGally. The journey of Digix started 4 years ago as a platform for recognizing and felicitating digital marketing excellence across different categories and disciplines. We broadened the ambit of this platform to conduct knowledge sessions and invited expert keynote speakers, curated panel discussions, and organized fireside chats with industry insiders to bring more value to the audience. This year's theme for Digix Summit is the next gear shift in digital marketing. After enjoying double digit growth for many years, digital media ad spends have predictably grown to gain the second largest share of overall media spends. This means that a large majority of the modern marketing business has some level of integration with digital media. Trends like data-driven marketing, video streaming, online retail, short video, video conferencing, and online learning are giving birth to billion-dollar enterprises. When we curate our knowledge sessions for Digix Summit, we are cognizant of these overarching trends and want to explore them in detail. That's why we have brought together a diverse industry cross-section comprising of digital marketeers, technologists, agency partners, and media platforms to do them justice. I would like to thank our wonderful sponsors who have made this endeavor possible. And I would like to present the sponsor promos. Please wait a minute before the sponsor videos.
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms, and engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
T20 में लास्ट ओवर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट होता है ना। वैसे ही दिन में कितनी बार भी फेस वॉश करो, सोने से पहले एक लास्ट टाइम फेस वॉश करना सबसे जरूरी होता है, क्योंकि सोते वक्त हमारे पोर्स क्लीन हो तो स्किन ज्यादा जल्दी रिजुविनेट होती है। सो फॉर हेल्दी एंड ग्लोइंग स्किन, लास्ट वॉश है जरूरी। जॉय, ब्यूटीफुल बाय नेचर।
Thank you. Now, I would like to call upon the virtual stage Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO of AdGully, to inaugurate the event and share the welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Varun. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the 5th edition of Digixx Summit and Awards. What began as an endeavor to explore the intersection of digital with advertising, media, and marketing has today transformed into a foremost industry platform to chart the future course of digital in all the spheres in the country. The 2021 edition of Digixx is of special significance as we meet again in the virtual space, of course. After a whole year of tremendous learnings, transformations, digital adoption at a speed and amid conditions that were never envisaged before. As per an E&Y report, India saw one of the highest adoptions of digital technologies during the pandemic period. Organizations reported positive experiences with digital technologies and data solutions, leading to better collaboration and efficiency in their business operations. We saw the industry successfully transition to work from home mode. Our client and team meetings, industry discussions, conferences shifted to the virtual mode, and work and business continued. I would dare say with greater efficiency. There are learnings here for us, all that will continue to dominate in the coming years. The discussion during the course of the day will reflect the new realities of the digital ecosystem and range from performance branding, digital publishers, to short video platforms, leveraging programmatic and the X factor in consumer experience, cracking the e-commerce code by newer categories, and so much more. We also have two fireside chat. The first one, technology in newsroom, how ready are we? The second is the key to FMCG's success on digital. As in earlier edition of Digixx, for 2021-2, we have brought together India's leading digital evangelists, branding, and marketing experts. the foremost thought leaders in their respective fields. Today, we aim to look beyond the digital transformation and explore what lies ahead. Try to answer what next. How do business operations now move ahead? What are the trends that will dominate in the times to come? How can we increase efficiencies? I'm confident there'll be several takeaways for brands and businesses from the insights shared by the industry luminaries in the course of the discussion during the day ahead. Also, we will unveil the winners of our Digixx 2021 awards. So, we have a packed day ahead, and without further ado, let's get on with our day's proceedings. Thank you, Varun, for inviting me on the stage. Before I leave the virtual stage, I would like to thank you all for agreeing to be a part of this conference today. I would like to call upon my first panelist for the day today. The topic is reinventing marketing ROI through the lens of performance branding. Our panelists need no introduction as they have been in the helm of industry for a long time. The session will be moderated by Anita Nair, ex-head customer strategy and relationships, Z5. Joining her in the discussions are Prasad Shejale, founder and CEO, Logic Serve Digital, Shantanu Sirohi, co-founder and CEO, Interactive Avenues, Tushar Vyas, Growth and Transformation Group from South Asia, Vivek Bhargava, Head Dentsu Performance Group. Over to you, Anita. Before I take my goodbye for now, I would like to specially thank my team who's helped me in putting this thing together. Thank you, friends. Thank you. Over to you, Anita.
Thank you so much, Vijaya. Good morning, everybody. And Vijaya and Varun, thank you so much for having us on the panel. Start of the day, and it's all got to do with performance. So I'm hoping that everybody else across the day performs very well on the stage. So like Vijaya said, I think the men on the panel don't need any introduction. They're all masters in their field, and we are talking about performance marketing, and they're all masters in performance marketing. Like I said, I am the only jack here because I'm not an expert on performance marketing. And you know, when during the course of one's career, when one learns digital, etc., I used to wonder, what is performance marketing? It's so boring. Sorry, Vivek, I'm saying the word boring, but you know, I'm coming from a perspective that, you know, there is no emotion in performance marketing. There is no romance in performance marketing. I mean, yeah, finally, yes, the ROI matters. Finally, that's what matters to marketers and advertisers. But, you know, just to bring some emotion and some romance in the performance marketing field, the first question that I wanted to, you know, put across to you guys is that, is there any innovation in performance marketing really? I mean, you know, if there are any innovations to make it a little sexy, do brands really, you know, look at it that way? And what are the kind of innovations which are prevalent, you know, in this whole, you know, maze of performance marketing that one talks about? So Vivek, first question to you, you know, and like I said that I'm sorry to use the word boring, but because I'm the jack and not the master, I'll use that word. So over to you, Vivek.
Thanks, Anita. So I think, you know, they say that money does not get you happiness, but if you have enough of it, you can get any key made. In similar manner, performance marketing may be boring, but if it delivers outcomes to brands and to agencies and makes money, they can become very exciting and romantic. So I think, see, basically what has happened is, Anita, in the last 10, 15 years, right? I think there's been tremendous amount of innovations in performance marketing. I would say that I think the first innovation is to do with targeting people based on the profits they deliver to the brand. So if you take earlier, right, let's say 20% of the customers give you almost 200% of your profits. That actually means that probably 5% of the customers give you 80, 90% of your profits. So the thing is, can you target people based on the customer lifetime value they deliver to the brand? I think that is the biggest innovation that has happened in the last 5 years, where people are using first party data of targeting people who can deliver you the most amount of profits. Second thing is, once you get the right segments, then can you dynamically create creatives for them? So the fact of the matter is, today, can I have creatives per person based on the profile or segment they fit in? I think even if you take today performance marketing, you can, like we have a partnership with a company called Vision, where we can target people based on what episode they're watching in Games of Thrones, right? So if that target audience, you can allow, know where it is performing, you can then create content based on that audience. You can do so many innovations on even media planning if you know these things. I think even influencer marketing has been a big innovation, right? Today, I think influencers. So I've invested in about 8 companies in the influencer space, one in Estonia and one in UK also. Today, if you take the reach of Times, right, circulation would be 3 million, readership would be 15 million, but one influencer has 100 million plus reach in a way, right? So now the thing is, can you use influencers to do performance marketing? I think the last innovation that I would like to focus on is that I think the ad tech and the martech world don't talk to each other effectively. So if you can target people and that funnel can go all the way to the marketing where you sell to the person and then he becomes your advocate, that connection, I was doing it 15 years ago for a bank where a person would search for a keyword and based on the search keyword, we would actually make a phone call based on that keyword. So I think that connection is something which is missing. Today also you see an ad of a keto salad, you download Swiggy, then you see a pizza offer. I think that chain is broken, and technologies that will actually connect both the ad tech world and the martech world, I think are the brands that will win. So I think the D2C sector, the way it's increasing, they don't have a choice but to master all the innovations of performance marketing to actually succeed in this world today.
So very interesting, Vivek, because, one always thought that performance marketing was all about tech. And interestingly, whether you're using it for targeting, whether you are using it for DCOs, or whether you are using in the era of influencer marketing, which is gaining a lot of steam and buzz these days, I think it's interesting to see that there is finally some romance there. Tushar, what are your views on this?
Yeah, I'm just like to build on what just Vivek said, right? I think as an industry, we need to look at the broader definition of innovation, right? I think classically we have looked at innovation in terms of how do we engage with the consumer. But I think there is also dimension in terms of how creative we are in providing solution, how innovative we are in providing solution. And solution come in multiple ways, right? In terms of plumbing data, making two systems to talk, identifying new audiences, discovering new source of businesses, right? I think all these are also absolute business joy, and many times it helps shorten the consumer journey. It not only brings a delight to business, but brings a delight to consumer also, right? Basically, if consumer is doing a fry click and doing a transaction, or doing a 10 process to reach a transaction, if you shorten it to 2, it's not only good for consumer, it's good for business. So I think all this value you are bringing. So starting point for anything which to do with the performance marketing is the consumer journey. So if you are understanding consumer, you're reading the data signal right, and then building your innovation layer on top of that, and then that's ultimate joy, ultimate outcome there.
Yeah, sure. I completely agree. I think the word innovation per se in yesteryears used to be anything which was different from the normal. But today, in today's day and age, everything is different from normal. I mean, that normal doesn't exist any longer, So I completely agree with you that you need to really broad base the word innovation, and any little thing that adds on to the ROI or adds on to deliveries done differently is an innovation, So I think, yes, innovation is not only the innovation that we spoke about
Especially
in yesteryears, right? Shantanu, coming to you.
Especially for advertising industry.
Yeah, true. Shantanu,
I think especially for the advertising industry where the
agreed.
creative data and tech are coming together.
Completely agree, Tushar, because we live in a different maze altogether. Shantanu, just question following this, that we guys, I think as a panel, agree that there is a lot of innovation that is happening in the performance marketing space, and innovation is not only to do with how creatively different you are in terms of what you bring to the table. But do you think that the top of funnel marketing strategies are taking advantage of these innovations in the digital performance marketing space?
Yes, Anita, let me start by just building upon what you said, that what is innovation, what is brand marketing versus performance, the difference, right? So somebody does a jacket on a newspaper and that used to be called innovation, right?
Right.
Or you had a product placed on the table of the judge in a reality show, and that becomes innovation. So our definition of innovation, firstly, needs to be separate. And let's see where we need to innovate. We need to innovate in the modern day context of the consumer, where it is possible to have data signals about the consumer and reach out and talk to him at the level of one. That's the first thing. So the innovation and performance can happen right across the funnel. You were talking about top funnel strategies. It's absolute hardcore performance, even on top of the funnel. My favorite example is, let's say you look at a luxury car brand. Let's say we look at BMW. And at one level, you can pick up all the data for people who are, we look at a journey of consumer flow starting from trigger to seek to evaluate and finally purchase. It's pretty standard. You can say it another way, it's standard. So you are tapping into expressed demand, and there's enough data around it. So you know a person who's looking at a similar price point car, somebody who's in the seek phase. You can be looking at somebody who's evaluating you or your competitor or ready to upgrade. And that is when you deliver the advertising to them. That's the classical definition of what we say performance marketing. If finally it's going to result into a test drive and a sale, and in the auto category, it could vary from 30 days to 60 days. The 90-day cycle is over now. At the same time, for the same luxury category, if you want to really expand your market, so this is the red ocean. Everybody is competing and trying to sell you the car.
Right.
If you want to build brand preference, then what are the levers that you need to play on with your consumer, and how do you define your market? So if you look at your brand as something that is going to, it's not the first car, it's not a mobility solution, it is celebrating success in a way. And if you look at that, and then you say, what are the options in today's world, in today's day and age for this guy to celebrate? International holidays seem to be out, right? And that could well pay for the cost of half the car.
Right.
There could be diamonds that are a substitute, or maybe he's looking at a weekend getaway home. So the moment you start looking at that, then you look at brand levers of where is this guy and how do I get him to, how do I romance this guy necessarily with my brand? And that is top of the funnel, but finally it translates into more people converting and selling higher cars. So that's how I look at it. And we will, over the course, talk about multiple other categories maybe, but it's there. Whatever you're doing on top of the funnel is actually generating the demand, which results in something at the bottom. So it's as performance as marketing gets.
So I completely agree with you, Shantanu, on that. So the softer aspects on top of the funnel actually are going to entice the consumers, which finally results in conversion. So you are absolutely right in saying that you cannot look at top funnel and bottom funnel, separately, because obviously the whole journey is connected. Interesting example on the BMWs. I'd go for the diamonds, but one doesn't know where to wear them these days, and one doesn't have the money. But Vivek, any examples like Shantanu mentioned about the luxury cars, but any examples that you could share with us, on romanticizing the performance marketing aspect?
Just on that note, I bought a BMW, the cheapest BMW one could buy. It turned out to be a cycle. So 5 months ago. so on a lighter note, I think the best funnel is actually a funnel that looks like a pipe. So innovation is about...
Vivek, sorry, but everybody is waiting for your Tesla. We only read about it. We never got to see it. Soon.
So as I was saying, right, I think the best funnel looks like a pipe. Marketing or performance marketing is about pipe and personalization. But just as an example, right, luxury cars, right? There are only 15,000 odd Mercedes that are sold in the country. That's 40% of the market. So you take total of them, right? It's 50,000 luxury cars per se in totality in a year. So the number of people that you need to target and each person's motive and intent could be very different, right? So what happens is we used to earlier target people based on, let's say you take a Ferrari car, right? Somebody searches for Ferrari safety. Now this could be a spouse of a person who's looking for a Ferrari and how safe it is, right? And you take 0 to 100 in 2.9 seconds is not going to make the sale for you. So I think the understanding the intent of the person, the same way a person who's worth 100 crores, for him, a Toyota is a value for money car, while for somebody else, it is an aspirational car. So I think the key is that how do you reach out to the user, understand his aspirations, intent, and based on that, give him something that will deliver the brand outcome. I think the biggest challenge of the funnel is that so many times what happens is you try to reach out to 100 million people, but you're going to sell only 50,000 cars. So the rest of it is going to get wasted, right? So even if you take branding or whatever. So I think the preciseness of reaching out to people who are in that action phase, right? Because you only remember advertising in the action phase. You remember ads because you want to buy a phone or a car or whatever. But if you're not in that phase, you don't even remember ads. So performance marketing allows you to get that top of the funnel, the bottom of the funnel, like a pipe, and then personalize it for each user trying to reach out to deliver the brand outcome the brand is looking for.
Sure. Prasad, coming to you, we've been talking about both branding and performance marketing. As Vivek rightfully put that, you can only remember an ad because if you are in that mode, to buy a product or a brand that you're talking about, and that is when you are most receptive to any kind of advertising there. Or you remember an ad because it's beautifully crafted, it's a great creative to that extent. Now, creating that advertising to me is an art. Yeah. And thanks to all the creative chiefs there, creating advertising is all an art, and how you entice the consumer, and how you create interest in a particular brand. But performance marketing is hardcore science. Yeah. I mean, I'm not taking away the creativity part from performance marketing, guys, but I think it's more, talking a little more seriously, it's more a science. So how does performance marketing impact branding, is the question that I would like to put to you, because, branding is art and performance marketing is science. And we all together, been talking about years to say media is all about art and science. I understand that, but, here, like, we are deep diving more into the various aspects of what digital brings to the table. And hence, how do you look at this art and science combination? How do brands get impacted?
Anita, I think the question is so loaded, so much of hypothesis already built in it. Okay. But having said, I will play that. Okay. I will play with whatever hypothesis that you have built on. But I think, again, one thing that I wanted to actually touch base on with respect to performance being boring or not boring, or is it sort of, and I thought I would just have a few words on that. I think just to summarize what everyone was talking about, see, from the perspective of what innovations, if you see what gets measured gets improved, and performance is all about measurement. That's what all of us are aware about it. Okay. But if you see the innovations, the whole ad tech, martech, automation, audiences with respect to affinity, lookalike, similar audiences in market, different ad formats, the landing page optimization tools, CX, personalization techniques, data insights, everything. If you see, there is this a seed which sort of has got built into such a beautiful tree there, which probably gets used across the, whatever way you want to probably talk about, whether it's a, performance, or, mid funnel, or a, upper funnel, or a branding part of it. But coming back to your question about science and art, and being an engineer there and studied science so closely, I think, what is science is about. It's just like, what it is: systematic observation, it is experimentation, it's about inductive and probably deductive reasoning, and it's formation and testing hypothesis. Even if you see Darwin in his species, he started with I think. The first two words are I think. Okay. And that is where I would marketing talks about there's nothing sacrosanct. Okay. There's nothing sacrosanct. Things are changing so rapidly. And to get back to your question, yes, performance marketing pushes the branding to take that scientific approach to define right KPIs, measure it well, analyze them well, also have that hard look at creative from data perspective, why something is converting, why something is getting better clicks, why something is getting seen more, why a particular ad is more enticing. So whole combination of art and science putting together gets that beautiful results there. The way you want to see it, there is no pure science or no pure arts. In the whole fantasizing about quantum theories and relativity theories, there's a lot of creativity which gets involved, which actually then gets converted into different equations. Okay. So yes, if you want to say that it's science, then it is helping the art, and yes, the art is helping the science.
Yeah,
Vivek is smiling. Vivek has something to talk about.
So beautifully put, Vivek, please.
So I can just share one thing, right? So what happens is like, I believe that, there are parts of advertising that deliver performance. There are parts of advertising that we can't figure out what happened. So many times when I've talked to CMOs, right, he says like, you know what, branding should lead to either increase in sales or increase in price. If it doesn't deliver both, then what happens is, acha branding ho gaya hoga. So when we can't justify the spend, he says branding ho gaya.
No, I completely agree. It's almost like, when you talk about advertising, you don't know which 50% of advertising is going waste actually, and which is the 50% that is making sense. Shantanu, coming back to you, I'm sure everybody on the panel agrees with Prasad has to say, but any point of view on the art and science piece? Be good to hear from you.
So I think the 50% that gets wasted was figured out a long time ago. I don't think that's the challenge anymore. It's about if you can look at and understand beyond, TRPs, is when you can. It takes some amount of courage to make a drastic shift.
I have a question on that later.
Vivek's point, and I hope he doesn't go after me later because he enjoys doing that. But Ferrari, for instance, he was talking about Ferrari, right? And I'm sorry, cars and bikes are my passion.
What more will men talk about, yaar, cars?
If Ferrari did not do the top level, the pure brand performance, if the brand wasn't performing, if there weren't thousands and millions of searches. By the way, I don't want to show a single ad to anybody searching for Ferrari price, buy a Ferrari, because you'll find millions in India, right? You don't want to do that. All you want to ensure is that it is desirable. So the brand needs to do everything that makes it desirable to those millions of people, which is why they will sell the 10 in India and the 200 overall in the world. Yeah. So that's just that. On the larger point that was being made about the art and the science of it, there's no art and science of it. All the art is being today measured with science. So if anybody is saying, I don't know what the outcome of that is probably not doing the homework right. There is nothing which cannot be modeled back to a signal which picks up. I'm not saying an absolute. I'm not saying you spend 50 and you get 550. That's not the math. But what is the delta? What's the lift? That is something that can always be seen. It can be seen quickly. It can be seen mid-campaign. And that is why the entire optimization and the rest of it happens. But if we have to go back, classical advertising still, the classical tenets of marketing and communication still holds. I don't think there's, we sometimes overcomplicate it by putting in too many numbers and too many KPIs. I go back to almost a decade and a half ago when Microsoft in one of their global trainings mentioned that if the KPI of this banner is not clicks, and we are actually looking at registrations for the event, please do not measure it and put it in your eval. So we know you know that there are so many clicks and then so many whatever, so on and so forth, but do not distract us by putting in what the absolute number of clicks or the CTRs were. So I think there are too many metrics, and it's our collective responsibility to, instead of jargonizing, sometimes talking back at an absolute basic language that marketers understand.
No, I completely agree with you. I think it was kind of a cliched question, but I think the boundaries between art and science are blurring really, because one lends itself to the other. And talking about the 50% wastage, you're again absolutely right, Shantanu. With digital coming in, I don't think there is any wastage, so to say. I mean, I know for sure that when on television one advertises and one cannot really question the reach of television too much, and in a country like ours where we the marketers and the advertisers still feel that television is there to stay for another decade or so, but I think the 50% which is making a lot of sense is something that can be evaluated, that can be measured, and there is a matrix which you can circle back to say it's not getting wasted.
Anita, sorry, if I can just get in one more point in.
Sure.
It's often also we are looked at, or it's understood that, hey, these guys are saying digital is the solution, etc. Trust me, What we're talking about, and I know at least with Tushar, I've had many such conversations, this is media agnostic. So if we are talking about performance, and I can't share specifics with it, but for Spotify, we see the merit. We see what happens when we run television plus digital versus just digital. It's not just that, but it's measured. So we are able to justify, or we have a very good reason to run TV when we run, or not run TV when we don't.
Yeah, agree. See, the key to the whole thing is that it's measurable and accountable today. That is something which is extremely important. And coming to you, Tushar, uh, I think we as ad agency people, or we as the tech people, or whoever, whatever our expertise is, we forget, because we are so lost in our own world of expertise, that we forget that the consumer is not looking at whether I have a strategy which has a TV plus print plus outdoor, right? It is the various touch points with which you kind of connect with the consumer. And he's not interested in whether I'm putting 5% on digital or I'm putting 100% on television. It's where I am connecting with that consumer, finally making, getting into his consideration set as a brand, getting into his preference area, and then finally really getting on to the conversion piece. Now, the related question there is that, during the COVID situation, which seems to be the new abnormal normal today, yeah, you've seen the marketers, do you think, have shifted their performance budget, to branding and to demand generation? Because actually speaking, the buying's been an all-time low. So while we are talking about Ferraris and BMWs, how many of them really got bought? But now, yeah, I stand corrected. The passenger vehicle sales are going up. So before you guys hit at me on that, yeah, it's during this current situation. But you think that happened, that the budgets actually got shifted from performance marketing to branding and to demand generation, so that finally the role of performance marketing becomes even more important?
At a broader level, the digital, it's a known fact now, and sort of we also has published report a couple of months back that digital has done better last year compared to all other medium, right? And there is a marginal growth even in the pandemic year. So the money has definitely shifted to digital, and that is our estimate is continue to do that. There is acceleration of shift toward digital. There are category where fancier are now looking at in a bigger way moving to digital. Within this, and again, I'm going back to the what Shantanu has made a point, right? It's a broader marketing level shift happening, and it's not necessarily digital shift. Is the demand for ROI, demand for accountability of media spend is going higher, and somewhere digital has played a role of catalyst, right? In terms of what you can measure, how you can attribute, and I guess the similar level of attribution and accountability getting asked from the other media also. So that's a more fundamental shift in a marketing approach is happening. And broadly, question are in two areas, right? In terms of what is doing to my business, I'm spending money, irrespective of whether I'm spending on digital, I'm spending on performance or any other so-called traditional media, right? What is it doing to my business? And also there is a short-term answer and medium to long-term question. What is doing to my brand also, because there will be a lag effect, right? Because some of the what Shantanu made a point in terms of building consideration and those kind of things also plays a role in terms of broadening funnel. So what is happening to my brand? What is happening to my business? And that need to be more and more quantified. And these are the also broader dimension of shift toward performance, right? If you look at the broader trend level, of course there is a tactical part of performance, but in terms of approach, there is a performance as a culture which is coming and setting in.
So yeah, so true that. I was also just wondering that there is this whole piece in the marketplace, in the minds of the advertisers and the marketers, to some extent even agencies who are servicing that, where they say that digital will never be able to equate to the impact which traditional media like a television, print, and OH, and Vivek, I can see you smiling, yeah, plays in the life of a brand. And like you all mentioned that obviously it is in our minds to see digital as a separate piece, and not really equating all of them together and looking at a collaborative effect that these mediums have together. But you think that, digital, and I'm moving a little ahead because digital is the top of everything. Yeah, to say that digital still has that same impact, the way television or any other medium which has been ruling the roost for a very long time have. Because if digital has that impact, which I do believe it has, then I think we are also looking at different ways of communicating through the digital medium. The brands have to look at different ways of communicating to that. So any thoughts on that, Prasad, from your end? Or we have about 2 minutes more, so happy to have thoughts from each one of you before we close.
Prasad can share, but I can also share something very, very appropriate for.
I think a quick one is that every medium that we look for, there are 4-5 different cuts that I would look for. Okay, one is definitely audience, scale, formats, and probably measurement and optimization. Okay, there are 4-5 different pointers on which I will evaluate that, right? So an impact of any distribution channel would be directly proportional to the reach. Okay, the scale is very critical. Okay, so till digital reach was probably lesser and compared to compared to the traditional media, the impact on branding probably, I would say, would have felt less. Okay, but however, the penetration of and the reach is increasing in the digital ability for a to be the brand to put in front of the prospect or a customer is really growing up. Shantanu also mentioned about the combination of two, right? And very beautifully, I mean, there are a lot of case studies on that. Okay, if you put digital plus your traditional media putting together, okay, it really gives you a great output. For the very reason is that the consumer journeys are not linear. At the same time, they are not on a particular channel. Okay, they keep on flip-flopping and going up one after another. Okay, as long as, and talking about innovation also and the sexiness that you kept asking about, I think digital gives you that understanding of where that that consumer is there in that journey. And if you can actually do that personalization, that really works. So it's a combination of both. But I think looking ahead, Tushar also talked about more part of digital is coming, more part of the budgeting is coming to digital. I think the important part here is that the scale is coming. Okay, and that is where it's going to help. And of course, the rest of the other technologies which are helping us that way. Yeah.
Sure.
So just
Vivek,
adding,
you wanted to add? Yeah.
So
Yeah, sure.
if you just take, like, digital came about 20 years ago. The first 15 years, it actually solved some of the challenges traditional media had. So it came out with intent targeting. It came out with auction based of pricing. It came with a lot more measurement. But it actually missed 2 or 3 things that traditional media offered, right? Traditional media had a great ad format. They had the ability to deliver frequency, and they had reach. In the last 5 years, what has happened is that keeping all the benefits of digital, but it actually acquired reach, which is now larger than most conventional mediums. It allowed the ability to deliver frequency, which was Facebook was something that you come every day, the remarketing frequency came in. And now what happened was, with video coming in and ad formats coming like AR, VR, I think the biggest challenge is that a lot of traditional marketers look at the ad unit and compare ad unit versus ad unit. But actually now you need to compare is the ad unit versus a destination. So you come to a landing page, you open an app, you rotate the car 360 degrees. So basically what happens, as soon as you start comparing the ad formats, there are a destination of digital with the traditional ad formats of interrupting content, right? Digital has a more powerful way to communicate to users, right? All the ads that we saw before this panel started was on digital, but it had an impact because we were forced to watch it, right? So the fact of the matter is, today, once your reach, frequency, as well as ad format has caught up with traditional media, right, then this combination of these 6 things is very, very powerful. And that's why a lot of brands now are using digital to accomplish whatever brand outcomes they desire.
Sure. See, we can go on for the entire, sorry. Yeah, you wanted to,
one point I wanted to make, one fundamental change which has happened is basically, the epicenter used to be what media and media vehicle, right? The epicenter is more consumer now.
Agreed.
And what you understand of the consumer, what's a consumer journey, that is becoming central. And that's a fundamental shift from a basically medium-based planning to now audience-based planning, right? And that's I think the broader change which is happening right now.
Sure, I completely agree. We can go on the digital aspect for the entire day before Vijay and Varun ring a bell. I think we are like, we started 3 minutes late, so we are only 1 minute up on the timing that we have for the panel. Guys, thank you very much. Like I said, I was the jack in the whole panel, and lots of learning there from where, what is performance marketing all about. And finally, there is some bit of romance there, Vivek, for sure. Thank you so much. Pleasure interacting with you. And Varun and Vijaya, thank you once again for having us on the panel. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you have 10 minutes left, like less than 10 minutes, but yeah, you can go for a Q&A from the Q&A
Sure.
box for some more points. Yeah.
Yeah. So are there any questions? There's just, I think I can see only one question. When you say digital helping in understanding the ROI, what do you mean by digital in this context? I think we more or less answered that question, but anybody, I mean, Shantanu, if you want to add something to it.
I don't know if that is particularly addressed to the Spotify question, the Spotify remark that I made. But be it Spotify or anywhere else, I think digital helping understand the impact is you launch a car and you run a TVC, or you launch a shampoo and you run more for cars, because it varies from category to category. You are
Right.
able to see an uplift in organic search. Right.
Okay.
And you are able to attribute that across total exposures that you're doing across various media. And that helps you know the relative efficacy of each one of those. And beyond that, there is complicated modeling. You can look at by the GRPs being delivered hourly, and with that, what the impact is, and so on and so forth. So that will become too technical. But essentially, the signals of how your communication is faring are picked up through behavior in digital. It also gets picked up through social monitoring, through chatter, through what is the kind of conversation which is happening. Conversation. My favorite example, Rajasthan Royals, the clients of ours. So, but besides, it's not really the most favorite team right now overall because of their performance. But if you look at the social chatter and buzz, you can see the positivity there, right? And it's been covered across multiple and all organic. So the number of people who are enjoying the tone, feel, and cheeky manner in which Rajasthan Royal, converses with them,
Right,
is something which is an immediate indicator to say whether something we're doing is working or not.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that, Shantanu, because, when we are talking that, what is it that digital is doing? I think what is important is digital is tracking behavior. And once you track behavior is when you get your, focus points to hit at the audiences. A couple of more questions. Which is the category where performance marketing works well? Anybody can, take on that question. To my mind, I think it works well everywhere. Now that you guys have answered all the myths that I have in my mind, but anything particular, Tushar, you'd like to take that?
Yeah, and again, if I go with the classical definition, anything which is transaction, anything which has got a commerce, that's a good starting point, and I'm limiting it to sort of optimization piece of performance, right? So that your starting point, you start with the filling up the bucket at the bottom, and then once you reach a saturation point, then you can try and expand the funnel. So anything which is in a transaction, anything which has got a commerce angle is a good starting point.
Maybe I can just add that I think basically repeat something what Microsoft said once, right? I think we believe that performance marketing should get a fair share of the market, and a fair share is 100%.
So, I like that.
Category that requires a business outcome, that's where performance works best, because you're designing a business outcome and you have a measurable medium that delivers that to you. But I think just adding to what Shantanu was answering, right? One quick thing is that today, if you put, let's say, a first-party audience, which is your most profitable customers, into some platforms, right? Like one of the platforms that we have, it gives you lookalike audiences which are transparent in nature. So it tells you the psychographics of their audience. Once you know the psychographics, you can use it to create content. You can use it to refine your creatives. You can use it to buy media on television and other platforms. So the thing is, there is so much of knowledge that digital collects about your most profitable customers. There are so many multiple ways of using that knowledge to make your marketing more effective. So that was like sort of one of the answers that probably that question was asked.
Yeah, absolutely right, Vivek. In yesteryears, one used to look at demos And today you're only looking at behavior and psychographics, because if you look at behavior and psychographics, you know your guy. Most important thing is that's where you know your guy, and that's where you can do targeting, as you said that perform to in the beginning of the panel, that performance marketing is where you are actually targeting your customer. And the other aspect is that hardly any wastage, yeah, which we've been talking about. Maybe television today, in spite of its reach, one doesn't know where one's money is getting wasted. So if you have to kind of go to a really focused audience, but you have to broad base your advertising on television, obviously there is an element of wastage there. There's another question is, how can very small scale local businesses use digital? I mean, I think it's a very broad based question. To a large extent, you guys have answered that during the course of the conversation, but any tips that you want to give this gentleman who's asked that small scale local businesses using digital? I think small scale local business
one thing
should
that
only
comes
use
to my
digital.
mind, it really works. Optimize your presence on Google Maps.
Yes.
That's all you need to do, because the kind of local search is happening. And this is anecdotal. I was spending some time with a laser engraver come etching guy, and he said the number of people who turn up because they found me on, I asked them and they said they found me on Google. So be present in search. That's the start point. The other is platforms like what is this in India Mart, etc. That's again something which generates a lot of actual business for people. So optimizing your digital presence, you don't really need to go spending. If you had to spend, you can do hyperlocal again. That's possible, but that would be phase 3. I think the earliest successes for small businesses are to be found in optimizing their presence, ensuring their number is right, the address that is showing is right, and ensuring that they come across the 3 or 4 top platforms which come up in search.
Yeah, I think the small scale local businesses, for them, search, and as you rightfully said, being present on Google Maps, and it doesn't cost you too much money, by the way, rather than making it broad based.
We'll talk about this, because I think digital is way of thinking. Okay. And if you go back a year back, wherein the local businesses have a lot of personal sort of interaction with us, right? In terms of, so if I've seen over the last 12 months, my wife is sort of ordering a lot of stuff on WhatsApp now, okay, for the local guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you consider that digital? I would definitely say yes. Apart from, you have to be listed on GBM and Google My Business and local inventory and so forth. Marketplaces, there are a lot of tools that you should use it. But I think the very fact that I think local businesses can interact with their prospective customers or customers on that WhatsApp and provide that service itself has made a lot. And of course, Google Pay and whichever Phone Pay and whichever the internet payment system that which have happened there. Okay, so I consider that also as a part of digital, though may not be just the media part of it.
Sure. I think one last question, and to my mind, we've answered that. But what are the parameters one should look at when going for performance marketing? I mean, that's what the whole discussion really was. So I'm sure whoever has asked this question would have gotten his answers before he asked this question. Yeah. To my mind, I completely agree with you. I think also as a consumer, digital is only in the minds of the advertising agencies and the brands. Yeah. As a consumer, it is me. You are connecting with me on a touch point that I am from a behavioral perspective touching, right? So that's where we are. I think that is the end of. My God, there's some more questions. Varun, do we have time for questions?
I'm sorry, we don't.
I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Yeah. I thought as much. But thank you once again, guys. Thank you so much for enlightening and great learnings. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
You too. All take care.
Thank you.
I'm really sorry to cut this panel short. And
no, Varun, we overshot. So
not at all. Not at all.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have more good news and bad news for you. The bad news is that we have to delay the segue into the next panel by another 30 seconds. The good news is we have an interesting AV to play for those 30 seconds.
Get in my elevator, straight to the penthouse. It only goes one way.
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोलाक।
Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. We're going up. We feel the rush. Oh yeah, come on now. Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. Here we go now. Straight to the top.
Great. Our next session is very exciting, especially for those of you who are part of the news industry and have been keeping track of what's happening in Australia for the past year. The topic is how digital publishers are maximizing revenue. Moderating this session, I would like to introduce Mr. Sanjay Trehan, digital and new media consultant, who has 3 decades of experience working in HT Media, Microsoft, Times Internet, and he was the former CEO of NDTV Convergence. Joining him will be Hemant Jain, Senior Executive Vice President and Head of Digital Business, Lokmat Media, Meghna Bhatt, Head of Growth and Partnerships, Scoop Whoop Media, Mukesh Kumar Singh, Head of Revenue Digital, The Indian Express Group, Naveen Srinivasan, Head of Media Solutions, Television, Radio and Digital, Mathrubhumi, Pradeep Gairola, Vice President and Business Head, Digital Media, The Hindu Group, and Sandeep Balani, Head of India, Outbrain. So I leave the stage to you. Request Sanjay sir to just unpause his video.
Hi, Meghna. Mukesh this side.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Hi everyone, Hemant here from Lokmat.
Good
afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Pradeep from Hindu.
So we are facing the first round of COVID disruption, or shall we say digital disruption in our panel. So please be patient a while. Mr. Trehan is facing some connectivity issues.
Varun.
So, Varun, we have the questions. Why don't you start the conversation? I think Sanjay sir will join in. Yeah, you have the questions on you? Yeah.
Bijoy, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sanjay sir.
Bijoy, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm there. In fact, I was put on mute. See me, right?
No, we've not muted you,
And
sir.
you can see me.
We can't see you, but. Sanjay sir, are you there?
Yeah, yes, can you see me?
Sir, we can hear you.
Okay, so I think there may be an odd video problem. Let me log in from my phone because the laptop may be an issue. Let me just a minute my phone.
So while Sanjay sir is taking 2 minutes to kind of join in, thank you, Hemant. Thank you, Meghna. Thank you, Pradeep, for being with us. Mahesh, thank you for being with us.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Vijaya, for having us over.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Vijay.
So why don't you tell us some of the stuff that you've been doing during the COVID times? If you can walk us through some of before sir kind of joins in. Sandeep, hi. Yeah. Hemant, why don't you tell us some of the
Hi,
stuff
Vijaya.
that Lokmat has been doing during the pandemic times? So,
So I must say we had a very interesting journey since last 12 to 15 months.
Okay.
This was the first time in the history of newspaper that it could not be delivered in the morning to the doorstep. And that kind of opened up a complete, new way of thinking within the group of the importance of digital going forward, then and going forward, both for the organization and in the lives of the consumers. So we did some very, very interesting things. So we kind of have close to 25 million readers we reach out to in a month as far as the print is concerned. And over the years, there has been, last 4-5 years since we started digital in a very focused manner. I think so. The first thing which I, wanted to do was to see how I could capture the data of users who are reading newspapers on a daily basis. So in our own way, through our on-ground programs, through our touch points during events, etc., we started collecting these databases. And during the lockdown, we kind of started to deliver the digital product to the same set of readers. And we also didn't stop publishing the e-papers. So while the newspaper was not being published, the colleagues at the back end continued to print the same experience of reading a newspaper in the form of e-paper. And through WhatsApp, we started to reach out to them saying, hey, the same experience is available and things like that. And also we saw a huge jump as far as our readership online is concerned in terms of lokmat.com. I would say we registered 140% growth in a span of 25 days as far as the audience is concerned, which also brought front the whole premise that there is a much larger audience who are waiting to consume your content. And I would say that there has been a paradigm shift because of COVID. And I think so all of us today are sitting in a position trying to explore and discover a lot more which can be done, both at the product side, content side, and the revenue side. So Sanjay, now over to you. You are here.
Yes.
And
yeah, in fact, Hemant, my apologies to everybody. Some people may not know, but I'm actually logging in from the hills of Uttarakhand. So sometimes the connectivity on the Wi-Fi may be an issue, but I have logged in now from my phone, and luckily the 4G on the phone is good. So hopefully we will be able to have a fruitful conversation. So my apologies again. And I believe since everybody's here, what I would like to do now is to begin with a quick round of very short introductions. So please tell us about yourself, your current role, and then I will lay out a broad agenda of what we want to discuss today, specifically in the monetization field for publishing. Yeah. So Hemant, let's begin with you, since you've been the one that have given a background on the content, sort of monetization patterns that Lokmat is saying. Just a short introduction about you, and then we'll go about with everybody.
Hi, good afternoon. Sanjay, thank you so much. My name is Hemant, and I spearhead the digital transformation and businesses at Lokmat. Been in digital media space for last 27 years. And I started my digital journey way back in 1996 with the launch of IndianExpress.com. We were the first newspaper to go online. And it feels that after 25 years, I have circled back and I'm back in the online news publishing space, which has become more exciting, though I still miss the 96 days when we used to draw out the home pages and the internal pages on a sheet of white paper. So thank you so much and looking forward to the discussion today.
Absolutely. And we would now go to Sandeep.
Thank you, Sanjay. I am Sandeep. I look after the India operations of Outbrain. Outbrain is a technology which empowers publisher in the open web ecosystem with not only monetization tools, but also enables them to increase their page views and organic recommendations. One of the tools that definitely further in the interview we'll speak about is Content Coalition, which Outbrain has just launched to enable a network of publishers. So thanks a lot.
All right, Pradeep, your turn.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pradeep, work for Hindu, joined Hindu about 2.5 years back. So we are trying to transition the company from a ad-based revenue model to a subscription-based model, and that is where most of the work is going on. And as I think most of my counterpart, I am also working towards transitioning the news business of the Hindu from a print dominant to a digital dominant business, and that's the work we are. Thanks.
Excellent. Meghna, what is happening at Scoop Whoop?
Hi, everyone. I'm Meghna. I lead growth and partnerships at Scoop Whoop. Primarily, I oversee branded content, which is our primary monetization model at Scoop Whoop. But I'm also involved, in other strategic monetization experiments that we're doing. The most recent being launch of Unscripted News, which is a subscription-based news platform for young people. So that's what we are very excited about right now at Scoop.
All right, Naveen.
Hi, everyone. I work with the Mathrubhumi Group. I head revenue for our TV, radio, and digital business. So we are a media group based out of Kerala, and our primary business, or the core business, is newspapers. And I've worked for over 10 years with Mathrubhumi in the newspaper business. And over the last 4 months, I've come into this new role.
All right, Mukesh.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Myself, Mukesh. I'm from Indian Express, taking with the responsibility of revenue. It's been more than 20 years in the same industry, and starting my career from Times of India in the digital part itself. I've seen a lot of ups and downs in the digital, but this pandemic has definitely given the edge. I'm not trying to be happy about it that this pandemic came and has given its edge. But yes, the difference what we have seen, in fact, most of the times I've worked with the newspaper companies, companies which have been dominated by the print version. But it has definitely badly hit the newspaper side, and digital side has taken over the edge now. And I think it's going up.
All right, so it's been a bit of a mixed bag for everybody. We understand and appreciate that. Let me lay out the broad agenda of what we intend to cover today. As you all know that monetization has been a bit of a challenge in the digital publishing space. We are seeing significant, traction in terms of the audience, but the monetization curve has not moved at the same speed. Now, today's session is essentially about exploring new opportunities in the monetization space. Let me sort of amplify what we intend to do. So what is it that we need to do beyond advertising and beyond advertising optimization, beyond subscription plays? We would like to specifically talk about, what is it that we need to do in terms of content licensing, content syndication? Are we looking at affiliate marketing in a serious way? How is it we're looking at branded content? Are we looking at going beyond native and creating custom solutions which are an intrinsic part of the core content experience for us? So beyond this, there are some new frontiers that the content companies in the West are experimenting with, which is the role of content commerce, the content marketplace. In India, we are seeing early stirrings of, AVOD and SVOD. So in the VOD space, both advertising-based monetization and subscription-based monetization is already happening. But content as commerce would mean that in a robust content marketplace, we will be able to look at monetization of differentiated exclusive pieces of content. Some early beginnings, as some of you may know, have already happened in a blockchain-led play, which is the non-fungible tokens. And so India is yet not there in NFT space, but we have some marketplaces like Digixx, which is coming in. So these are some of the broad contours. And post that, I would like some of you to also talk about who owns the audience, because the fact is that if our digital brands don't own an audience and the audience are only an extension of our print product or our mainstream media, then what leverage do we really have in terms of harnessing the audience? And so digital allows us to look at audience segmentation. Can we create cohorts which can be monetizable? So audience segmentation, the role of data, and can we look at data as a monetization play? Because data gives you great insights, and data allows us to look at content which can be bespoke also. So these are the things that I would like you to talk about. And let me first begin with Mukesh. Mukesh, Indian Express is pretty robust in terms of the exclusivity and the differentiation of its content. I've always looked at Express as a company that is producing highly differentiated content. Now, what are the early signs you're seeing in terms of monetization of differentiated content that Indian Express is producing?
Okay, thanks. So, in fact, content is definitely, there's a demand in market which is picking up for content. In fact, if I talk about like 5-6 years back or 10 years back, it was majorly the display thing which was being asked by the advertisers. But now, off late, we have started observing that demand has been coming from the advertiser side as well. That they are looking forward for the content pieces. They want to get associated to the content. So we have also, open-handedly, with this open mind, we have tried to accept that demand. The only hitch, what we have been seeing from over the years, since this demand has been picking up, people have been asking for non-sponsored content, which we always shy away from, for not providing that actually. So yeah, every company, whenever we get a request from the advertiser's side, most of the time they want to mix their content with our editorial content, and which is not a right idea for a news publishing house, because if we do that, we will mislead our own audience. So me as a person on the side of revenue, definitely at times we given to our pressures or those kind of things, we feel tempted that we'll get this amount of money, and at times we start looking forward for non-sponsored content thing to be published on our websites. But I firmly believe that we should not go for those routes. We should not try to mislead our audience in differentiating between the sponsored content and the non-sponsored content, which I've seen a couple of other people have been doing. I'm not trying to say anything about people who are doing it. I'm not saying they are wrong, but in my opinion, I think we should differentiate the sponsored content very clearly. Distinction between both the contents, the editorial content and the sponsored content, should be there, and this will take it long way if we, in my opinion, if we mix both of those things, and if we put it in a fashion that it has not been differentiated, so this demand will die soon. This will not continue. It will not keep coming as we think it will make a lot of dollars for us. So we at Indian Express, we have taken certain stand in terms of producing the content which is sponsored one, and whenever it comes as a request from the advertiser side, we clearly demarcate this distinction between the content we supply for them. So we have prepared a separate team. We don't ask our editorial team to supply the content piece for the advertisers. We have a separate team which supply the content to the advertisers, what they look forward for. In fact, just to share one example, in fact, last year, before COVID, in fact, we were sitting with one of the advertisers, and that advertiser said that I need a non-sponsored content. Okay, fine. Also, what we want is that, your editorial should write a content piece, and please send content piece to us, and we'll check that, and then we'll come back to you, and then you can publish that same thing on the website. So, which is
that won't happen.
That definitely won't happen. But if at all agree to some part of it, then also we are diluting ourselves, which I think we should not. We all should, clearly demark the sponsored and non-sponsored content on our websites, on the portals, or whatever properties we are sitting. That's what I think.
Mukesh, I get that. But my question was more in terms of, so the differentiation between sponsored, non-sponsored is absolutely clear. And we need to look at clear demarcation because the customer cannot be taken for a ride. My question was more in lines of creating bespoke content to create solutions. Let me take this question to Meghna. Meghna, you only Scoop Whoop produces exclusive content only, and I've seen some of your content is really appeals to the millennials and has the ability to go viral. Share with us your experience of how well have you been able to monetize this content, because clearly in terms of audience you're doing well, you're gaining audience, there is audience acceptability and audience traction. Share with us your experience about monetization trends that Scoop Whoop is witnessing in terms of harnessing the original content it produces.
So thanks, Sanjay. I'll take that. So see, at Scoop Whoop, we have always, our primary revenue model has always been branded content. Yes, we do advertising on the text on the .com, but the bulk of our revenues comes from branded content. And branded content extends from the text content on the .com to all our video properties that we have built across social media. Right. So what we have done is, and to your point of differentiated content, what we have done is we've essentially looked at social media, looked at different kinds of audiences and created content brands for each of those audiences. Okay. So when you talk about our lifestyle channel, which is called OK Tested, that is for a younger audience. It actually skews towards women. When you talk about unscripted is for an older, slightly older audience, but focusing on social justice and more newsy kind of content. Our platform on Instagram is again more entertainment driven. The .com is a mixed bag of different verticals. So through each of these platforms, you're able to target different audiences, and the kind of solutions that we create also then become one specific for different audiences. Second, very, very native to the content on that platform. Okay, so for example, if a brand approaches us saying, "Hey, why don't you, review our product, or can we talk about our product?" So we have a number of different ways in which we can do that. We can do a listicle which has an element of their product that's part of it, or we can do a video where some of the faces of Scoop Whoop try out the product, which is very native to what we're doing on OK Tested. So it feels like one more episode of the regular programming, and that's important, I think, because we have to preserve our, like Mukesh said, right? We have to preserve our original creator voice, which is why the audience comes to us in the first place. So we are seeing that branded content is really where we are, getting our majority of our revenues from.
Yeah, great. In fact, Sandeep, let me take this question to you because, while the Hindu and the Indian Express and Scoop Whoop is at the other end of the content funnel, you are a specialist in harnessing the long tail. And you're really, as a pioneer, Outbrain has been doing that very well. Now, I want you to talk to us about how are you moving the curve from the long tail to now you're looking at, innovation in the video space. You are looking at making your content offering more contextual. You're looking at your content engine becoming more robust and more pivotal to the consumer experience. So share with us some of the new insights that Outbrain has been working on in terms of beefing up its recommendation engine.
Absolutely. So Sanjay, one of the things that we did in the Indian market is launched Outbrain Smart Feed. Outbrain Smart Feed empowers publisher with a feed experience, just like a user is scrolling on Facebook, right? We also provide publisher with the tools of performance advertisers, like you were mentioning, affiliate marketing. Though I don't think publishers should be moving to affiliate marketing, but there are tools where advertisers can use to drive performance for app installs, for ROI-driven advertisers. Like fintech is a very big advertising pool with us, or edutech is growing really well, right? So we provide publisher with tools to create these kind of channels. We also, as I said, we have launched a subscription tool where players like Hindu, Indian Express can drive subscription revenues or increase subscription base of users on their website. Also, there's, as I mentioned, content coalition. Like Australia did face a challenge where they were being blocked by Facebook and Google. So Outbrain has gone ahead and launched content coalition, where publishers can use our technology to create a network of audience of their own, and interchange or grow audience between themselves, right? In the meanwhile, creating a bigger pool of audiences for themselves, right? So that is something Outbrain has gone ahead and done. Other things that we are seeing on the demand side of the ecosystem in India is that the ecosystem has got highly fragmented, with fintech and OTTs becoming really big. While fintech has taken away a very big performance share, like Google Pay is offering coupons for everyone who is paying on Google Pay, right? So the performance side of buyers have moved towards fintech. The brand side of premium video buyers have moved towards OTTs. So the open web ecosystem is getting highly fragmented, and that's where I do feel that this ecosystem needs to create different barriers to entries. One of them is subscriptions, which Pradeep did speak about. So these kind of barriers to entries will kind of create the premiumness and niche in audiences that publishers are looking for.
Yes, great. In fact, Pradeep, let me take that subscription question to you. So you took a bold bet in the subscription space, and to some extent, the fact that there is a very large Tamil diaspora outside India, and the kind of content that Hindu produces is really exclusive. To some extent, I'm sure that would have helped you in taking the decision. Share with us your subscription experience so far, and how are you looking at tying subscription as a part of your overall monetization pie? How do you see subscription panning out as part of your overall monetization efforts?
Sure. So see, first thing is, when we looked at Hindu, we realized that there is a certain kind of content which gets a lot of traction on Facebook, Google kind of a thing. And this content basically could be called a ABCD content, which is astrology, Bollywood, cricket, devotion, right? And we don't do any of that. So naturally, that advertising play and the edit policy was very, very clear. They are not going to change the policy, and we were losing out. So a few years back, we were number 2, number 3, then we kept sliding. So naturally, the subscription was the only thing available to us. So not so much by, we were almost forced into subscription, because if the editorial is not ready to change the policy, what do you do? But in the hindsight, it seems to be a really a good move, because see, this financial year, we have grown our business, digital business, by 50%. And our subscription business has grown by about 150%. And now subscription is for 47% of our digital revenue. Right?
Oh, that's big.
Yeah, and this, so clearly the organization said that, we are going to be a subscription dominant business, and that's what we are going to go for. This year, we are targeting about 70% of our revenues coming from digital subscriptions. But we are very, very clear that, only 5% of the user is ever going to pay. So 95% of the user is always going to be monetized through advertising. And there, our biggest opportunity lies in increasing the yields and the higher end of the advertising rather than the programmatic-led business, right? So last year, so as a company, what we have done, we said that, at some point in time, there cannot be we want to be a big digital company. So we have set a deadline of 31st March 2023 when we will become a digital company, which means that we will be this department called digital department by 31st March 23. Now, when you have set a deadline to kill your department, and because we realize that in a digital company, there's nothing called digital department, right? So it has to, the digital department has to die in favor of the digital company. So we started to work around. So what we did in the beginning of the April, we merged our advertising sales force with the print, digital advertising and print sales force. and the leader of the digital advertising took it on himself to train the team. So our advertising business has also grown phenomenally, right? Direct sales business of advertising has grown by 120% over last year. So
that's
overall,
good to hear.
Yeah. So overall, see, like the last year, which was not so good for the publishers, ended up being quite good for us. Purely, I think, like more so much by, I think just the circumstances created it. The biggest factor, of course, being the COVID, right? So digital subscription now looks like a central to us. This is a business which we would like to grow. We feel the kind of content which we generate is something which people will pay for. And see, I personally feel that content creation is a very, very expensive process. So see, like if you will see a piece of content, see, an average good editorial person produces 8 to 10 pieces of content in a month, and you pay them typically about 1,50,000, 60,000 rupees, 2 lakh range kind of a price point for that 1 month. And so your content cost, each piece is costing you between 15 to 25,000 rupees. And that kind of monetization is not possible through advertising because the volumes required. So see, like if you will look at value of our the one user which we monetize through advertising, the yearly value is less than 2 rupees. So how do you arrive at when the publisher says I had 10 million users, which means 1 crore user, and if you create a 1 crore revenue, which means that your value of that user for that particular month was 1 rupee. So when we did this calculation, we realized that our kind of a content, it is not going to make sense for us to really rely on purely on advertising. But we also realize advertising is always going to be integral to us. Advertising will always be, as you said, that 95% of the user will never pay. Our target is that 5% of our user pays us in the 3 years' time. And currently we seem to be on the right track, but it is too early. But overall, the beginning is quite promising for us.
Yes. So Pradeep, I think you very successfully demonstrated that, in the world of monetization, the play between advertising and subscription is not an either or play. And this is something that I, as a very strongly believe that, 5% or 10% of your audience is willing to pay. And that is the way it needs to be, because some people who are not looking at differentiated content, which is value added and exclusive, they might as well continue to be fed with advertising. So it's not and the pie is big enough for both the players. Let me take this question now to Naveen and then followed by Hemant, because my question, Naveen, because both of you are very strong regional players, which means that you have an early advantage in terms of customizing your content offering to the regional cohorts of audiences. So audience segmentation and leveraging audiences could come naturally to you if you are able to unleash and the value creation in that space. So Naveen, share with us some of the initiatives that Mathrubhumi may be looking at in terms of monetizing its regional audiences.
Yeah, Sanjay. So, taking off from earlier, the start of the pandemic, in Kerala, the situation was slightly different. Here, our newspaper business was not affected at all. So the subscriptions dropped by only 5%. And over the last year, actually, our subscription revenues have kept the company alive. If you when the advertising took a hit, it was the subscription which helped us afloat. So Malayalis pay for the news, and the cover price is also healthy. So that's the strong base that we have. Now, on the digital front, currently we are reliant on advertising, but we are very strongly looking at over the next year start building a subscription based revenue model. So we started by charging for our e-paper last year, which has seen encouraging results, and I think definitely we are looking at, and like you said in the beginning, owning the audience. Print, the print business, we know our audiences, we know who is buying our paper. On the digital side, that data infrastructure is not as strong as we would like. So definitely that's one area in which we are looking at of understanding our audiences, of capturing who they are, like having that first party data, and then moving into monetizing that too from the users and not just from the brands. And on the advertising front, the regional markets have really picked up. So local retail, we are very closely working with them, not only for just the standard ads, but also for branded content, creating content with them in a very native and very organic way. So that's also a focus area for the current year. So these are some of the things that
I think, yes.
we're
Good.
looking
In
at.
fact, you talked about owning the customer, and I know one person who's very actively engaged in unlocking value. Specifically when it comes to its customer is Hemant, who's in the middle of huge audience segmentation and identity management study. Hemant, you've looking at Lokmat in an entirely new way, and I think one of the things that you're doing is that you want to the Lokmat Digital to start owning its digital audience. And I think the first step that you're taking is understanding your digital audience, understanding how and where they come from, what is the content they consume, what's the complete content journey, and identity management, and then unlocking value by customizing content and personalizing content for them, I believe, is been your thrust area. As clearly, Hemant, you are looking at audience segmentation in a big way. And share with us, where are you on this journey and your early thoughts so that people can benefit from this, that how owning the customer, not just by the mainstream brand, but the digital brand is pivotal to unlocking value in terms of monetization.
Sure. Thank you, Sanjay. So I've always believed, and I've been saying this since last 15, 20 years, that to build any successful digital businesses, the three core pillars continue to be content, technology, and distribution/marketing. And if you look at the journey we undertook at Lokmat, so we were never enamored or, uh, overpowered by the ComScore rating. And that is the reason why we never went chasing audiences on the back of spends. But what we said, hey, can I really, really invest behind content, technology, and distribution to get the right product, the right mix of content, and deliver a great consumer experience? Now, if I share some of these numbers with you, it would bring a smile on your face. So 5 years back, when I took charge of this business, we had 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. We had one channel on YouTube called the Lokmat channel. And it kind of steadily grew over the last 3, 4, 5 years. And it's a step-by-step growth journey. I wouldn't say in 1 month, like a lot of advertising you see today by certain news publishers that they've grown 100 million in 1 month. It doesn't happen like that. So I would say in 5 years, we grew from 6,000 subscribers to now 1 million subscribers on YouTube.
Wow.
We used to do hardly a couple of lakh views. And today on Facebook and YouTube put together, on a single Marathi channel, which does not include entertainment, lifestyle, women-centric content, purely news, current affairs, we do 85 million on Facebook and 25 million on YouTube. Now, the only point I'm trying to drive here today, on Facebook, we are the second largest video player after ABP. Now look at this, look at where we are. A newspaper brand getting into digital, he has to get his first product right as your website, the text part. But you see what's happened today. You're much higher than some of the leading television brands online, because video is natural to them. It comes very genetically natural to them. But as a publisher, as a news publisher in print and digital, you are now ranking number 2 on Facebook. Now, what's the reason? We are even higher than BBC Marathi. It completely depends on your content strategy, what's your approach to content, etc. Now, once you've got your content right, obviously you've got consumers who come in, who are eager to consume your content. It again depends on your distribution strategy. And I firmly believe in today's age, we have moved away from destination viewing to a more distributed architecture. So your content could be discovered on Facebook, it could be discovered on WhatsApp, Google, Geo News, Just Dial, Paytm, wherever, whatever. But at the end of the day, the guy, if he starts loving your content, wherever you are present, in an omnipresent format, he would want to come and consume your content. So that's the first part of this whole journey. The second part of the journey is, in today's world, nobody owns the consumer. I think so it would be very foolish to even make a statement that I own the consumer. I mean, if you look at the food delivery app, there is Zomato and there is Swiggy, and it's not necessary that you use one. If there are certain, so your your customer could be more loyal to you compared to competition, but it is also a function of the exclusivity, non-exclusivity, and the quality of content. So as Sanjay said, I just wanted to set a context here. For us, the most important thing I believe for all of us is, as you said, the first party data. And first party data is about knowing your customer. And if you look at most of the customers who come to your site would continue to be anonymous customer unless and until he sees value in you. Now, what do you do with an anonymous customer? To an anonymous customer, the max you could do is reach out back to him with more relevant content, more personalized content. What does it do to you? It increases your page views. Now, if you ask me today, what is your unit economics of the business? The unit economics of your business is number of page views, because more the number of page views, more the ad impressions, more the tabula impressions, more the absolute impressions, more network, more direct inventory, etc., etc. Now, that's about what do you do with him on site. But the moment the guy registers with you, you can do a hell lot of things with him. You can export the data to Facebook Ad Manager. You could do retargeting, remarketing. If the guy has not visited your site for more than 20, 25 days, you can reach out to him because you exactly know this consumer typically comes to your site from which channel. Is he a more Facebook user? Is he a more Google user? And today I'm saying you can't create silos because each of us are on Facebook, are on Google, are on multi-channel or kind of an omni-channel presence. So I think so the differentiator going forward very clearly is where your advertisers are not going to call you and ask you for impression inventory. They're going to say, this is the quality of audiences I want to reach out to, very specific brief into you. And do you have those set of audiences who they can target their messaging or communication back to? And believe you me, like we are currently seeing a very, very high hope of positivity and optimism around subscription. I firmly believe in the future holds in what quality of audiences are loyal to your product. That is again a function of your content technology, etc. And you would definitely have an ability to charge a premium to an advertiser because you'll be able to get him or provide him with good quality customer. So, yeah, Sanjay, those are some of the views I had.
So, very well said, Hemant. Audience optimization is the holy grail of monetization. The interesting thing is that this is such a fascinating subject, and one can go on, and I've only barely touched 50% of what I really wanted to cover. And I believe we've just got 5 minutes left. Let me take my question of audience extension and audience amplification with a view to monetize to Meghna. Meghna, tell me, how are you unlocking value in the social communities that you've built? And because social communities are really key to brand extension, and we can really unlock significant value. Share with us your experience.
So, what we've done is, I think at the core of Scoop, what we've built is a very strong editorial brand, right? Everyone knows what the Scoop brand is. And then what we've done is we've extended that brand across different communities and platforms, basis the nature of that platform and, what is the kind of content and the culture on that platform, right? So one part of Scoop, for example, is covering what's trending and also sort of being the go-to destination to discover what's trending amongst young people, right? That's one part of our brand. We've extended that brand to Instagram. So Instagram is where it's like the homepage of young India. That's the idea there with Instagram. You go there, you know exactly what young people are loving right now across the internet, right? That's what we do on our Instagram page. We know the other part of our brand is that because we represent young people are not just only interested in entertainment and there's this myth around that. We know they're interested in social issues, they're interested in politics, they're interested in social justice. So unscripted news is where we've extended that brand. We've taken it to YouTube in the beginning, and now we've extended it to subscriptions. And we are seeing some great sort of early response to that. It's just been a week since we've launched news as a subscription channel. And what surprised us is that so many young people want to subscribe and have subscribed, which I think is a myth buster, because the general sort of thinking is that you have to be of a certain age, income, etc., to want to subscribe to news in India, right? But this is a news channel, and we have college students who are very excited to subscribe, right?
Yeah.
And that is also a result of the pricing strategy. We've priced it in such a way that we know that a college student would be able to afford it, and what is the thinking behind that. So I think that's what we did with news. With entertainment, we again went back to YouTube and we built something focusing on our faces, and we built this whole sort of community of influencers, because we know that's what
Very
works with a younger audience. So you're talking about like an 18-year-old, 17-year-old audience, right? And we focused on also acquiring women into the brand. So these are some of the things that we've done in terms of creating a central, strong editorial voice, and then extending that in different ways. Like the .com is all about being generalist. So we have various various verticals, and that is distributed through our Facebook page, because we feel Facebook is really the generalist social media platform right now, right?
True.
And it has access to many. Then we've created Scoop Hindi, which in during COVID has really sort of boomed to
Right.
appeal to the Hindi belt, and that's also a certain take on Hindi content. Right. So that's how we've sort of looked at different kinds of audiences and extended our brand in different ways across social media.
Fascinating. This is fascinating. Now, in the interest of time, I would definitely like to actually ask one more question, because I would like to end this conversation on a futuristic note. And that question is about content as commerce. So clearly, publishing houses are the repositories of great content. Look at the multimedia content which is being created. We have fascinating examples of content monetization happening in the West, specifically by the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. So, interactive graphics, multimedia content, exclusive feature-led stories, and bespoke content for brands. Now, this is where content as commerce would play a very critical role and would allow the mainstream and the digital media companies to unlock value in an asset that they really know a lot about. So who would like to take this question on content as commerce and share their thoughts about this? Anybody from the panel can take this. It's a relatively, and if you're not going to take it, then I'm going to ask somebody.
So actually, I just came across something really interesting that's actually launching today. There's a US media group called Bustle, Bustle.inc, right?
That's
and
correct.
Bustle is launching a beta content commerce platform today, as in, I guess, tomorrow in the US, which is where they're essentially integrating product within editorial. So
Absolutely.
So what they're basically going to do is both create a storefront as well as a cart, beautifully integrated into editorial. And I'm sure when it releases, we'll see. But it's essentially a store experience that you get while reading editorial content. And it's not just storefront. You can also add to cart, and you can create a cart while you're browsing editorial content. So I thought that was a really new and interesting way of doing content commerce.
Absolutely. You actually hit the nail on the head, Meghna, because we are looking at a future unfolding in the next 3 to 5 years, and content as commerce, which is contextually relevant and embedded in a content matrix in a non-obtrusive way, which enriches the consumer, will actually work wonders. So of course, this content will be clearly demarcated. There'll be disclaimers, but if it informs and entertains, the consumer is going to love it. And early adopters of this space, other e-commerce companies, the biggies like Amazon are doing it, but they're doing it on their platform. The real opportunity will be when publishers start doing it on their platform and provide significant value. This is good. I think I think we've slightly overrun our time already. We've had a fascinating discussion, and we've touched upon many aspects of content monetization pie, which goes beyond advertising and subscription. We talked about audience segmentation. We talked about data mining. data harnessing. We talked about content licensing, content marketplace. We are looking at new frontiers opening up in terms of content commerce. So thank you, panelists, for your very enriching insights. And unfortunately, I do not have the time to take audience questions, but I'm sure audience would have found this very enriching. So once again, thank you for your time and appreciate you joining us. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Sanjay. Thanks,
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks, Sanjay.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everyone.
everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us today and having this wonderful discussion. The next session is very interesting. If you're an advertiser who is closely following the rise of India's short video platforms. The discussion is on advertising trends on short video platforms, where the short video players will help us understand the monetizable assets and monetization strategies being deployed by short video players. I'd like to call on stage our moderator, Shrenik Gandhi, founder and CEO, White Rivers Media. Joining him will be Avinash Joshi, Chief Operating Officer, Natter, Bimal Karthik Reba, co-founder and Chief Operating Officer, Trell, Devika Sharma, Director Sales, Glance and Reposo, Inmobi, Shivank Agarwal, co-founder and CEO, Mitro TV, and Virajit Singh, Senior Vice President and Head Revenue, MX Player. So I'll leave the stage to you.
Super. So thank you, Varun. Thank you, Bijoya. Thank you, Sudhir, for getting us all together. Adkalis, Digixx is one of the award ceremony and event we all look forward to every year. Thank you for raising the bar every year. Coming to the panel, I think this forum represents majority of short form video players in the spectrum, and be it Atmanirbhar or an India Ka app, founded by Shivank Mitro. There are apps which are backed by media giants like Times. Virajit is here representing MX Player. We've got Roposo, who have enjoyed investments from the likes of Google. We've got Trail over here, Bimal, fondly called as India's answer to Pinterest. Avinash, who represents a new age marketing agency. So I think it's a fantastic panel, and I'm glad to be having an engaging conversation with all of you. The format of the panel discussion is pretty simple. There'll be individual questions for all of you. There'll be 5 simple questions, which are customized basis your business model, followed by 3 open-ended questions, which can be answered by one and all. And there can be discussions on that, and which will be followed by a rapid fire round. And if time permits, we'll be happy to have audience interaction as well, right? So let's get started. So the first question is for Viraj, MX Player. So content consumption in the country is growing faster than the global growth. Short form has emerged as a breakout category in the cluttered content space. This need for instant fun micro entertainment, as created by TikTok, has been successfully fulfilled by all of you, right? So the first 2 questions, Viraj, what's your differentiation strategy, right? And how are you ensuring user and creator satisfaction amongst us?
So MX Takatak is our short video app platform under our group. To start with, I mean, obviously it's still been a very short journey for, I think, most of us on the platform. But to start with, obviously it was the opportunity for us to push out a really good product. And, I think MX takes pride in our ability to be able to build great products and our tech capabilities, etc. So I think that was the first thing that we did about 6 or 8 months ago when we launched. And that's hygiene for everyone, right? I think the first 5 or 6 months was more to do with getting an understanding of what was happening, driving market share, etc. But there's a full focus now that we've got in terms of what is it that we want to anchor ourselves to be and what is it that we offer the 3 key stakeholders that we have, right? So the consumer, the creator, and the advertiser. So, just to start with, I'll talk to you a little bit about, what is it that we do for consumers. Obviously, like I said, product experience is at the helm of everything. And we've got, I think tech that is able to offer that. But more importantly, we've looked at what is it that we're bringing to the table when it comes to content as a piece, right? And while short video app largely has been, this UGC short video generation of content and consumption of content, we're sort of building on that. And you may have seen some of that stuff, but to be honest, I think the depth of understanding that we have in terms of content consumption and creation from MX Player, which is a long form platform, has been of great value to us. So one, we're going to be creating IPs. We've already created IPs, and those are for us extremely important because it's going to be our first pieces of actual produced content for the short form video app. Fame House and Home were the two things that we've launched, and I can talk a little more about that. But more importantly, that's what we want to be able to grow into, right? Creating content that is produced specifically for the audiences in the format that they want to consume on short form. The other is the pillars in which UGC and content is being. So sports is hugely big for us and for everyone. And as of yesterday, I think we announced our partnership with 7 of the 8 IPL teams. And what we're able to do is actually generate really good content out of the players behind the scene, fun stuff that they're doing, their ability to be able to engage with our consumers, which is something that they're not going to be able to get on any of the other platforms, because you're actually, getting their superstars to be able to engage with them, whether it's live or through, short form content creating handles. And therefore we want, we've identified 5 or 6 key pillars where we want to drive leadership in being able to even create UGC or associated partnerships. So that could be movie, music, dance, and so on and so forth. So that's a little bit on the consumer front. I think when it comes to creators, all of us have obviously chased big influencers and spent large sums of money to be able to get the best, because unless you have good creators, you're not going to get great content. But they go beyond that, right? And while tools are hygiene and today they are in demand of talking to platforms like all of us, saying what is it that they require in terms of tools from a platform, depending on what stage of influencing they've been at. Monetization, opportunities, and growth in fame is extremely important for them, right? So we've looked at both. And again, what we've looked at is how do we build this, or sort of fulfill the aspirations of these influencers. And that's where the co-produced content sort of comes in. We've looked at it from 2 perspectives. One is being able to leverage both platforms. So using our influencers to be able to create content, not just for MX Takatak, but building them for the long form as well, which is what resides on MX Player. So Fame House was a sort of a reality show that we launched a couple of months ago. And while the snippets of it were hosted on MX Takatak, we actually built content for the other side. And that resonated with these guys for their one big thing, right? Growth and fame. More importantly, we were able to push a large user base that probably didn't understand what short form content was with this produced content back from MX Player to MX Takatak. And this is, we're going to be doing a lot of stuff like that. When it comes to advertisers, obviously, ad tech capabilities, scale of users, we are close to about 150 million monthly active users. The innovation that we're able to offer, commerce eventually, are all that we do. We started pushing out hashtag challenges that worked well for, again, all 3 of our stakeholders early in October and November. So an advertiser was able to engage with my consumer. The consumer was getting interesting content and a platform to be able to create good UGC. And obviously the creators were the ones who were helping us, front that entire thing of hashtag challenges. But we've got a whole host of advertising, opportunities that sort of fit the entire funnel of marketing, which we can bring to the table.
Very interesting. Very well put answer. While you spoke about 3 key stakeholders, consumer, creator, and advertiser, and I like how you put consumer as rank 1 and creator as rank 2. But I think 3 keywords which I take home with this answer are, especially for creators, are growth, fame, and aspiration, right? I think that these are the 3 keywords which is driving a lot of creator economy, especially in tier 2 and tier 3 towns. So I think that brings me to my next question for Shivank. What's the localization strategy? You are fondly called as Deshka app. Mitro has seen a lot of success, right? And you, of course, follow the Prime Minister's vision of being an Atmanirbhar app. Uh, I'm very interested to know your localization strategy, especially tier 2 and tier 3.
Thanks, Shanik. Yes, we betted on Atmanirbhar and Make in India. For Make in India, we always felt that the creators and consumer ecosystem is in India. We don't need a third-party platform outside of India. So of course, that trend is taken by other players, and of course, that ecosystem is built, and we are very happy about it. For us, localization and getting to different corners of the country becomes very important, and that we realized during early days of a launch. And when we see the users coming on the platform has been on different corners of the country, started in metro cities, but quickly scaled up to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. For that, localization becomes very important. And when we talk about being vernacular or getting localized, many of us tend to make mistake, especially the foreign counterparts, wherein they think about only the language as being a factor of localization. But we feel language is just a very small factor. When we talk about localization, it actually means a lot, like occupation of the people, customs, the festivals, the music, right? And for example, if we talk about music, we have in-house music production, and we are creating music for different regions and genres. For example, in Maharashtra, we have Koli, Lavani as some of the pop culture music. Then in Bengal, we have Ball and Patiali. So that becomes very important for us, and we have partnered with different music production. For example, Ghana, Spotify, where we keep on publishing this content around localization. Then, when we talk about occupation, for example, is wooden architecture and the carpentry, which is respectively in Kashmir and Saharanpur. Then we have in Gujarat like diamond and mirror work. So we felt that a lot of importance should be given wherein local content is being showcased to people in that region. And then we found that when we showcase, for example, we started fishing in Bengal, and we found that when we focus on the local content, people tend to become more loyal to the application. So that's a trend that we saw very early on, and we started working very actively on that. Now in festivals, customs, we can see n number of examples wherein a lot of content can be customized for a given region, and we are very bullish about it. And yes, when we talk about India, it's actually the regional or the different corners of the country that forms a real India.
Very interesting. I think a very interesting take on localization. A lot of marketeers make this mistake of assuming localization to be, localizing language. Good to see you guys customizing it, to the T and to various micro geography. So kudos on that. Um, Speaking of marketeers, I think maximizing ROI remains to be top of mind. Top of mind for most of the Indian marketers, which is followed by driving sales, which is followed by brand positioning, right? Especially in post-COVID scenario, brand positioning takes rank 3, right? So keeping this preference of effectiveness for marketers, I think I'll direct this question to Bimal first, and then I'll go to Avinash. Does your growth strategy take into account facilitating social commerce? Uh, what potential do you think short form content holds for social commerce? We've seen recently in China, an influencer raked in 300 million worth of sales in a single day, a sales figure which most malls cannot afford in the whole year, right? This influencer kind of got it in a single day. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, interesting question there, Shrenik. It's not even most malls, most platforms in India currently can't afford that scale. But what we see is, 5 to 7 years down the lane, this would also start being a common phenomena where influencer-led, purchases or commerce, right, would become a need of the hour and also the common way of shopping for users in India. So, to put, so the question has various pillars to it, right? So let me break it down, right? One, I'll talk about the first thing. I'll talk about evolution of social commerce to give a context. Second, I'll talk about where we are as well, and third, we'll talk about why social commerce, right, in India at this point of time. The first thing, if we talk about social commerce, right, evolution of commerce, right? So typically, you would see this happening in um, every country that takes price and value as a key indicator or index before they purchase, and where price takes more precedence than convenience, right? So that means people would want to understand more about a product in the language that they understand the most, in a uh, uh, let's say in the videos that they can consume easily, right? Through people that they trust the most. So if you look at the evolution of e-commerce in China too, right? It started from a horizontal commerce model, then went to more verticalized format model, like what happened in India, right? You started with Flipkart and Amazon, and slowly moved into the first price and big baskets to allow for more verticalized purchasing or discovery of those products. Then soon, eventually, what happens, right? You would see that for consumption upgraders categories, people would want to have more understanding of the product, right, even before they purchase. So that means they want to not only understand the product through videos that they consume the most as of today, but from sources that they can trust before they purchase, and in the language that they understand the most. So that's where we are, right? So we are at the cusp of an inflection point where more and more users would be coming online and start becoming online shoppers. Now, why I'd say that is the potential is immense, right? If you see today, two of the three internet users that are already online are still non-shoppers. And if you look at the majority in a KPMG survey that was done, right, in year 2017 and 18, not updated yet, but they would talk about, one of the primary reasons for these users not becoming online shoppers is because the product descriptions are in English, right? And the influencers are creating the videos in English as a language, right? By allowing for mere localization of this content, helping people to discover products and services in their own language through the influencers that can speak their language and then they trust, we would be involving a lot of people into this internet economy, right? By helping them to transact online. So that's the nature and course and evolution of social commerce in India. And we are at an inflection point when it comes to social commerce. In fact, as we speak, right, it is going to be 12% of total e-commerce market in India in the next 3 years. Now, that's a conservative estimate that everyone who's operating in this space has in terms of what the total addressable market can be and how many users would want to come online to engage in this purchase or transactions. Now, coming to Trell, why social commerce? For us, we never intended to start as a platform that would have social commerce as a primary business model. But for us, it organically happened. The reason is we call ourselves a lifestyle video app, right? I mean, if you look at one of the common established phenomena is that everyone today is consuming videos in a verticalized format, mobile first. Now that's an established phenomenon. But the way we are using this medium is to mostly have the lifestyle information organized for Indian users in their own languages. Now, with this, what happened is we invested a lot into developing this KOL ecosystem, where they not only become a presenter before the camera, but also have subject matter expertise when it comes to educating the users about various interest categories such as beauty, fashion, DIY, home decor, etc. Now, what happened because of this, right? Soon as people started engaging with this interest, it also became a mode and medium for influencers to introduce products and services to the end users, right? To complete that loop. And that's how social commerce started happening on Trell. It was an organically established phenomena, right? Today, the most consumed categories on Trell, we do not have entertainment as number one. We have beauty, fashion as a top 1 and 2 categories on the platform. And hence, if you see today, people can purchase these products on the platform. And that's how it has naturally progressed for us in terms of social commerce as a direction.
Very nice, very nice. Again, I'm taking home a few keywords. Trust, I think trust leads to buying. Even Shivank mentioned it somewhere where he mentioned that localization leads to loyalty. So in this clutter, I think if for the audience, if there are some learnings, I would say trust, loyalty of the audience. Right? If we can take home that, or if we can create that via content, via creators, I think we are home. right? So that brings me to the next question for Avinash. How do you marry trust, loyalty with innovation across, bottom of the funnel traffic?
Yeah, so let me first start off with congratulating my fellow panelists. Some wonderful, stuff is being done on the content side. Short video formats are a rage. We all know that. Some of the things that they've shared is really very interesting. And when you talked about trust, loyalty, and that's how we play the game. So trust and loyalty figure out into the purchase funnel these days very importantly. Right. So at Natter, how we started out things was, it is not about the IDA funnel anymore. So we are having a hybrid funnels whereby, we put a loop funnel and an hourglass funnel and everything coming together. And there are loops of trust and loyalty that, are very important during the, maybe bottom of the funnel or while the purchase is actually happening. Yeah. And this mainly happens because of what our consumers are looking out for. Yeah. And if we are able to dissect, because, some of the apps here are more targeted towards tier 2, tier 3, and short video formats are actually very, growing very fast in that area. So we have, sliced our teams between rural and urban. If you look at the funnels and how things are moving and how short video formats are helping us, create communication and plans for our brands is, once you understand what the brand objective is and what the audience is asking for and how they behave. And like Shranik also said, it's very important to get localized. And when you say localized, it's about understanding what their cultures are about, what their habits are, what are they looking out for, whether it's a question that you need to answer to them, or there is a value proposition that, solves a pain point for them. Yeah, so which is very important. So we keep on doing a lot of studies, and we have quarterly studies that we do to understand, and this is something that we do before any campaign is being launched. And short media formats or otherwise any media properties that we take up are more part of our marketing plans than being part of our media plans, especially when there is a content and communication that comes forth. Yeah. The reach is something that the platforms will give us, but the communication and the formats that we create are supposed to create trust, loyalty, that able to create an advocacy loop also after that. So I'll give you an example. Let's say anywhere in India, I am looking out to buy an AC. These days, while we see we've been talking for ages that it's no more linear. And it's all haphazard. Consumers go in all directions before buying any product. So the concentration, awareness and purchase stages within a funnel are happening all at the same point. And that's why we follow something like an hourglass, whereby I might not want to get into the awareness stage. I might just get into an education and engagement stage, or giving out justification. If I'm able to identify the problem and I have an answer as a solution to that, then I might just enter directly into the bottom funnel. That's where what intent-based and Google helps. And we did researches, like I said earlier. Typically what people do is, if I want to find out where I can buy something or what I need to buy, I would go to a Google search. It's becoming more apparent when people want to know how and why, they turn to a video platform like a YouTube, right? So depending upon what the brand is looking out for and what are the end objectives that you're planning to meet, and obviously what your audience is looking at, we always try to go as local as possible. I would want to, it's obviously there are ways of doing talking to an audience in totality or talking to one-on-one. So we use a lot of conversational marketing. We use WhatsApp to the fore. We work with a lot of influencers, just like these folks have so many influencers on board. And what we've seen is, if we go localized, if we are able to identify who answers to a problem that people are looking out for in the bottom part of the funnel, when the intent is already there, you just have to make sure that you're beating the competition, because the answer of the solution is already there. But whether I buy from brand A or B, is something, the question remains. And if we're able to use short video formats, conversational marketing like WhatsApp messaging or otherwise, we've done OBDs, IVRs, all of that. But if I'm able to answer who's delivering the most on that front, it actually helps. Yeah, and the conversions are very fast. We've seen, click-through rates and conversion rates as high as 7 to 8% through a very low-cost medium like a conversational, campaign that we did using banners and WhatsApp for business and everything through just WhatsApp. And these videos actually help. Now, coming back to the platforms that we were talking about, while there are a lot of people creating content, the story piece at times goes missing. Yeah. So if I'm going just like mass media and I want to bombard people with a message from the brand, it works. But if I'm able to go niche, catch hold of the right media vehicles, the right driver driving those media vehicles, then I can, take my consumer to the brand that I'm working for. Yeah. So that's how we work. So it's capturing them on micro moments, whether it's the fitting in, going and working with them within the loop that they're in, and a lot of times what we also stress on is the loyalty loop, which was part of the question, because one way is I target the 90% of the customers. If I have a lot of budget, I can do that, and that's how I will have to replenish my top funnel as well. But if you are able to target those 10 people who are already looking out for, that 10 becomes 15 and a 20, and also aids more people coming into the top funnel.
Right. Pretty interesting. Let us move forward to Devika. Devika, I remember seeing an interview of Mayank, your CEO, where he had mentioned that right now the priority remains making the platform clean, and AI will be playing a very important role in the same. Of course, AI and ML are considered as secret sources, when it comes to success of these short form apps. So my simple question to you is, what next on your tech stack?
So to answer that question, Shrenik, let me give you a little bit more context, right? And we've heard from everybody on the panel today. And currently where we're at, the short video space in the country is still evolving, right? We're all gunning for market share with more users, better influencers, content diversity, and now trying to evolve into models of social commerce. So I think the way we look at it is that there is the need to establish a very clear-cut value proposition, because even if we are able to win the race today, there is the need to keep users engaged on a medium to long-term basis. And we believe that the answer to that is a format called live, which is done very, very well internationally. And the key benefit that live brings to the table is the fact that it creates a lot of sources for very rich, for very diverse, very relevant, recent, fresh pieces of content, which is what keep users coming back for more and more and more. And you spoke about China as an example, and in the same market there are 526 million users of live streamers. And live streaming is not just about social commerce or e-commerce, it's about entertainment, it's about education, and as a format it lends itself to a great deal of diverse content led applications. So our focus in terms of the tech stack is actually twofold. There is the here and now focus that we have, which AI ML of course plays a huge role in, because it drives content recommendation, which is key to user retention. It is key to creator discovery. It is key to promoting diversity in content. And so AI ML is a continued focus area for us, and that we keep working on. The other focal part of our tech stack as of today is to drive synergies between Glance and Roposo. Given that Glance is a lock screen platform, it lends itself very, very beautifully to the kind of content we're able to create through Roposo, and we're actually looking at the entire stack in a very unified way. So that's the short-term focus, but in the long term, we're also working extensively on introducing the format of live and how we make that successful.
Very nice, very nice. I think a lot of interesting work is happening across the category, and I'm grabbing my popcorns, and I'm just waiting to see what's what's in store in the next few quarters in the category. And I assure all the audiences right now and anyone who's going to see this video in future, this category is a category of future, and there will be a lot of innovations, and for sure the world is watching India. So I'm personally looking forward to a lot of innovations from all of you. Now, specifically speaking about a particular thing which I'm sure is in minds of everyone who is a mature social media audience, the whole aspect of no feature being sacred for a social network, right? Snapchat debuted with stories format, which inspired Instagram, and now is a feature across all platforms, be it LinkedIn, be it Twitter in their own format, and now even YouTube. Everything from hashtags to usernames started in one place and eventually became a common practice. And now with Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, Snapchat Spotlight, like I said, no feature is sacred to a social network. What are your thoughts? This is an open-ended question for anyone in the panel. What are your thoughts? And do you think this is a good practice? You think there might be pure platform-driven innovations in future which cannot be copied or inspired from?
I'll start with that. So, it's very interesting, and they pointed this out. So, in fact, just not the features, but if you look at it, a lot of content is also the same. If you do a quick research for a brand you're working for, you're trying to identify an influencer, you'll still see a lot of TikTok watermark videos floating on other platforms. It's almost the same people, let's say 15,000 of them for argument's sake, which is just to put a number, are there everywhere, and they are just replicating the same pieces of content across platforms. While I understand from their perspective, they're trying to create a following for themselves just to look out that tomorrow some brand will reach out and they're going to get some good, money coming in. But yes, somewhere these platforms will have to innovate to something different, if not feature-wise, because you can always ape any feature with minute differentiation. But the kind of content that is enabled on top of that, that should be the differentiator. Because if I am able to gratify somebody for creating different sort of content only from a platform, and I believe that gratification cannot be money, because that will be again replicated. If I'm able to, like TikTok did, right? It gave everything to a person to just come and show his face. You had the audio, you had the graphics, you had everything. So it made it very easier, and that's how it picked up like crazy. And there was no competition at that point of time. But features would be ape, but somehow if somebody managed to get the content differentiated, that would work. And obviously the content pegs. If you're able to educate and do different stuff apart from just consume content as entertainment, maybe that works.
I just like to add to that what Avinash said, and the content is very, very clearly a differentiator. But I think while features, etc., can be replicated across platforms, it's important to see how do those features tie back into the purpose that you're actually creating for your users. And if the two don't marry, then features are frankly pointless. And I think the clear differentiation will come from the how you're able to create value for your users on the basis of what fundamentally your purpose is, and therefore what your core value prop is.
Interesting.
So I think just to say that they're like, anyways, in this discussion that we have, right? So there are 2 points to it, right? One, you're talking about the format, and the second, you're talking about distribution. See, format video that took 40 years to evolve, color TV 20. Your stories that Snap has started with took 6 years, and short videos it just took 3 years. That every platform has short videos today, right? If you look at the rate of innovation of the formats, pretty sure that in the next 1.5 years you'll be having one more platform that would be innovating on this format, and other players who are kings of distribution, using that particular format for their own advantage. Today, short videos are their own Netflix. I mean, if you can open the Netflix app, you would see Netflix using short videos to promote their own content. Why not? It's not wrong, right? It's about how the attention spans are really small. Today, you either go into long form content, you switch on to an OTT, and if you have really short time, you would want to engage with snackable content, right? Today, we are sitting at a attention span less than of a goldfish, right? As humans today, that's where we have evolved to. So the formats also have to evolve to educate, inform people about various services, products, content, right? And platforms can use it. And this is going to be a phenomena that's going to happen. And there's nothing right or wrong. It's just about platform, how they want to use it.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Interesting. Speaking about attention span, I think in my limited attention span, one campaign which is top of mind recall for me right now is the Dettol hand wash challenge. I think it was a sleeper hit when it, when we speak about interesting campaigns done in the last year or the year before. I'll be happy to know your thoughts. What is your favorite campaign which has gone live and created the right noise? Starting Viraj.
So if I just look at, I mean, it may not be on our platform, but I'm just looking at it from perspective of globally relevant content and similar lines of what you guys just said about Racket. There was a safe hands challenge that was done globally, and Priyanka was a big part of it. It was in line with WHO to try and actually educate the importance of washing our hands in the times of COVID, right? Using celebrities to be able to push to an audience that the basic importance of spending 20 seconds and how to wash your hands. I think that worked really well. It was topical. It was important during that time, using the right people, which is a Priyanka as a representation around the world. I think worked well for the message that needed to be sent.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting. What else? Favorite campaigns? Shivank, Bimal, Devika, Avinash?
For me, there would be more than a couple. It depends. Just related to short video formats. Like YouTube started with their 5-seconders, right? The pre-rolls. So stuff like what Horlicks did, right? So why they are agencies are from the creative side coming in. Within 4 seconds, they could actually marry the product, the brand, the value, and tell you a story that before that ad you were able to skip. You have Horlicks in the milk. And then Audi doing 0 to 100 before you can skip. Stuff like that. Then there are other campaigns like what Oyo happened. We talked about loyalty and trust and everything coming up. If you remember about Oyo started, putting pretty faces, and people started commenting the way they do. I get amazed when I even watch news live and people are abusing doing stuff. So they also got trolled and they said, will this girl accompany the room that you are trying to ask me to book? And they went back and they did a full ATL campaign, talking about that, and they turned the tide. So stuff like that. So I'm saying, and like, answering to our earlier question also, if I'm able to create a story within that short video of 5 seconds or 10 seconds or 15 seconds, and for these platforms and talking for the brands as well, they will pick up the platform, they will pick up the influencer because there is a story, somehow I'm able to, because every movie, every book that you read, you leave people with reference points. If I tell you Sholay, kitne aadmi the, right? So I will not tell you the whole story. I'll say kitne aadmi the, and both of us know that we know everything, right? Yeah. So not talking about one of the brands that are service, but there are lines, so that you remember. And once that happens, your brand top funnel is already there, and then it's easier to target the rest.
Interesting.
So one thing, I mean, this is a very important topic that you have touched upon. I mean, campaign becomes a very important thing, not only for the brands, but of course the NGOs and the government organizations to send across the message. So I just give you the one example that Mitro launched one campaign which was on breast cancer awareness program in association with EncoStem. So overall, the idea was to make people aware of do's and don'ts, but in a very innovative manner, and people participate in that. And same goes with brands. So what I could see is the future for the brands lies not only on plain text or video, I mean advertisement, but more around creator or influencer-led campaigns, wherein multiple influencers come together to share the brand message across. So that's the future, I think, would be for everybody.
Interesting. Again, one question which I'm very excited to know answers of. So I'm sure you guys have been following news. Last week, there was a conversation about Twitter offering, to buy out Clubhouse for a few $1 billion. And I think that same trend also is being replicated in India. And since you guys are, represent majority of the short video content or short video platforms, is consolidation the way to go? And do you see consolidation happening in near future?
I think we're too early at this phase of this category and this ecosystem for consolidation to happen. There will be consolidation across categories, right? Like an OTT and stuff, but there's a long way to go. I think each of us still needs to be able to grow to a threshold level, be able to anchor our differentiation, be able to offer products, etc. I think that's why we're all in the business, right? It's about being able to offer this vast audience and the three pillars or stakeholders that I mentioned, something that's different, something that we think adds value to the proposition that they're seeking for. So I think, yes, currently there's enough space for the number of people that we are. I think we're all trying to differentiate ourselves, and over a period of time, it will, while everyone sees the initial, content, that similarities, but there will be growth and differentiation over a period of time. All of us have got our own power users and hoppers as well, right? And that's what we're looking at, and I think each one of us has been able to show that we have a very, very different path to be able to appease all three stakeholders as well.
Interesting. One last answer from any of you.
I think the consolidation piece, I agree with what Viraj said. It's still too early to talk about that. But I think it might just end up taking extremely non-conventional paths. And consolidation may happen to drive synergies with very diverse partners.
Yeah.
And I think, and the reason I say that is because Glance and Reposo, for example, are fairly different value propositions, but have very, very high synergies. And so I think that's an interesting sort of lens to look at the overall market from.
Interesting. Good. I think a pretty engaging conversation. Let's move to a few rapid fire questions for all of you. To save time, we'll start with Bimal, followed by Avinash, followed by Viraj, followed by Shivank, and followed by Devika. Right. The first question. Right. Name a trend that started on short video platforms like a Dalgona Coffee. Your favorite trend?
Oh my God. Okay. It's a rapid fire, right? I'm too bad at this. Yeah. Can I exchange my name to the last?
All right. Starting with Avinash.
There's nothing that comes to mind. I'm just thinking, I'm thinking of a couple of campaigns that we did long back for of 80 brands, and we did hashtag challenges, and it actually worked. For numbers, we were doing 500 million. Looking at the master and saying what's happening.
I remember one challenge on TikTok in US. They were using this coin with the socket, and they were short circuiting the entire place. I don't know why it went viral. Crazy trends out there.
Crazy. Viraj, Shivank, Devika.
I can't think of a campaign specifically, but yeah, I think it's the explosion of just scale of engagement is something that the short video ecosystem has brought to the table today. At a very short span of 3 days and 5 days to be able to engage on a 1 billion, 2 billion numbers, which is I don't even know how many zeros that comes into, is something that just never seen before, right? So for me, it's just that how this new ecosystem has evolved, and how the fact that you've been able to suddenly bring in a whole bunch of people who are aspirational to become $1 million earners over a period of a year and a half.
Yeah.
Hey, Shrenik, I lost you in between. So what's that question there?
Tell me your favorite hashtag challenge, or tell me your favorite campaign which has gone live in the last 1 year.
I think one of the trends.
Yeah, Shivang followed by Devika.
In metro or across?
Across.
Okay. I think, of course, everybody can talk about it. Pauri ho rahi hai, for example, a hashtag challenge that has gone just out of bound. So I think this is the power of the social media, whereas there is no boundaries. When we talk about Pakistan, it's always in a negative light, but this trend actually brought two neighboring countries together all together. So I think social media platform has a lot of power to bring in different parts of the world together.
Interesting. Devika?
Yeah, Shivang took my answer. I was also thinking about Pari Hori. But that was significant. It went live.
What's a challenge? What's a challenge, guys? Where there's this shadow challenge that they do. I mean, I'm just looking at multiple platforms. It's all music. I think even Justin Bieber's new Peaches campaign, it went viral. Everyone's dancing to it. I think, the music industry is the first to adopt trends. At least when it comes today, I see a lot of challenges happening. Yeah, a lot of entertainers here today in India too.
Interesting.
I'm
Next
sorry,
up.
but I'll have to cut this a little short because we are out of time and
Okay.
want to move to the next set of.
Let's have one quick question. So TikTok created this unique entertainment need and the category. How about a quick thank you or a quick unique thank you message? If you think the category, the brand deserves a thank you. Any two of you, quickly.
Sorry, what was the question?
So TikTok created this entire creator universe, creator ecosystem. How about a quick thank you? If you think the brand deserves a good thank you. They had a good run in India. Come on.
Yeah,
of course they did. They did a
brand,
fabulous
the
job.
brand definitely. They're having a great run across the globe, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we saying thank you or not, they are a phenomena for sure. So yes.
I think the best form of thanks is the fact that we're all sitting here building on what they brought. Well,
Super.
at least to the country.
Super. Cool. Thank you. I think.
Thank you so much.
I'll just leave with one comment and the question about TikTok also, and directed to all my fellow panelists who have their own apps doing so. What TikTok did was, gave us millions of creators. But what hasn't happened is gratification from them apart from individual people getting money from the brand. I remember way back in 2017-18, Filmfare started an award for Facebook movies. So there's no gratification. There is no, maybe that could be a differentiator. I do not have a platform to celebrate the content these guys are creating. And that's why at times it gets brushed under the carpet saying, ye to wo hai jab I need to pass time. So if you're able to create a platform, I don't know, anyone can pick it up. It's easier for the bigger players. But if I, do a film festival or smaller ones, why not? It's just that it will give me more variety of content than a hashtag challenge that makes me do the same move 100,000 times, let's say.
Interesting.
Maybe.
Good. I think it was a wonderful conversation. I got to learn a lot, and I'm sure the audience also. I'm sorry we couldn't take up questions. I can see a few messages. We'd be happy to kind of take up the questions offline. We all are available on LinkedIn to answer your questions. Thank you everyone for spending time. It was a wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye. See you.
Thank you, everyone. Now, attendees, after chewing on those insights from these amazing sessions, we are happy to present the first set of Digixx 2021 awards and bring you a moment of reprieve. Digixx 2021 Summit and Awards is powered by Woot, partners InMobi and Talkwalker, gifting partners Joy, Super Smelly, and The Beauty Co., an initiative by AdGully. Please play the promos.
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोलाक।
Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. We're going up, we feel the rush. Oh yeah, come on now. Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. Here we go now, straight to the top.
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms, and engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
Wonderful. And before we begin the awards, I'd like to quickly thank our jury for who took the time from their busy schedules to appraise the work submitted to us for Digixx 2021. Amal Thomas Roy, Head of Client Solutions, APAC in Mobi. Amit Kushwaha, Head of Brand Strategy and PR, Gamescraft. Amitabh Pandey, Country Marketing Manager, IKEA India. Angad Singh Manchanda, co-founder and CEO, Merge Infinity Global. Ashish Bajaj, Head of Marketing, Partnerships and PR, MediBuddy. Bobby Paul, General Manager Marketing, Manorama Online. Gautam B. Thakkar, CEO, Every Media Technologies. Jaykishan Chapru, Head of Media and PR, ITC. Kapil Ori, Head of Digital Marketing, Dabur India. Lucky Saini, Head of Brand Marketing, Vedantu. Manish Swami, Vice President, Creative, Social, PR and Marcom, LogicServe Digital. Mansi Darbar, Network Vice President, Strategy and Development, Intent Media Network. Nikhil Bakshi, Co-founder, Dineout. Sheetal Seth, Head of Brand and Marketing, Raymond Apparel. Sonal Mishra, Marketing Director, Unacademy. Suma Nair, Vice President, Head of Marketing, CNBC Cluster, CNN News 18, Forbes India. Thank you for being a wonderful jury. Moving on to the awards, I request our virtual audience not to be silent spectators, but throw in a few emojis, words of appreciation, or even better, write to us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn with the hashtag Digixx2021. The first set of award for digital marketing excellence in automobile sector category two-wheelers, the gold winner is mCanvas Advertising for the campaign Make It Yours for the brand Royal Enfield. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in BFSI services mutual fund category is Densu X for the campaign Mutual Fund Sahi Hai IPL 2020 for the brand Amphi. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in consumer products personal care goes to The Digital Street for the campaign Voice of Art for the brand Vivel. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in e-commerce fashion technology category goes to Brave New World for the campaign Moment styled by Myntra for the brand Myntra. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in food and beverages CPG category goes to Grapes Digital for the campaign Your Post Meal Companion for the brand Happy Dent. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in media and entertainment print Hindi language goes to Hindustan Media Ventures for the campaign Fight Against COVID-19. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in media technology platform goes to Aapka Bhala Sabki Bhalai by Vertos Advertising for the brand Bandhan Bank. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in sports goes to JK Tyre for the campaign JK Tyre National Racing Championship Indian National Rally Championship. The next set of awards has gold, silver, and bronze winners, and the bronze winner for digital marketing excellence in content marketing print media goes to Hindustan Times Leadership Summit 2020 for the brand Hindustan Times. The silver winner for digital marketing excellence in content marketing print media goes to ABP Private Limited for the campaign Campus to Career. And the gold winner for digital marketing excellence in content marketing print media goes to once again Hindustan Media Ventures for the campaign Hindustan Mission Shakti. Please go on Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn and applaud the winners. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in influencer marketing campaign for the satellite service providers goes to Chimpanzee Worldwide for the campaign Tata Sky on World TV Day #Yaha Sab Dekha. The silver winner for digital marketing excellence in influencer marketing campaign for the BFSI category goes to Idea Labs Teen Bandar for the campaign Money Transfer Hua Easy for the brand Paytm. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in influencer marketing campaign for the BFSI category goes to LogicServe Digital for the campaign Buy Online for HDFC Life Insurance. The next set of awards has gold, silver, and bronze winners, and the bronze winner for digital marketing excellence in insight and research M&E goes to Hindustan Times for the campaign Hindustan Times Brand Refresh First Voice Last Word. The silver winner for digital marketing excellence in insight and research M&E category goes to Times Network for the campaign Act Now, a Mental Health Initiative. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in insight and research M&E category goes to Z Entertainment Enterprises for the campaign 2020 Ka The End for the brand Z Cinema. The next set of awards has gold, silver, and bronze winners, and the bronze winner for digital marketing excellence in programmatic and performance marketing B2B, B2C goes to InMobi Technology Services for the brand Kingfisher for the campaign #StayAtHome. The silver winner for digital marketing excellence in programmatic and performance marketing B2B, B2C goes to Madison Communications for the campaign Dr. Fixit Performance Lead Generation. And the gold winner for digital marketing excellence in programmatic and performance marketing B2B, B2C goes to InMobi Technology Services once again for the campaign Mondelez helps Cadbury lovers unlock a sweet surprise. Congratulations to the brand, to the company. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in moment marketing for the CPG category goes to GRNRM Talent Network for the campaign The Man Who Walked the Earth for Dabur Rheumatoid Oil. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in moment marketing for the pharma category goes to White Dot Agency for the campaign No Fighting Please for the brand Neobar Soap. The next set of awards has gold, silver, and bronze winners. And the bronze winner for digital marketing excellence in multi-channel marketing, 4 channels or more, television media goes to Z Entertainment Enterprises for the campaign World TV Premiere Dabangg 3 for the brand Z Cinema. The silver winner for digital marketing excellence in multi-channel marketing, 4 channels or more, television media goes to Times Network for the campaign Act Now, a mental health initiative. And the gold winner for digital marketing excellence in multi-channel marketing, 4 channels or more, television media goes to Z Entertainment Enterprises for the campaign On Nahi Full On for the brand and pictures. The next set of awards has bronze, silver, and gold winners, and the bronze winner for digital marketing excellence in social media for print media goes to Hindustan Times for the campaign HT Codathon. The silver winner for digital marketing excellence in social media print category goes to Hindustan Media Ventures for the campaign Hindustan Singing Rockstar for the brand Hindustan. And the gold winner for digital marketing excellence in social media print category goes to Hindustan Times once again for the campaign Hindustan Times Brand Refresh First Voice Last Word. Big congratulations to Hindustan Times. The next set of awards has gold, silver, and bronze winners. And the bronze winner for digital marketing excellence in sponsorship and partner marketing goes to abpeducation.com for the campaign ABP Education. The silver winner for digital marketing excellence in sponsorship and partner marketing goes to Shabang for the campaign Mirzapur Season 2 launch for the brand Amazon Prime Video. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in sponsorship and partner marketing goes to Hindustan Times for the campaign HT Codathon. The next set of awards has gold, silver, and bronze winners, and the bronze winner for digital marketing excellence in video television media goes to Times Network for the campaign Be Like COVID Fighters. The silver winner for digital marketing excellence in video television media goes to Z Entertainment Enterprises for the campaign On Nahi Full On for the brand and pictures. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in video television media goes to White Rivers Media Solutions for the campaign hashtag Celebrate with Care Diwali 2020 for the brand Times Network. A big round of applause for White Rivers Media Solutions. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in automobile sector, 4-wheeler category goes to Wanamo Marketing for the campaign Ford's Digital Drive for the brand Ford India. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in BFSI services mutual fund category goes to ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund for the campaign ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund on Quora. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in consumer products food tech category goes to Value 360 Communications for the campaign Power of Black for the brand Evocus. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in consumer products food category goes to ITC 6 Cents for the campaign ITC Food Digital Performance. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in education category goes to ABP Private Limited for the brand ABP Education. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in e-wallet category goes to Idea Labs Teen Bandar for the campaign Har Ghar Ka Desh Bhar Ka for the brand Paytm. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in food tech category goes to Havis Media India for the campaign Shukriya Kare for the brand Swiggy. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in media and entertainment OTT goes to White Rivers Media Solutions for the campaign Scam 1992, the Harshad Mehta story for the brand Sony Live. Congratulations. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in media and entertainment news category goes to TV18 Broadcast for the campaign Natkhat Kanha contest for the brand News 18 HSN network. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I request you a brief diversion and request my team to play the sponsor promos.
Come on, stick. T20 में लास्ट ओवर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट होता है ना। वैसे ही दिन में कितनी बार भी फेस वॉश करो, सोने से पहले एक लास्ट टाइम फेस वॉश करना सबसे जरूरी होता है, क्योंकि सोते वक्त हमारे पोर्स क्लीन हो तो स्किन ज्यादा जल्दी रिजुविनेट होती है। सो फॉर हेल्दी एंड ग्लोइंग स्किन लास्ट वॉश है जरूरी। जॉय, ब्यूटीफुल बाय नेचर।
And now, attendees, I'd like to invite our next panel on stage. But first, I would like to call on stage my colleague to take over the proceedings for the afternoon.
Thank you, Varun. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Roshni Nagpal and I am the host for the event. Next up, we have a fireside chat on the topic Have Copcom and PR firms geared up to deal with the new news? We will be joined by the speakers Smita Verma, independent journalist, in conversation with Arpan Basu, Director Communications, Coca-Cola India and Southwest Asia, and Vinesh Kutti, Senior Director Live, Newsroom GBM. The stage is over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Roshni. Hi, Binesh, and hi, Arpan. We can't see your video, Arpan. Will you please switch
I'm
on your?
just trying to. However, it says.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you
Now
see it
we.
now?
Yes,
Ah,
yes, yes.
lovely, lovely,
Clear,
lovely.
loud and clear. So yeah, thanks, Binesh and Arpan. So we are here to have a fireside chat on technology in newsrooms. Now that's a very vast topic, and we can have the entire day talking about this. But let's just stick to a few main points. How things have changed in this, especially in the last year, the pandemic year. Technology has really reshaped newsrooms, the way we work. All of us work, not just newsrooms and communications and agencies. So I'll start with you, Binesh. What is the difference that you've seen? We know everyone is a content creator now. Everyone can produce content. There are multiple platforms to disseminate that content. So what is the change that you've seen in the last 1 year, especially?
So from a live newsroom perspective, which we have set up at Genesis BCW since the past almost close to a decade now, the change has been.
Louder. I can't.
Am I audible now? Is this better?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So from
Yes,
a
yes,
live
much better.
newsroom perspective, which we have set up at Genesis BCW since over nearly a decade now. So I have been spotting these changes since the past 10 years, at least from this industry's point of view. So when you talk about content creation and the explosion of content creators itself, the change that we have had to adapt to has been in identifying these content creators and the platforms that they exist on. So the technologies that have emerged over the past 1 year, if you're asking, is that, for example, there is predictive analytics that has come alive in the past 1 year, through which we are able to scour through the internet as to the user's interest. What are the content that the users are consuming? So that we can create relevant news specs for the client, so that the client's messaging requirements also is met, as well as it is topical enough for the journalists, right? Another thing that we have seen emerge in the past 1 year is identifying influencers, right? So influencers, it's also the TG of the influencers, right? So we have tools in place which will not only let you identify, the traditional male and female as a gender, but we also have tools in place which can now also cater to the requirement of diversity and inclusion, where we will have to target the non-binary target group. So technologies are placed in that for that as well, right? So these are a couple of changes that we have noticed in the past 1 year.
Yeah, as you mentioned, influencers and journalists. Yeah, influencers have become a really important group now, and there's always a debate about the how much of actual influence and who are the influencers whom you should reach out to. So, from a brand's perspective, Arpan, what do you think in the new setup of media? We have moved from the traditional media. There's a social media. There are chat groups. There are messaging platforms. There are influencers. There are all sorts of things that are happening. For a brand in such a scenario, how do you identify whether this story should go out to an influencer, to a journalist, or is there no such demarcation now?
Well, before that, Smita, let me just touch upon a few things before I get onto that. First things first, can we be ready for the ever-changing world? I have my serious doubts. Can we ever be ready? I don't know, because you see the external environment and the consumption trends change so quickly and rapidly that to stay ahead of the curve is a challenge in itself. Okay. However, some people do manage to at least be with the curve rather than stay ahead of the curve. Now, what has changed in the last couple of months, or let's say a year, especially because everybody and everything is now coming down to COVID and life before COVID and life after COVID. You see, these consumption trends in consumers, they were already sort of bubbling. Okay. With COVID, what has happened is that all of this, the change has become more rapid and more visible. It has got accentuated. So if you were talking about digital media, was it not there before COVID? Yes, it was there before COVID. The consumption trends, however, have evolved, have changed. A lot of times from beginning of the COVID to the end of the COVID, and I've seen this transition for myself. And when I talk about myself, I talk about personally. We used to watch TV. Now I'm looking at a personal screen. So that's a remarkable change, and that gives you a lot of leeway as to how communicators can sort of play out content. Having said that, there is also a very little, um, what do I say, I mean, the lines between communications and marketing is also blurring. How do you differentiate between marketing and communication on a platform like social media? Can you really differentiate, or will both of these people work together to come to a common sort of a solution? I think the networked way of working is becoming more and more relevant. So what is the content that one needs to send out is not really dictated by what I want to say. It is a mix of what I want to say and what the consumer wants to hear. You may want to play whatever you want to play as a communicator, but unless that content is getting consumed, or if it is not catchy enough or not interesting enough for the consumer, will you cut ice any with that content? Not really. I think you need to first analyze what is it that the consumer is seeking, mix it with what the company or what the corporate message is or what the brand message is, make a nice cocktail out of the two and put it out and make it interesting enough so that it becomes consumable. Possibly take up a socially relevant cause. And there are multiple things that one can debate and debate until the cows come home. But it's really no one thing that you can pick out, pull out, or segregate. It's a mixture of many things. And that is what the dynamic situation today is like.
And Smita, if I were to add to what Arpan was saying about readiness of the industry, a couple of points, I'll take just 1 minute. So for example, PRCA as an industry body organizes a lot of training programs, a lot of master classes, so that we are with the times in terms of technology adoption, as well as translating that in, for our clients, right? At Genesis BCW, we are very, very focused on learning and development. We have learning and some training session or the other every 2 or 3 days over here, right? And also to take the technology and to be ahead of the curve, companies do invest in a lot of new technologies. For example, here at the live newsroom, we do have an application in place, which is a web-based, iOS-based, Android-based application, which has human intelligence layer attached to it. So for example, if you're engaging with an influencer, we would also want to capitalize the existing relationship that is there in the firm. So we are 300 people strong. Someone or the other has interacted with an influencer, knows the disposition of the influencer, right? And you have to make that right connect, whether it's an influencer, whether it is a journalist or a media person, right? So from that perspective, we have put this application in place since the past 5 years now, and it is perpetually a beta. Like Arpan said, it is difficult to keep up with time. So all that we can do is to invest time, effort, energy to keep evolving as we go forward.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, even for media houses now, it's a two-way engagement. It's no longer like a one-way engagement. You're bringing out a newspaper and probably you will get a feedback many days later in a one-off letter to the editor. Now, in real time, the engagement is happening with the audience. As the news is breaking, you are writing, editing, uploading. You're using all that technology is offering you. And in fact, you're even identifying with what your reader wants to read. So it could be something which is very global, or maybe a very local story. You have to identify the target audience, as Arpan said, and as you're rightly saying, Dinesh. What we have to see is what ultimately we are all catering, be it the communications influencer, journalist, agency, whosoever it is. You're all sending out a message here, and how the message is consumed is what. How technology helps us in identifying who is consuming it, what is being consumed, and all those things. So, Arpan, if I were to ask you from a brand perspective, where does ROI, how do you figure out ROI in this whole scenario?
That's the most difficult question, or perhaps the most confusing answer I'll ever give you. But jokes aside, as communicators, we are here to work on the reputations. Now, reputation in its true sense is very difficult to measure. And whether it is the right measurement or not, again, it's subject to discussion, argument, debate, etc. But there are multiple things that one does. I think from when social media was launched to the likes and the comments, and I think we've moved way beyond that. I think there are studies that are there in the market. For example, we follow something called a reputation action study, which is done across markets, and it benchmarks you against your previous to now, and it takes into account various sort of vectors of measurement. For example, what social good we are doing, what is it that people are talking about us, what do they remember of us, and multiple other things. That's one way to look at it. The other way is, of course, what all the measurement agencies possibly provide you with. Now, they are also effective, but none of these are. I can't. If you tell me to put my hand on my heart and say, are they completely conclusive? Well, we don't know. But at least they give you some sort of direction, and the direction in most of the times is good enough to work with going forward and sort of position yourself for the future.
Right.
Yeah, and if
As a journalist, yeah, are you saying something, Dinesh?
Yeah. So I just wanted to add on top of what Arpan is saying. I do completely agree with Arpan that it is a very difficult place to be at when we talk about measurement. From a comms perspective, we are trying to measure the messaging, right? But at the end of the day, there is money being spent. So there are brands which do want to evaluate ROI, which kind of brings in both the elements, the money spent as well as the messaging delivered. So this is a very bespoke thing that has to be made, right? It differs from brand to brand. So, for example, we have created an ROI measurement dashboard for a beauty brand based out of China, right? Wherein the platforms are completely different, right? It's not your Twitter and Instagram. They have their own set of platforms. The language is completely different, but then ultimately, end of the day, it is data, right? So, from a messaging perspective, as well as from the money spent perspective, we were able to, along with the brand, create an ROI dashboard which measures both the messaging as well as the money spent, and make more bang out of the buck, right? So that you can change your tactics if required, tweak your campaigns if required, almost on a real-time basis, right? But yeah, like Arpan said, it is something that is, there is no one size fits all measurement thing in place.
Yeah, I guess it's true for us. Our stories also, what we write or what we create, we really don't know how much of it is being of value to whom. You have a certain idea. I mean, for us also, that's a way, the user engagement is one way of measuring how we are doing out there, and tech has really helped us in that. As a journalist, I'm very curious to know from both of you. I'm coming to a little more personal side of it. Now there are social media handles. We have all your more or less, you can understand a person's personality if you go through the social media profiles, if you see what they have been talking about. So do you ever sell your pictures or product, or the brand, using the personality of using the social media, and to having understood the personality of the journalist over there? It's to
Are
both of
you
you.
okay? Why don't you go first, Binesh? Because I think
Sure.
you guys front end that bit.
Sure. Smita, what you're talking about is, do we try to understand the audience that we are trying to reach out to? Yes, we do.
Not just audience, the messenger.
The messenger as well, correct. So I would say either the media or the influencer would be the messenger, and the consumer is ultimately the receiver of it, right? Do we try to understand the patterns? Yeah, of course. So anything that is there in the public domain, see, that is the beauty of data, right? So anything that you put out on the public domain which is not shared in a closed group or in a private profile is available for technology to ingest and to give insights. So is there a mechanism in place where we can figure out what is your tastes, right? What is the kind of content that you would like to consume? What is the like of content that you would like to engage? It is very much possible to figure that out, because it is all there in the public domain, and you are putting it in the public domain because you want to make it very clear that this is who I am, right? Either as a journalist or an influencer or as a consumer, right? And it is our responsibility to tweak our messaging in such a way that it kind of resonates with you as a journalist or an influencer and you as a consumer of the content. That is what I would want to share over here.
Okay, this brings back to what I said in my first comment. Actually, it's not about what you want to say. It's about what the other person wants to hear also. So are you using these platforms to understand what the other person wants to hear, and therefore customizing your approach of communication? Yes, of course. And you have to appreciate the fact that the world has, or this whole journalism world has gone through a massive change. What has happened? Earlier we used to have one set of stakeholders, right? We used to have the journalists whom we used to sort of convince or try to pitch a story, sell a story, etc. Now every single person is a journalist. The spectrum for me is much wider. So do I have to understand what these guys want to listen to? What is it that they want to talk about? How do they consume content? What is it that is relevant to them? Of course I need to understand, because only then will I be able to customize my messaging to use them effectively to carry my message forward. It's as simple. I think it from becoming a one-way street, it has now become a two-way street, and it's a joint effort. That's where we are, I think, in all of this right now. And going forward, I think this will only increase. You see, today journalism on Twitter is very high. Today most journalists, they also have a Twitter handle, they also have a Facebook page, they also have Instagram handles, and you will notice that every time they file a story, they also tweet about it. So do I want to understand what the journalist is interested in? What is the story? What is it that they're covering? Yes, of course I am.
Before filing, we tweet if it's breaking news. One tweets first and then files the story. So yeah, you have to be right out there, breaking news. And that also brings, even tech has its disadvantages also, because often what happens is you don't get into the fact checking. In the rush to break news on Twitter, most of us would just announce it and then later fact check, and it so often happens. And I'm sure you would have come across, as an agency, Dinesh, something you might have come across which would have been really a very minor issue, would have blown out of proportion just because someone didn't fact check or didn't reach out to the agency before breaking the news. So tech has its disadvantages, and how have you tackled that, in this era of two-way communication?
So Smita, it's there is no generic answer to this, and in terms of examples, there are like tens of examples per day, right? I would like to just tell you how do we tackle it, rather than the examples of like issue blowing up out of proportion. So and how does technology come into play? Right, it's not necessarily new technologies that you have to put in place to tackle these things. Like for example, if there is some image of some brand that is floating around on WhatsApp, right, and this is an example that I'm citing of a brand that faced a challenge, right? There was a WhatsApp image that was floating around, and the question from the brand was that How do we find out where was this published and who's the publisher of this? Because we want to tackle this, right? So something as simple as a reverse image search on Google helps out with that. In terms of some photograph of a client that is floating around, and one is trying to figure out where was this taken, and how many such photos exist of this particular event, right? So you can make use of the image search on something like a Yandex, which is another search engine, right? So these are existing technologies in place, and then there are new technologies and evolving technologies, the listening tools that we have in place, which will help us monitor all of these things, specific keywords and generic keywords, so that we are on top of things. And these are things that we do on a day-to-day basis. And our job is to ensure that the journalists get the right information. That is something that we are a curator of. So it's very, very, very unlikely that you will get something that is not fact-checked or not verified from our side of the industry. And we do help the larger set of the community by educating them as to how to tackle such problems.
Right. Since we're talking about technology, I think one of the digital, everything's fine, web is going on, TV is going on, all of that is there. What about podcasts? Arpan, especially, I would like to know from you, the consumption has grown, definitely it has grown in the last 1 year, it has picked up really well in globally as well as in India. But still, I feel maybe I may be wrong here that advertisers are still shy of using that platform. And mainstream media publications, traditional media setups have all started their own podcasts also, but still it somehow seems to not have grown the way it should have. Why is that so?
I completely agree with you that podcasts have increased, and it's such a, I'll tell you the reason. At least my understanding is that there was some bit of fatigue which set in with consumption of content through the visual medium, because when the pandemic hit us, we very easily transitioned to working from home. And while you were working from home, you were spending the entire day in front of your laptop, so you were doing your multiple meetings on the laptop. And then by the end of it, because you couldn't go out, you couldn't do anything else, you were also looking at your devices. So about 18 hours in a day, I can at least speak for myself, we were glued to a screen, all of us.
Space, everything was our laptop or the smartphone.
Right. Or the phone or the iPad or whatever you may have. After a point, you said, what the hell? I can't do this anymore. At least let me shut my eyes, give it some rest, and I can listen. You can't shut your eyes and see, but you can shut your eyes and listen still. So I think the whole concept of podcast sort of picked up from there. In fact, very interestingly, last year we had a nice podcast with our then marketing head, Vijay Parsuraman, and he spoke about the changing trends of marketing and what pandemic brings and all of that. But perhaps you'll have to give a little more time for change. See, change in a lot of scenarios is abrupt, but change in a lot of other scenarios a little more gradual. So you may have to perhaps give a little bit of time for new concepts to set in, because as consumers, we are not always accepting of change. We are a little averse of change. We don't want to, that's human nature, right? You're so set in your ways that you want to keep doing something that you're doing and you're seeing that it's giving you good results. So why change? By the time you realize that this change is perhaps more effective than what you were doing earlier, you will perhaps be more open to sort of trying out change. So you'll have to probably give it some time and some more data for marketers and communicators to believe that investing in newer methods, newer channels will give them the desired results that they're looking for.
So Smita, if I were to just take 1 minute to just add on top of the question that you had, see, I have been a consumer of podcasts since the year 2007, 2008. Podcasts have been around for a long time, right? And podcasts have not been able to monetize themselves the way that the potential that it holds. And it is in 2020 that you saw a real big upswing of podcast. Having said that, as consumer, as publishers, you want to monetize it, but the change won't happen immediately, right? It's only now that you have gotten exposed to it, right? So like Arpan said, you will have to give it time. It has been close to 10, 12 years that podcast exists, right? It is just now that we have started, using podcasts. Similar parallel would be that of QR codes. QR codes as a technology has existed since the 1990s, right? It is only now that you have the,
Pandemic
wallets.
actually to get
Yeah,
into
now that you have digital payments going up,
yeah.
that the adoption of QR code is actually coming alive, right? So
Yeah.
you have to give it time, because when people start accepting it is when you can start actually monetizing it, to your question.
In fact, now that restaurants have started, they don't have the menu. So many of them, you have to
Correct.
scan the code. So it has become more everyday usage. So
Yes.
that's so it's pretty sad in a way that podcasts haven't they should have grown, because it's ultimately branching out of radio only. What else would that be? Podcast. So yeah, there. So another thing, since we are talking about technology, I think we just have 4-5 minutes with us. One quick thing I would like to ask both of you, and in fact, it helps me a lot also, is data. Whenever you are doing something, you do a lot of data analysis. You need to have the numbers. You can't anymore escape away from not having your numbers in place, and analyzing them to send out the message. So how has or data journalists, how have they helped agency or a brand to send out the message?
Arpan?
Why don't you go, Binesh, first? I can add to you.
Okay. So data is bread and butter for us, and for us, whenever we create messaging, right, it has to be evidence based. So there is a rationale that we have when we craft the message, and data also helps in identifying which set of audience to go through, which set of audience to reach out to. Without data, it is difficult to add legs to the ideas that you have. So without data, it's just difficult to get your messaging across. Data is everything, and for us at the live newsroom, data is useful for solving any problem. So what we say at the newsroom is that do not come and say, I have a problem that I want you to solve a particular way. Tell us what the problem is, and what we do is we take data to solve that problem. So I would say data is everything.
Precisely. I think, when they say data is the new oil, they say it for a reason. You see, in a very simple way, data allows you to bring science into the art. Communication at the end of the day is a combination. I mean, essentially it's an art, how you do it. But data is what allows you to bring science to it, to help you identify where, how, what, when, all of that.
Right. And have newsrooms adapted to the change well? I would like to hear it from the other side. How have we been doing on that note?
I think they have, and in a very nice, accepting and a large way. See, we have within our company, we have something called Samvad, which is the data center for us. It's in-house for us, and we measure everything that gets communicated, the impact of it, um, the effectiveness of it, etc. Everything is mentioned there. I think you know the way we've been able to integrate social media to traditional, or new age digital ways of communication to the old traditional ways of communicating, and digital and print media together. I think it just goes to say that we've been using data pretty well, and I think every big company in today's day and age has been using data in a nice and meaningful way.
Right. What I ask, when we're talking about technology, it's obviously a two-way street between communicators and journalists. How we do how we work, how we go forward together. So I just wanted to know from both of you. In fact, just this would be my last question, and you can ask me if there is anything that you would like to know from this side of the world. So how has technology helped you in reaching out to the messenger, the journalist, the influencer, whosoever it is?
So from a journalist perspective, Smita, you would appreciate that you want facts and figures, right? And from a data perspective, that is what we are able to churn out on a day-to-day basis. So we also come to you with facts and figures. So that is how things have become much more approachable, because data allows us to give you what you want, and in a factual and in a proper way, right? So I think it is going good. We are working in tandem with each other, and it will only get better as the time goes on.
I'm sorry to know.
See, I'll to very simply answer this question. Can you imagine a world today where you take data out and try to communicate? Perhaps not, right? So that is the essence of data. Can you imagine a world void of data? We can't. I think data, like I said, helps you bring science into the art. And I think that is the importance and the essence of data. It has become such a strong pillar of communication that one cannot imagine communicating without it anymore.
That's a nice line. I'm going to copy it and use it. Data brings science into the art. Yeah, that's quite nice. And also it helps journalists also to send out their stories, and the users also, the credibility attached to a story goes is so much higher when you have figures and facts to support it, and technology really makes it easier. All the tools, ML, AI, whatever, all of that is there, it really helps. So I think we have, it's our half an hour is over. I had a great time. I got to know a little bit more about from the other side how I can work better and how we can communicate with each other in a better manner. Thanks so much. Thank you, Binesh, and thanks, Arpan.
Thanks, Arpan.
Thank you very much. We enjoyed ourselves as well. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Thank you for being a part of
Bye-bye.
this event.
Thank you. Bye.
Our next session will be a panel discussion of the topic, how to optimize for better programmatic outcomes. The discussion will be led by our moderator, Suraj Nambiar, Managing Partner and Head of Media, Tonic Worldwide. He will be joined by the speakers, Alakshit Tripathi, Industry Head, Consumer Packaged Goods in Mobi, Altamash Khan, DGM, Digital Marketing Home Care, Godrej Consumer Products, Manish Dubey, Chief Marketing Officer, ICICI Prudential Life Insurance Company, Om Jha, Associate Director, Media, PepsiCo India, Priyanka Gandhi, Associate Director and Head, Integrated Marketing, Communications and E-Commerce, Colgate Palmolive India, Shashi Shekhar Mukherjee, Head, Digital Marketing, Reckitt. Over to you, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And welcome, everybody. I think this is going to be a very interesting session. I myself am looking forward to it. And the topic that we have is basically on programmatic and how the entire session, the platform has evolved and what we are kind of looking at for the future as well. And how do we optimize for a better programmatic future. And we have people from various industries, FMCG, consumer goods, and also from the BFSI and from the ad tech we have as well. So what we will do is we will start a small icebreaker session wherein we will start off with a question in terms of how programmatic has evolved in everyone's respective industry, and also you can use that session to in terms of informing what you guys do in the session. So welcome everybody. So with no random, I'll just take a name. We can start off with. So we can start off with, of course, the ad tech industry. Lakshit, are you there?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
Hi.
great. Hi. So you can start off. You can just start off with saying that how what's the evolution of programmatic in your industry from the time it started to mobile, what it's doing now? Yeah.
Sure. So we started as a company 10 years back, right? And there was no programmatic back in the day. And gradually it started picking things up, and then it started in the US, etc. And we started to feel that it's going to come to India very soon, and that that soon was getting delayed every year, right? And it's a very recent trend that we have seen a sudden explosion on programmatic side, right? So and it happens when the brands start to put in the money, right? And then you see all the players also getting evolved, and then they putting in money. For example, if you look at Pakistan as a market, there are very few players which have access to DV360, right? I think hardly 3 agencies. So that is the condition that we were in, and then gradually we picked up from there, and a lot of brands are putting in money. Everyone wants to go programmatic, even if they are not. They want to be enabled, but again, while there is a transparency into the system, it is a complex piece, right, for everyone to understand, given the different players that are involved, and more such players are coming into play. We are having better tracking mechanism with Nielsen DAR, with BCM tracking, etc., etc. So it's a much evolved system now.
Great, great. Altamash, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. From a Godrej perspective, what do you think? How does programmatic has evolved?
So, like what Alexis said, right? It has taken some years for programmatic to actually evolve, and especially if I have to talk to you about in the CPG front end, also from the Godrej point of view, for us, programmatic becomes important, and the journey has become important with the way we've tried to experiment, and you will see how you can bring in multiple aspects together of the entire media mix together on one platform. So, which has always been the challenge that, how do you get that one holistic view of all the buying which you're doing? Can it be streamlined? It made the buying process very, very, simple, which is a very complex procedure at the back end. It helps us bring a lot of efficiency. And at the most important part is that how do you create those real-time signals and optimization very effective. So programmatic has helped us do that in that genre, and we see that journey gone very higher, and from being only a display heavy kind of a medium to now programmatic allowing you to do video, audios, all the other formats, like bringing all formats together. That's I think one of the biggest enhancement, probably you'll say that it has helped in the programmatic buying as a platform.
Okay. Yes, and from Manish, from a BFSI perspective, I'm sure that there is a huge change that programmatic has played. What's your take on that?
Yeah, Suraj, thanks. BFSI does have a little bit of an positional advantage, because we can see the customer from end to end, right from the top end of the funnel to the bottom end. Now, what this has allowed us to do is to play with the data and play with the developments in the programmatic world a bit more. And what we have done from our side is to try and partner with the best in the industry. And as a result of which, we have been learning. And I think this is only a start. And a lot of things change almost on a regular basis. So the learning continues. But the interesting bit is that we are now able to understand to a certain extent the power of programmatic. And that kind of, from a BFSI perspective, that brings us, in a very interested kind of set of clients into the whole piece.
Yeah, great. So coming from BFSI directly to, let's say, consumer goods. So Om, from a Pepsi perspective, what's your take on how programmatic has evolved? I'm not sure if he's there. Om, I think he's dropped. Priyanka's there. So Priyanka, what about you? Again, from Colgate's FMCG's perspective, how has programmatic evolved?
Yeah, so programmatic has evolved tremendously, for us as well. I mean, from a CPG perspective and for categories like us, and we've been increasingly focusing on it. I'd like to call out two big sort of use cases where we see it playing a role. One is we've started looking at it helps us to sort of play a role through the consumer journey, right? So and we sort of work through a consumer journey of, let's say, driving building awareness, consideration, purchase. It helps us to measure outcomes across these three. More specifically, importantly, on CNP, where I guess traditionally, when it was a very sort of TV-led world and a non-programmatic world, the focus was more on driving reach and awareness. So that's one big area of change where it is playing an increasing role. Second, if you look at our categories, our portfolios are mixed, right? We still continue to have brands, big brands, mainstream brands which have massive reach, and huge consumption. I mean, we are present, we are present in millions and millions of households, almost, let's say, the entire country is using us, right? So there is, of course, merit and value for us to use, mass mediums like television, which still continue to play a role. And I don't want to, in this panel, sort of, I want to bring to light the fact that there is still a role for mass media for CPG industry, right? While the topic is still programmatic. But on the other side, there are, what it is allowing us to do is there are niche benefits that we are able to now communicate and build through audiences, right? Niche brands. And this is helping us do those targeted, develop those targeted, benefits and brands in a much sharper way. And maybe I can talk you through some examples at a later stage once we sort of, hear from everybody else.
So thank you. Thanks. We have Shashi as well. Are you there, Shashi?
Yes. Hi.
Yeah. Hi. Hi.
Hi,
So
Suraj.
hey. So again, from Reckitt's point of view, how has programmatic evolved for you and your brands in the company?
Sure. Most of the things are already spoken, but I'll just try to sort of give you an evolution. So it started somewhere in 17 onwards, right, where when the proliferation of OTTs happened, right, because being a FMCG player, videos are extremely important, and how do you sort of with doing market penetration exercises, you need to ensure that the reach is maximized. So, till YouTube was there, honestly, things were pretty sorted, right? But the moment, the OTT started coming into the picture, it was very difficult to, even manage frequency at a very base problem level, right? So, so that is the time, when we started looking at programmatic video to begin with. And from there, we sort of, then started building on what Priyanka was talking about, a full funnel approach. That is, from top funnel to mid and to bottom funnel. So I think it's been a great journey. And so we've been constantly maximizing our programmatic thing and minimizing the direct buys. So that's been the pretty much journey from, then to here. Yeah.
Sure. Great. Thank you. Is Om there? I think Om is dropped off. I'm not sure if he's come back in. Okay, great. We'll anyway continue. And I think if there anyone in the audience have any particular questions, I think we can have a small Q&A session as well, where we can read out certain comments that might come up over there. Yeah. Great. So moving on. I think that's wonderful in terms of understanding how programmatic has evolved in everyone's brands that they work with, and of course from an industry point of view as well. I think from a supply chain or from a complex structure, do you think advertisers are preferring to adopt this channel of media buying now more openly? I think this can go to Lakshit actually from a publisher point of view. Or partner point of view, saying that, do you feel that programmatic has evolved into much better in terms of adoption from advertisers and brands vis-a-vis what it was in the past?
Definitely. So it has, right? And basically the complexity lies in the fact that there is transparency, right? So you are giving under the hood view to the end consumer. So for example, now Shashi would get to know who my publisher is, who the SSP is, what the exchange is, what is the DSP. So you are getting to know the entire stack. And then you are getting to know the all the partners which are playing a role in tracking, etc. as well, right? And then there are DMPs. So if you hear about it in one go, it looks like there are so many moving parts. But but the getting to know about those moving parts, you can now control your car better, right? You know when it breaks down, where it has exactly broken down, and that's something that you have to fix. And that's exactly in line with what Priyanka and Shashi both were mentioning, right? That you have the full funnel view, right?
Yeah.
So you know the top of the funnel, the bottom of the funnel, etc. So the complexity, it's there, but it is because of the fact that it is transparent. It's no more a black box.
Yeah. Great. Manish, anything from a BFSI perspective, from adoption of programmatic and the complexity? Because I know that, we all know that BFSI as a category also looks at performance as a big metric. And how does programmatic actually play a part in that part?
Yeah, sure, Suraj. I think first let's start with the basics. I think in our old days, and what Priyanka was also very rightly mentioning, the old format media which still exists, we were, at one point in time getting, really worried about, look, channels have really been increasing, media has got fragmented, and there are 500 channels and so many publications. But simply in terms of the width of the media, X, whatever X was, and X was itself quite fragmented, X has become 100X. So many websites, so many apps, so many digital destinations. So simply the width has increased of the media. And then the second part of marketing and advertising is the content. So the content wise, today we are planning on audience, which means we are trying to give relevant content to the audience so that the audience is actually, finds it meaningful and it's in their interest. The audience definition, which used to be only say SEC A, B, C, D and A1 and then A2, and we were really worried about that. And now today N is equal to 1. So each and every person is a separate audience. So if you simply see if X has moved to 100X and Y has moved to 100Y, then simply the problem of X into Y has become 10,000X into Y. And this is just in a manner of speaking. So how do you handle such complexity? You can't handle it on a phone call basis or on an Excel sheet basis or anything. So it required a bit of a sophisticated engine to come in. And that's what the point Alakshit was also making, that you have to have various parts of it. In the first instance, it may look, wow, DMP itself is quite complex, and there's a DSP, and then there are so many different ways of bidding and all that. So it is complex, no doubt about it. It is quite complex. The good news is that the supply side of this handling this complexity has also been trying quite hard, and they have been trying to make things simple. So today, thanks to some of that part of the industry developing, while programmatic is complex, as a user, you don't find it so complex because there are partners around. There are agencies, there are publishers who are also playing around. And again, giving an example from a BFSI perspective, today, if I want to, and we do this, if you want to go for somebody who is searching for the product, loan, life insurance, whatsoever, and we want to give, and I know the audience profile broadly, and that is what a differentiated, creative message has to go on YouTube. Today, it is possible to do that. With that piece out. So that's where I think at BFSI, while programmatic is complex, but thanks to the development of the ecosystem, we are able to use it more from a marketing, objective point of view. So kind of feeling like a pilot sometime with a very complex set of buttons in front of you, but your job is to then take it off and make it reach the right destination. So that's where complexity is good, and I think taking us into the right direction. That's what I'll say.
Super, thank you. Moving to the consumer goods section, Altamash, do you think that there is a difference from a BFSI perspective, or does the basic still remains the same in terms of complexity of including programmatic into your media funnel, so to speak?
So complexity remains, right? What Manish said is completely that there is complexity in this form of medium, but what it does to us from a consumer good perspective or from an advertising perspective is that it helps us define the audiences much better. It gives us an opportunity to do that precise level of segmentation of audiences, and then which further adds on to building the right communication strategies for a right communication approaches for each set of audiences. Just like to give an example, if I have to talk today to a pregnant woman versus a mom who has a 5 or 7 year old kid, today, thanks to the backend and the complexity on multiple data signals coming in, which defines the audience into multiple buckets, from the programmatic front end as an advertiser point of view, we can select that set of audiences and now craft our communication very precisely to that set of audiences. So from a consumer good perspective, when we want to be more relevant, want to give right direct messages to the right core or set of audiences, it definitely helps. So the complexity helps us give us that output. It definitely helps in that. And the second part of it is an automation process, the entire automation process. So while all of this which we do in terms of targeting, in terms of defining cohorts, in terms of setting KPIs as well, the entire process is automated. So at backend, it is very complex. If you define a KPI of driving a certain sales purchase or driving a certain website visit, or you want to make people watch a video to a certain level of completion rate, you can define those KPIs and let the algorithm in the system at the back end do that level of optimization to give you that delivery. So from the automation process, from the define the audience in the right segment, it definitely helps us, make the, the marketing efforts or the initiative on the digital very, very precise for us. And that's where, the backend complexity is actually adding and helping us. Like, it makes the life of an advertiser really, really easy. While at the backend, there are multiple hands who are actually, making it happen for us.
Great, superb. I mean, we'll stick with the same question, but a little bit for Priyanka's and Shashi Shekhar's perspective. Priyanka, we can go with you in terms of. We know that for a fact that most of FMCG, when you look at a media plan, the objective would be, of course, mostly reach and awareness being the overall objective. How does programmatic, the entire complexity of that, does it feature in terms of the media mix? Is it there as a prominent part, or has the metric changed from your perspective? Is it still reach that we look at with programmatic, or is there anything else that goes down?
Yeah. So like I was saying, right, it is helping us do the top, middle, and bottom funnel. And that is something what Shashi also sort of echoed. I think the shift is, we are becoming outcome based. I think the mindset is changing to KPIs. So while reach and, reach would be still an awareness. For awareness, you would still do reach frequency, and you would do that, you would want to look at a unified reach, use multiple platforms to deliver, a goal like that. When it comes to, let's say, consideration or middle to sort of purchase-led, funnels, there you would want, you can optimize for, different KPIs, whether it's interactions, whether it is, a call to action that you want to take. And I think that is the shift that programmatic is enabling us to do. I think the mindset is changing significantly from, a few KPIs and reach and awareness to KPIs across the funnel. And so that we are learning. I think we are all learning and evolving, so it'll be a learning journey throughout. But I think the focus, of KPIs is where it is making the most significant change. And of course, I mean, others have raised the point on audiences and the usefulness of getting segments. But I think at the end of it, what it is really enabling us to do, and what is very classic, advertising principle, was get the right message at the right time and the right moment. I think, I mean, earlier that was always, we wanted to do that, but there was never a solution to do that. Now we actually, through programmatic, can actually, deliver a solution like that. So the complexity is there. Of course, you need to have messaging like that. You need to segment a plan like that, and you need to deploy it like that. And then, of course, you need to measure outcomes. I mean, all of it is then, how is it working is all outcome based. But it all sort of helps to drive, I think, more tangible goals. And is making that mindset change for us.
Super, great. Shashi, anything that you want to add to that? What Priyanka is saying from a consumer perspective?
So I think I'll tell you the starting point for us. So the programmatic strategy is basically coming out of the consumer journey that you have seen for your consumers, right? And I think that's the starting point. And therefore we look at sort of KPIs. And, yes, as I said, in 2018, when we started, 17, 18, when we started programmatic, it was primarily reach-based, that, unified reach, putting a frequency cap. But now, for example, we have a D2C store. I have signals coming in from there. I have cart abandonment rates. I have a CRM program, right? I have a one-party data for my own consumers. So I know these signals, and then these signals then can actually, be used to actually figure out people in the consideration phase, and as well as the bottom funnel. So I think the journey has been interesting, but I think the more closer we get to the consumer journey, because I think that this is an iterative process. Consumers are increasingly behaving very differently on different platforms, on different products. Even in when I look at the Reckitt sort of brands, different products will have a different consumer journey. So I think that is an iterative process, but the framework typically is working for the last 2 years, and just getting better at that, I think. So yes, always in beta, I would say, the programmatic, but testing and learning as we go along.
Great, good. So moving on, I think when you segment the entire programmatic platform, mobile definitely stands out, and doing programmatic on a mobile platform, and that's the definitely future for digital advertising, or more so with definitely the OTT platforms that have actually come up and the kind of adoption of that. We see a lot of OTT platforms also going into programmatic, and rather than direct buys that used to happen a couple of years back. I mean, even not very long time back. So how do you think, let's say, from a mobile programmatic platform specific to mobile, how it'll shape the for your brand? So anyone can go. We can, Manish, would you like to go for it?
Yeah, sure, Suraj. I think mobile advertising today helps us to reach the customers right when it is the most useful for the customer and the brand. So very, very relevant moments. And I'll tell you some things that that are quite obvious. For example, affordable smartphones, cheap data, exciting content, vernacular language. All of this has led to the eyeballs going on the mobile and the advertising following the same. But what we have found is something very interesting in terms of buying behavior. So earlier, the buying behavior was that I am consuming media, but I will go to the store and buy. So those are slightly disconnected.
Yeah.
The right impressions are there in my mind to come into picture when I am in front of the aisle to buy the right product. Then it moved to many a times buying on a laptop or something, which still is away from the media consumption many times. What mobile has done is that at the time when you are consuming the content and hence advertising, you have the power to convert it into a purchase. Now, this is very relevant for both the brand and the customer. I think because of this particular aspect of the mobile, which is kind of connecting the marketer into the entire scheme of mobile revolution, I think mobile programmatic will shape the advertising in the coming times in a big way.
Yeah, great, thank you. Lakshit, from a ad tech perspective, what do you think from specifically for mobile? How does programmatic help brands apart from the regular bells and whistles? What do you see that's actually happening?
So mobile is slightly advanced of a technology in terms of how we are handling things, right? So in the desktop or a laptop world, it used to be, and I'm going to talk only about the digital world for a minute. It used to be on the cookie-based tracking of things, right? And we have moved away from it. We are looking at device IDs, etc. Now these help in two ways, right? So the ownership of these device IDs can be at multiple places. Unlike the cookie in the cookie world, now the advertiser has the entire pool of device IDs and can track these device IDs at different segments, right? The device ID remains the unique point for a user. Now that builds the entire consumer journey together. So at one point of time, for example, you knew that this is a dishwash, right? It is a liquid dishwash. It's a bar dishwash. But mostly you would be targeting the same users because the means that you had were the same. Right now with mobile, you can definitely look at who in your household is consuming that, right? So if it's an upcoming generation, or if it's a Gen Z, Gen Y, they might be looking for a liquid hand wash, but a more traditional lady would be more comfortable with the soap bar, right? So you can make those distinctions because of that hyper personalization that was there. Every other device was a shared device to a certain extent. This is very personal to a user. So that makes all that difference, and the tech enables it.
Great. Yeah. Altamash, from a consumer perspective, how important is the mobile part for programmatic?
So I'll just continue with what Alakshit said. That one is that we know that we are moving from that cookie-based world to the device IDs-based world. Okay, which changed a lot of things. Now earlier, when one user had 3 or 4 identifiers in form of cookies, in form of different identifiers, which is getting unified, and thanks to the mobile, that you have that one single view of the consumer. Like this is the device ID which X user is using. And then you can do a multiple level of enhancement in terms of the campaign, in terms of the communication, in terms of targeting point of view. Another aspect of it which is very important is that because we know that the scale which mobile advertising can bring in, it also changed the creative approach which the advertisers now have to look into it. It no more can be an approach where you have your one master creative which can be then adapted into multiple formats. when you know that your maximum audiences are now on this, a device, and it is a device which they are carrying all throughout the day, you will have to, probably advertiser has to start thinking from the perspective of saying that how do I now reach out to audiences in a messaging format which is more apt for the screen which he is viewing it. So be it the transformation which we have seen from the in terms of adaptation of creative from, say, being horizontal to vertical format. Now vertical has become a very important format. Like, you have so many advertisers on programmatic buying that that people are consuming content on a vertical screen. Now if that's an important input which you get from the world, you have to optimize the creative for that kind of viewing. So creative will play a very strong role along with the buying part of it, and definitely the one view moving from key-based to device IDs is what the biggest change, which will continue and probably make our communications and our advertising efforts more and more precise.
Great, thank you. I'll come to Priyanka and Shashi Shekhar in a bit. Om, are you there? I think you've just joined us.
Yeah, hi, Suraj. So sincere apologies. I don't know why, but I was facing a tech issue while getting into a tech event. So,
happens. Yeah. It happens to the best of us. So great. I thank you for joining us. It's really, we were just discussing certain parts in terms of how programmatic has evolved. And we were talking about right now the question in terms of in programmatic, how mobile is very, very important and how that game has changed for programmatic itself and for consumers and for brands. So I would like to know a little bit of your thoughts as well.
Yeah, sure. I think the most interesting part of course, marketing is a very exciting profession, and I think digital is an even more exciting part of the marketing things that all of us do over here. And what makes digital more interesting is somewhere, what Gordon Moore said about in the Moore's law, that every 2 years the number of transistors in a dense circuit would keep doubling. Now that's what happens around us. So I was there in the beginning, and then I subsequently got locked out. Somebody was saying that 10 years back when programmatic had started in US, we were waiting when it would come to India. Yeah. And something similar we have seen all across in mobile telephony, like from 2G, we leapfrog to 4G. I think the same thing is happening in the programmatic ecosystem also. From desktop, we move to mobiles, kind of leapfrog, and leapfrog how. The beauty is that digital, when it started, and even now, it's a complex ecosystem, and any complex ecosystem would create its own challenges in terms of brand safety issues, ad fraud, and so many more things keep coming in. Viewability used to be a huge challenge, and you would hear that was the ad viewable, was it not viewable? There used to be a lot of debate and a lot of consternation between the agencies, the advertisers, and the publishers. Happen even now, but significantly reduced. I think a lot of credit for that goes to mobile programmatic, because what happens on mobile is that most of the inventories that you serve on are in the in-app environment, and that brings a controlled environment where you can control a lot of stuff. Even the publisher has a better control. So quite a few problems which used to plague programmatic advertising earlier, that's getting solved largely because of mobile getting more and more prevalent, and as a device or as a medium where ads are getting served. So definitely mobile programmatic has solved a lot of problems, and I see going further, this would create even better systems, processes, and controls for the digital advertising.
Great, thank you. Priyanka, so I think a couple of questions back you briefly touched upon in terms of how programmatic helped in the top, middle, and bottom funnel. Would you be able to give certain examples in terms of how does it give value for Colgate-Palmolive in terms of the ads that you do?
Well, value, like I said, it's a learning process, right? And it's iterative, and we are continuously understanding the value of it. Like I said, in terms of tapping into the consumer journey, firstly, we are sort of looking at a consumer journey throughout. And what I think mobile has enabled it, I mean, firstly, see, mobile has been the heart of digital adoption in India. So, everything that is sort of overall for programmatic is equally important for mobile. But I mean, 3-4 areas where it sort of has made more of an impact is, one is, I guess, the device being with the person, right? An individual person. So, it's more personalization and scale. And also, you can actually, map a journey. You can connect with people through the day. So the ability to be able to do that through this, the signals that we get is one big sort of a thing for us. And the journey can start anywhere, right? It's somebody can go onto an e-commerce platform and get aware about a product, and then just go and buy it straight away, which is a simple sort of funnel to close. Whereas the journey could be as long as somebody seeing it on TV, going and searching for it, and then looking at maybe needing 3 to 4 more connections before deciding to buy. So I think that's the use case that that's where we see the future to be. And how good are we at tapping into this, through getting the right signals, getting the right messaging, and then looking for the right KPIs. Of course, the end goal for all businesses is to drive brand health and drive business. So if you ask me what is the North Star of KPIs, we are constantly trying to look at what could be the intervening metrics, which finally help us get to the overall sort of brand metrics. And I guess additionally, the signals that you get from mobile are richer. So over time, we will see more and more of these sort of, more and more abilities to target. And the other thing would be, the app ecosystem that mobile allows for, and therefore the possibilities for us to actually create owned sort of assets on mobile, which can further be our owned assets, which can become more a one-to-one engagement with the communities that we create, or the audiences that we really want to engage with. So that's where the future deeply lies. How do we sort of build these communities and
and then the third party data goes into first party data as well. So great, superb. Shashi Shekhar, from Rekit's point of view, top, middle, and bottom funnel, where does programmatic's value fit in? Does it have all 3 funnels, or is it just top funnel, for example, from a BFSI, consumer perspective, consumer goods perspective?
Yes, hi. So as I said, since since we started doing D2C, shops of our own, that actually gave us a lot of understanding of the funnel, because we've all worked with e-com partners. We don't get data, right? The only way to sort of get data is to sort of have your own shop. And as I said, the signals, the either it is a D2C signal, either it is people browsing your cart or buying certain things, or they are repeat buyers, or for example a CRM program, which is a more strategic kind of a long-term engagement with, for example, the one we run is for new and expecting mothers. Now they actually give you a lot of rich signals, and I think for us, especially with mobile, I think the device ID is the boon, honestly, right? How do you create your own first party data? I think these are interesting use cases that we have been seeing, and basis that we can actually look at. So for example, if it's an awareness campaign, we will look at a broader funnel. The idea for us is to sort of how do you keep pushing people from the top to middle to bottom funnel, right? And the KPI is pretty simple. The KPI is that for each, so yes, it is sales at the end of the day, but also, for example, for each reach or consideration, we are also looking at individual KPIs at that function, right? So for example, engagement becomes a bigger function for me in the consideration phase, not so much of reach, because I've already pushed them from top to middle. So from there, I need to just give it a push, either it's a coupon code, this, that, and that's how sort of it slows down. So I feel programmatic with mobile is definitely important. And also when I look at the transacting audience, 7 on 10 people are from mobile. From my industry, right? And but yes, definitely, because you need to see, for example, moment you think mobile, you can't put a 20-second TVC or a 30-second TVC on the platforms, right? So there is a very different way of looking at what kind of content repurposing you would do, what are the formats which are best working, and a lot of tools like a Nielsen DAR or Om spoke about viewability. I think that is the metric with which sort of we look at the reports, and we are able to sort of pick and choose or prioritize certain publishers basis who's giving a higher VCPM, lower VCPM, etc. So I think that those are the tools we use to stay on track, I'd say.
Super great. Again, staying with this top, middle, and bottom funnel, wanted to just get Manish's point of view from a BFSI perspective, because I know for a fact I've managed quite a lot of BFSI clients wherein we programmatic pretty much was always the bottom part of the funnel for a very long time, but I think over a period of time that has evolved. But from ICICI's perspective, has that changed, Manish? Or is it still at the bottom funnel wherein we look at end result for ICICI?
Now it has changed quite a bit. And as I think Priyanka was mentioning, it's a learning journey for all of us. So yes, bottom funnel takes the first instance because that's the best place to see the value. And programmatic is actually helping us deliver value to the customer, depending on where the customer also is in the equation. Right. Again, I'll start with the bottom funnel because that's the most easy to understand. And there also there is progress that has happened. So somebody who is on a buying journey and is kind of dropping off at a particular place, a customized creative or a video of 3-5 second or 6 second can be delivered to this customer to help him or her make the decision, in a good way. And that is something where the value gets delivered. But the definition of value changes when it comes to the middle and the top funnel, because somebody who is exploring is slightly engaging. It is that person may not be definitely is not going to buy. So providing the right content for this kind of a customer is where we have migrated to the middle funnel as well. And the top funnel, I think, is more about the choice, the reach, the consideration, where the fundamental to some of the programmatic work is the audience profiling. And today, as I think Rakshit was saying, the device ID, the geographical ID, in many cases, it's also kind of a different ways to say not only similar audience, but also similar income audience, for example. So even at the top of the funnel, income, geography, device, time of the day, etc., allows you to reach the different kind of customers to drive the fundamentals of brand awareness and consideration. So BFSI has definitely moved rather from the top to the bottom. It is moving from bottom to the top.
Yeah, great.
But value today is getting delivered at all fronts.
Super. Altamash, moving on to the next question in terms of, we'll start with you from an offline and online data sources that is there. So how does it help or enhance programmatic and the ROI perspective of programmatic when you get data that is there from offline sources as well and from online sources as well? Is that...
Definitely, data, especially any form of data, it definitely helps you to get into and do a much deeper and a better analysis. But especially from the offline perspective, any consumer data which is say a PII level data or personal information about the user, which you can tap in from your offline sources, be it say on pack, have a QR code on pack where you can get some information about the user who's purchased your product. There's a gold mine, you know that this is the XYZ people who have actually purchased my product now. And those kind of offline data from your CRM teams, from your research teams, where you know that these are your purchase audiences, it makes a huge impact. And especially when we look at from the Godrej point of view, we have been tapping into and collecting a lot of this first party data which are at a PII level. And with our own internal DMP setups and enrichment setup, we try to analyze and see where are these audiences actually doing, what are the other cohorts, other relevance, building affinities which we can tap into. Is there other segments which we can actually tap into? Just to give an example, when we looked at only the data of Goodnight Gold Flash data, where our maximum PG which we cater to are female mothers who we talk to. But the moment we looked at a PII data where there was a consumer on-pack offer and the amount of data which we collected, we got to see that more than 30-40% are male users who have actually registered the product, who have actually purchased the product. And that gives us a very different perspective of saying that how do we now talk to fathers as well? While mothers are important, but how do we talk to fathers now? What are other segments and affinities which will help us, build reach or, have more relevance building for our brand? So definitely offline to online data is a gold mine, especially when it comes to your, own purchase audience data.
Om, from a Pepsi's perspective, because I know that there is a huge amount, same like for Colgate as well, there's a huge amount of offline data that is lying there, and which from an agency point of view and from a marketing point of view we all use, but are you able to integrate that to online data and from a programmatic perspective and bring some kind of ROI output from a programmatic perspective? Is there anything that you can share on that?
Yeah, I think data, be it offline or online, data itself is an extremely powerful weapon. And the challenges which emerge for an FMCG player is unlike someone who's in BFSI or maybe telecom, where consumers come and give their data to you, rather than we are on the other end of the spectrum where consumers are extremely reserved when it comes to sharing their data with us, because there's no reason. Once you want me to drink a cold drink now and chalo swag sang bana diya, but that's it. Yeah, don't ask me for my mobile number, right, or my email ID. Sorry, that's of no use to you, and I don't want to share it with you. So, but what we also realized is that there are two parts to it. One, as Altamash was also talking about, is that one is insights. That when you know your consumers, for that you need some bit of PII, and there it helps. But what we have decided is that in our business we can try and use surrogates for PII, not collect PII on our own, and try and rely on the researchers and all the other interactions, one-to-one interaction, limited in number, but still to make our insights richer, which would inspire our creative and strategy and thinking and so on. But when it comes to media, what we have been trying to do is to build data, first-party data, which is not PII but still personal information. So and the law of the land also is more compliant and more lenient towards that rather than towards PII. So that's what we are working on. We definitely see a very strong case for building first party data, and it has to feed into the programmatic trading setup, where it would bring its own use cases. One of the biggest use cases which I think all of us have been trying to crack here is that all of us want to build incremental reach. We don't want to show our ad for the 18th time on YouTube to the same consumer. We want that second consumer to watch that 18th impression which is going. So that in a market like India, which is heavily fragmented, where every other day there is a new OTT coming in and claiming to have 25, 50, 30, 100 million consumers. How do you plan? How do you try and make sure that across the platforms you are not getting into catering to duplicated audiences, but trying to get unique reach? That's where this kind of a setup, if you've got data to go with, you can definitely try and target them on one-to-one basis. And for that, building your own data is very important. That's why, in Gurgaon we have this BYOB, bring your own booze, but it's like BYOD, bring your own data. Sorry, boss, nobody is going to give you. Nobody is willing to partner with the data. So it's a journey that one has to embark upon. Every organization has to embark upon, and the sooner you start, the better.
Great, superb. So just taking from there, Alakshit, from InMobi's perspective, are you as a product, is it able to much more easier now to integrate multiple data sets, which is either offline and online, for a better output or ROI from a programmatic perspective?
Sure. So for us, the offline and online slightly is different, right? So for a brand, it might be what happens in the store and what kind of PII they can collect. We totally rely on digital sources for all that, right? That doesn't mean that we do not try to capture the offline data. Location is a very strong signal, right? So suppose you want to know in an ambient small Gurgaon, I want to know that what has been the behavior like of those users. So I can probably track that location signal of every user that comes in and goes out of ambient mall. And then basically I can find out what has been their other behavior. So the offline to online mapping for me happens in that certain fashion, right? For example, if you want to measure footfall in a particular store of yours, right, or a particular insurance office that ICICI might own, we can do that, right? So all that happens. Especially on the market research side, it is playing out very nicely, right? So you do the focus group studies in the offline world. But as soon as you have figured out that these are the key areas that you want to look at, right, then you move the entire market research to the online media. Right?
Yeah.
It's not the data in terms of the PII that's passing on, but it's all such information, right, that is getting passed on in that fashion, and then you are marrying the two in the best possible way.
Great, thank you. Shashi Shekhar, from this perspective, offline, online, to drive a particular ROI perspective, what's your take?
So, Suraj, I think for us, it is at the moment we are focusing only on online, as I said, because we are there are various sources of data that we have. So the idea is to actually we are creating a data lake, which is a unified view of all the data, right? But I think as Om also suggests, was talking about that. See, the online offline sources, for us also, because we do not have even our offline shops, they are all fragmented. We don't have it's not a modern trade in US that all the data sort of gets passed back. So there's always be a last mile connectivity issue that we'll have, especially when we're talking about mass FMCG brands like ours. So I think for now the focus is on online sources, and the focus is actually getting close to the PII information, especially because that is the the core audience that Reckitt talks to. So and also once you have the PII, it actually becomes quite an efficient exercise. It's a long run procedure, but it's an efficient exercise that how are you sort of using these data sources amongst each other, even in the set of brands. So for example, we have 12 brands that primarily talks to a similar kind of audiences. I wouldn't say same, but very similar kind of audiences. So how do we use the intelligence from one brand and sort of start leveraging, cross leveraging between brands? So I think focus is actually that, to create like a unified view of the consumer, and only online at the moment.
Yeah. Priyanka, from a Colgate Palmolive's perspective, I mean, the distribution is very, very, I mean, it's huge, right, for you guys. So does the offline and online handshake happen a little bit more easier, or is it more difficult to have a particular ROI outcome or the data outcome from Colgate's perspective?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a spectrum of offline data, right? One is, of course, a whole lot of consumer work that do, right? It's always been at the heart of our business, so we have a lot of that. But that's secondary data, and we use all those insights, and then we find use those insights to find audiences or the closest match online. So that's one sort of a connection of offline and online, and that is continuously sort of getting better. The other spectrum is how are we using our activations and media to sort of get data. So many times when you do a consumer engagement program, that people interact with us either through a missed call or participate in the contest, how do we use some of those signals then to sort of either retarget or use that audience data for other objectives. Then online, there are these, I mean, of course, we are retargeting, looking at people who've seen a particular communication, are in a certain journey, and looking at those audiences and data segments. So all of these are online. Of course, the biggest, I think, weapon, or let's say the touch point that we have as large brands are our packs that are sold offline. Unfortunately, the last mile data is not sort of easily available, but we are looking at potentially how do we integrate that. So we have now started putting out QR codes on the pack. And there is a focus, and an effort and a program in place. How do we use pack as a point of contact to start building a community and getting data, and build a value exchange for the consumer. So setting up a CRM program, and giving value to consumers, and pack being a big touch point. And likewise, there'll be other such touch points that we will look at. Like I was saying, we're also launching some products. We recently launched a toothpaste for diabetes. Nice. Now here, the importance of getting data and personalized data to be actually able to, get to the right person is going to be extremely important. So that's where the focus will be, to get, more valuable data, offer them a value exchange, and understand them better, so that you can sort of, look at building a more relevant consumer journey and understanding the journey throughout.
Superb, great. So with that, we'll come to the last question, which is in terms of what is the future of programmatic? What are the biggest trends that you guys see that programmatic would have in the future? Is it more very integrated with OTT? And I think we can start off with Lakshit, because you are from the industry. We would like to hear from you first, like, in terms of what is the future of programmatic from a trends perspective, what we can see maybe a couple of months or a year down the line.
Yeah. So I think there are a lot of things. I think data is also one of the trends that are emerging. But in terms of the media, if I look at, right, so there are two things that look like they are picking up and they have a huge uptick. That is gaming and that is video, right? People get hooked onto these things. For example, you had a huge vacuum after TikTok went out, right? And then you have a series of players who have come in and trying to fill up that vacuum, because the customer has decided that they would consume short form videos. They want the video not to last more than 10 seconds or 15 seconds, right? So that's the mindset that has been built now. Now that will not discontinue. Even if the services discontinue, the other services will come and fill in that space. Similar is the space of gaming, right? So the users during the lockdown started playing a lot of mobile game. That never died down, right? That the streak continued, and you have a good more than 50% of the audience available on gaming as a platform, and it will continue to grow, right? So those are the two big trends. Other than that, there are other industry trends that we are seeing, that everyone is looking to build their own DMP. There is D2C setup that everyone is getting involved at, and which everyone else can talk better about, I think.
Sure, great. Altamash, from your perspective, what's the trends that will come up?
Right. So I think I'll just add to what Alakshit was saying, that apart from gaming, video, OTT, and other regional players, I think the new trend is that other media formats also now which can be bought programmatically. So be it audio, we've seen in last one and a half year how audio programmatic has actually gone up high scale. Even we've seen that there are players you can now buy digital OOS through programmatic. So the sooner the trend will be that more formats, more media formats now can be bought programmatically, which makes and give us that one unified platform for purchase point of view. Yes, there is another very big trend which we see, that how do we use programmatic to build personalization communication at scale and quickly. So how do you deploy personalized communication to a wide set of audiences on a almost on a real-time basis? That's, I think, a trend which is upcoming and which will continue. And definitely what Alakshit said, that there are a lot of brands who have their own DMP, and so that's in-house capability building that will be definitely at a brand side. A lot of capability building will happen in-house, where understanding of the DMP to DSP connection, or the DSP to SSP connection, how this entire things work, like how we started our entire panel discussion. That it's complex from behind, but I think now it's going to be something which all brands will want to understand in detail and have much more control over it, and that's going to be a trend to look up.
Thank you. Manish, any closing comments in terms of the future?
I see there are three trends, and I think two of them have been spoken. So one is the audience trend, where there is going to be interesting times ahead, because there'll be various pools of audience data, and not every pool will talk to each other. There'll be a separate publisher pool which will not talk to some ad exchange or something.
Yeah.
Second thing is more in the media piece, which I think has been spoken by Lakshit also, which is where more connected TV, audio, out of home, etc. are the trends that are coming in. And the third trend that I see is where I think a lot of marketers will need to learn is to put the art on it, the creative trend in programmatic, which is right now the creative trend is mostly spoken about in terms of shortening of the duration. So no longer 20 seconds, give me 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 6 seconds. But there has to be a creative, masala coming into the whole piece for the audience to also enjoy the process as much. So to me, trends are mostly in this audience, media, and creative.
Great, thank you. Om, closing comments in terms of the trends?
Yeah, sure. I think all of it has been spoken. One thing which I find very troubling about programmatic, though, is that programmatic in India, which is quite unlike other markets, is DV360, right? Yeah. You hardly have any other DSP which is as prevalent in India. But if you go to, say, not too far Southeast Asian markets, my counterparts there, when I discuss with them, they are using Trade Desk, they're using AppNexus, they're using whatnot.
Yeah.
So I think for this evolution to happen a little more rapidly on this side, I think the hegemony of DV360 has to kind of been unshackled by the players, and that would happen with more people coming in, more entities like the Trade Desk, AppNexus, TubeMogul becoming bigger, and that would definitely enrich. I think that would solve for a lot of issues which Manish just talked about. All those three aspects would get sorted the moment the hegemony gets over, because quite a things you can imagine very difficult to execute.
True. Yep. Great. Thank you, Priyanka. Any last closing comments?
Yeah, so a lot have been spoken about. I'll talk about two things maybe. One is, I think, just a step change in personalization at scale. I mean, I think what is the future is, actually people getting different messages. It's not about, and how do you sort of, excel in the art of doing that, because people will only want relevant and personalized, experiences. That's one. Second, I think more from our lens is, how do we, commerce is a big channel for us to get data, and help us across the funnel. So e-commerce and commerce, and there are now e-commerce players who are, who have launched their DSPs. So a scaling up of that and actually, using that to help us, complete the funnel are areas, I think, where we will see a lot more action.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Shashi, last closing comments in terms of the future.
Yeah, so I think I can speak about the CPG industry because the way that the things are moving, especially with the phasing out of the cookies, right? So I think increasingly people are gonna invest in creating their own data capabilities in-house. That's one that I'll see, and of course mass personalization. Priyanka kind of spoke of, and personalization at scale is really the key. The last one, which is partly solved by programmatic, is how do you see a unified funnel, right? Now, because there are different ecosystems. For example, there will be some advertising happening on the Amazon, right? That's a separate funnel. There is a separate funnel that the brand digital marketing will do. That's a separate funnel. So how do you actually look at a unified funnel is by actually having a common denominator of or a common data lake. So as to find, and so that you are able to find those consumers and look at a mapping outside. So I think a unified funnel is something that is, I think, very critical because most of the companies do not have a holistic view of the data. Especially they have like 2-3 different funnels to look at, but not really like one. Especially in, and talking about only FMCGs, not where most of the bottom funnel happens. But here, as I said, it's most of consideration reach. But I think that's where I feel the real synergies has to come, and programmatic has a big and a huge role to play there.
Super, great. Thank you so much. We have a couple of questions from the audience. I'll just read it out and I'll point it out to some of you. So I think one of them asked, saying that how do you tackle ad fraud, fake impressions, and viewability on digital? I will direct that to Lakshit from a product perspective, because we guys from ad and consumer perspective know quite a bit, but from a product perspective, what's InMobi is doing for these for this question that is there: fraud, impression, fake impressions.
Sure. So viewability, etc. So it's a viewability and in target, etc. I'll keep it in one bucket, and I would keep the fraud in a very different bucket, right? So viewability, etc. is being solved for. At times, how we are deploying the ad and how the measurability tools are measuring it, there can be certain amount of disconnect in that. So we have to come together and solve for those things. So those get sorted. And as far as I speak about InMobi, we are doing 90% over viewability in the mode and IAS measurements, right? But fraud is a very different game, right? It's a cat and mouse game that we play, right? So if you are getting to know that there is fraud, that's also a very good enough position to be in, right? Otherwise, you would not have known that there is fraud and it's going all over the places. It's about the same, the crime rate going up or down in a city, right? So do you take it as a good thing or do you take it as a bad thing?
Yeah. Great, thank you. The next question is, as FMCG brand, everyone is your audience. How do you segment audience for programmatic buying? Anyone can go for it. Priyanka, I think yours is one of the brands that everybody uses. So,
So like I had said that, we have mainstream brands and then we have brands that are, that are for specific benefits. So the segmentation is, based on brand and brand objectives. For example, we have a whitening toothpaste. Like I said, we're launching a Colgate for diabetes. We're launching, toothpaste for kids. When you look at kids, we are trying to look at, you need different kinds of toothpaste across, age groups for toddlers, for 2 to 4, 5 to 6. So here, we would want to look for audiences or mothers, who are in the relevant sets. So it is, for different brands and segments. I think the journey or the change is that for mainstream brands, I think targeting is still more broad-based, whereas there are huge opportunities emerging for, building either premium segments or smaller segments or more sort of, a niche
or for
benefit
like the new
segments.
brand, for diabetic.
Or things that appeal to a certain audience, and therefore how do you sort of segment for that?
Yeah, superb, great. And the final question, I think,
I
yeah,
want to
yes,
add. I just want to add an example to what Priyanka was saying, that even from Godrej perspective, home insecticide. In home insecticide, we have two big brands: Goodnight, who is also a mosquito repellent, and Hit, which is also into a mosquito solution. And from us, it also becomes very important that we differentiate our audiences basis what brand, which audiences speak to. And one of the ways which programmatically which helps us do is that we don't want to reach out to pregnant women and moms with infants and toddlers with a product as Kala Hit. So if we can identify that set of audiences where we don't want to have that kind of product being advertised to them, we can differentiate that, and those becomes a core set of audiences where we want to talk to them with Goodnight and the most natural and other range of product which is safe for around kids. So that's how programmatically we are able to also differentiate. I'll just give that example.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Great. And I think one of the final questions is, do you see programmatic will become the norm for digital media? Will everything, digital media planning and buying, will it happen through programmatic? I think, Om, since you missed out a couple of questions, I think I'll leave that to you, and let me your point of view. Will that be the norm, or do you see that we will still do specific buys with specific channels, digital or otherwise?
Yeah, I think the short answer to that is yes. In due course of time, I think I can envisage a day when even television would be bought programmatically. But yeah, definitely on digital, everything would move to programmatic, and it should. There's no reason why it should not. There would be a few deals here and there which would happen. It would depend from the appetite of the advertiser, but largely it would all move to programmatic.
Great, superb. Superb. Thank you so much, everybody. I think we had a great time. I really had an amazing time talking to everybody. And I think I'm sure the users and everybody there, we are live on YouTube as well. I really appreciate your time and effort. And if you need anything, I think you guys can get in touch with us on LinkedIn. So I shall see you. Thank you so much.
Well done. I think very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being part of this event.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Our next session will be a masterclass with TalkWalker's Benjamin Solis, who is the Managing Director for EPEC and Japan. TalkWalker is an enterprise listening company helping the world's largest brands to drive revenue by activating the voice of their customers. Through its AI-powered platform, TalkWalker gathers conversational data to uncover, understand, and action consumer insights. In this masterclass, Benjamin will take us through a brief representation on the importance of customer experience in today's world. His presentation will be followed by an in-depth Q&A session, and we invite you to submit your queries via the Q&A box below. Over to you, sir.
All right, thank you very much, and hello everyone. Give me just 2 seconds to share my screen, that way everybody can see my slides. Wait, should be this one. All right. So I hope everybody can see my screen.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
All right, cool. Thank you very much. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Really enjoyed the panel just before. A lot of great insights. And so I'll be also talking about customer experience, right, and the importance of data. So first of all, my name is Benjamin, right? I'm leading Tokoker Asia Pacific and Japan. I'm very excited to be here. I think I'll be speaking for the next 20 minutes or so. That way we can make sure there's a Q&A afterwards. And so the topic that we'll be covering is the importance of customer experience in today's world, right? So what I'll do is that I'll first introduce Tokoker quickly. I'll introduce also a bit myself before trying to set up the context and some challenges that are commonly faced today in elevating the customer experience journey. And afterwards, we'll be looking at some specific examples of using data to populate your whole customer success and customer experience strategy before leaving you also with some key takeaways. So for those who are hearing about Tokoker for the first time, we're an enterprise listening company, all right? And so what we do is that we help the world's largest brands to drive revenue, and we do that by activating the voice of their customers, right? We have 9 offices worldwide. We have 2 in America, 5 in Europe, and 2 in Asia, Singapore and Tokyo. We're over 400 people globally now, but a third of them are engineers or data scientists, really helping us, becoming a leader in AI and machine learning. And that is why we've been recognized by different organizations. And so what we do is that we provide a platform, right? And our conversational intelligence platform provides organization with a unified view of their brands, their market, and their consumers, right? And we do that by leveraging AI across media, across customer, across consumer, but also market data. So a little bit about myself. I'm based out of Singapore. This is our regional headquarters, and this is where I'm talking to you from today. And this is why I'm wearing a mask, because I'm in the office, and this is a regulation here. I've been in the region for, over two and a half years now. And I came here after living in different countries in Europe, also a short stint in the US, right? I've been with Tokoker for 4 years now, but even prior to joining Tokoker in companies such as TBWA or Gartner, always been a very strong believer of research and of data, right? But particularly how powerful data insights can fuel growth of businesses, how it can drive innovation, and also customer excellence, right? And so today, very excited to cover this topic, precisely on the role of data into shaping, if you want, a strong customer experience strategy and how it's key into driving conversational intelligence in organization today. And so conversational intelligence, it's all about listening to your customer, their sentiment, also their intent, what they like, but also what they complain about. And so here the goal is really to make the voice of the customer available to you at each different touch point. So I'll first, in order to start, I look a bit at what happened in 2021 before setting the context for 2021. Right, so last year, 2020, clearly a year, unexpected surprises, right? I think all of our businesses, wherever we are, we were forced to extremely quickly adapt to the fast-changing environment. But so what does it mean for 2021? Well, as we've seen last year, the importance of going digital, we can definitely expect many of those trends to stay this year. And so here are some key statistics to give you a better idea of what to expect in 2021. So the first one is, according to Forrester's 2021 prediction report, we expect to see more than 60% of B2B sellers to be enabled by data and automation. So what do I mean by that? I mean sales tools that have embedded AI or automation functionalities, right? And so what does it show? Well, clearly it shows how the majority of B2B businesses are realizing the importance of going digital. Furthermore, still on the same report, we see that we can expect 35% growth in the public cloud infrastructure globally, right? And this is clearly coming from the workplace effects of the pandemic, because it made our businesses, all of us, realize the importance of cloud tools, of cloud apps. And why did we realize that? Well, it was just in order to keep the business running while all of our people and ourselves were staying at home. Then in a research done by Facebook and Bain, we can see that 83% of consumers said that they're likely to continue increased spending online after the pandemic. Again, clearly showing that this trend is here to continue post-pandemic, but not just for businesses, for consumers as well. And finally, as businesses continue to embrace digital changes in 2021, it is predicted that 25%, so a quarter of the brands, will achieve significant advance in customer experience quality in 2021. But so in order to do that, and with all the changes that we'll see this year, the customer journey, I think we can all agree, is no longer straightforward like before, right? Rather, this is what the customer journey looks like today. And what is it for? What is it with? It's basically multiple touch points. So this means that businesses need to reinforce the customer connection across all of these different touch points. And that way, the standard for good customer experience will also become higher than ever before. And so we can see that the customer experience challenge is real for all of us. And why is that? Well, customers have higher expectations, right? We know all expect to see more. We all expect to see better from brands. But we also want more consistent experience across touch points, right? We want them to be great. We want them to be personalized touch points, but still while not feeling too intrusive. And this is a very hard balance to find for us brands, right? And then finally, it's no longer possible for businesses to map out the customer journey in a straight line, right? So that opens definitely some key questions. Examples of key questions that we should all be asking ourselves now is who in our organization owns customer experience? Who owns all the customer data? Basically, the question comes, who knows the customer the best, right? Is it the sales department? Is it customer support, customer service? Is it the marketing department? But also potentially even IT or operations. And so the answer is probably all of them, but at a different moment or at a different level. And so with those multiple touch points across the customer journey, what does this mean? Well, it equates to multiple data points, right? And this is why consumer data is so important to CX, as this is what allows us to truly understand our consumer. And so I really like this quote by Roe A. Williams. He's a best-selling author and marketing consultant. And what he says is that the first step in exceeding your customers' expectations is to know those expectations, right? And I think this is absolutely true because it's extremely important to really understand the customer inside out, that we see what they see. Because the customer perception, our customer's perception should be our reality. And this is what Kate Zabriskie shared, which is also a very interesting person to follow. So when dealing with data analytics, there are some challenges, right, that are commonly faced by organizations. And so in order to gain insights on what these challenges could be, at Talkworker, we recently launched a State of Conversation report, right? And so what we did is that we surveyed more than 1,000 PR, marketing, and consumer insight professionals to see how brands today are leveraging data from the consumer conversations in order to truly understand consumer behavior, but what are also some challenges they face in the process. In this research, we see, and this is like based on India's company and India's respondents, we can see that only 20% of them said that the organization monitor and analyzes conversation through a unified platform. So that means that 80% are not doing that, right? So lacking a centralized view of their customer. And so having a unified view of your brand, of your market, of your customer is extremely important. And we've heard some examples in the panel just before. It's about leveraging not only online, but also offline data, putting them together. And this is what makes you come to the voice of the customer. Because you will not only get a full picture, but also think about the time that you will save during that process. But then most importantly, what you will do with that time. And by having more time, for example, professional can then add this human touch that is often missed, but that consumers, especially millennials and Gen Z, are expecting. Also, based on our findings, we see that over 50% of Indian respondents stressed that they were not able to gather enough data about consumer conversation or to analyze them adequately. And so with a majority of organizations today still using a manual approach or separate market tool for conversation monitoring, what happens is that there's clearly bound to be difficulties faced in consolidating this data, analyzing that data, and then deriving actionable insights from them. And so to reduce these difficulties, brands should consider moving away from manual conversation monitoring and instead trust unified platforms. And so to follow up on the finding coming from our report, let's look at how brands in India are leveraging the different channels available to them, right? And by here, I mean the conversation channels. And here we see that customer feedback and support is the main reasons why companies in India use conversation channels, right? This is followed by product research and innovation, and then by brand promotion. So brand promotion is only number 3. And so this shows that brands are using conversation not only to protect their brand, but also to promote their products and gain insights on what their customers would want to see next. However, at this stage, and we can see that here, 14% of them are leveraging conversation channels for all the reasons listed here, right? So only 14% if you want. So what does that mean? Well, it means that there is a missed opportunity, right? And clearly, potentially a lack of capacity to extract the maximum benefit from all those conversation channels, the data and the insight that they could provide. So if you want more detail on this report or other key findings, please do reach out. We'll, of course, be happy to send it over. So now that we've established the concept, and if we keep these common challenges that we just saw in mind, I'll try now to proceed to share with you 3 ways to approach consumer or audience data in order to achieve unified conversational intelligence. And to do that with the idea of shaping a strong customer experience strategy this year. Because I want to highlight something. The great news for all of us is that this data is already here, right? It's already available for us to use. We now have the possibility, leveraging technology, to do more with what we already have. That is to leverage our existing assets to make more money, but also as we plan our future investments, to make sure we do it with the voice of the customer as the main source of data. So you heard conversational intelligence a couple of times already, today, since the beginning of my session, but what is it really about? Well, when we talk about customer conversations or consumer conversations, we're often talking or thinking about online chatter, right? Your social media, your blogs, your forums, news sites, and so on. But it actually doesn't stop there, and it shouldn't stop there for you either. What's often ignored, forgotten, or as we've just seen, siloed in the different departments, is customer conversation. And it includes, for example, call center transcripts, market research, surveys, emails, and so on. And so brands must now monitor all these different channels by which the customer feedback enters an organization. And so conversational insight will then inform your future strategies. It will inform marketing, content, social media, but also product development, PR, and paid advertising. Basically, your entire business strategy. And this is what the following examples will show. So the first example, we'll look at the pharmaceutical industry, and we see how we can have a view of the market through consumer conversation, right? So here we're able to see that there was a sharp increase in volume of conversation surrounding the COVID-19 vaccines towards the end of 2020. Right, you can see the spike is quite obvious, and this is actually when countries began rolling out the administration of the vaccine. Right, but we also see that the split in the sentiment in this conversation, where the majority of them were neutral, and then followed by negative sentiment. The volume of conversations driven by positive emotion significantly lesser than negative and neutral. And this is most likely due, when you look at the data, to the skepticism surrounding the whole vaccine process. But amidst these millions of conversations, what are people really saying? And so here we're looking at a conversation cluster that identifies the main topics driving conversation in the pharma industry, in those millions of results that we saw just before. And so what a conversation cluster does, it's grouping articles, it's grouping content or conversation, if you want, in different clusters that you can see here, and it groups them according to their semantic similarities. So as you can see, some of the key topics highlighted here are the conspiracy theory about the vaccine, how the COVID-19 vaccines were developed at record speed, but also the topic of world leaders taking the vaccine first, ahead of their citizens, right? And so here that cluster highlights the topics important to consumer during that time, but also indicates what actions the key industry players are taking. And so that way, it will allow businesses to identify opportunities, but also challenges that are dead at hand and respond to them accordingly. So in a matter of seconds, millions of conversations are processed to get you to what is the most relevant and frequent across them. Next, we'll zoom into another industry where we see how data helps us have a good view of our customers, which then will allow us to create a customer journey that is best suited to their needs. Here we're looking at consumer snack trends, which is I'm sure a topic that many of us can appreciate, especially that many of us have been or still are working from home with the kitchen that is actually not so far away, right? So first, we look at some big picture data. We can see between May to November, 2.7 million mentions regarding snacks, 10 million engagement, 1.4 million unique authors, right? All talking about snacks. Okay, great to know, but how can you actually make sense of that data? How can you use it to populate your product innovation strategy and assist your consumer insights team? Well, it's by digging deeper into this. So by looking deeper into the data to analyze what matters the most to consumers when it comes to their snack choices. Is it health? Is it taste? Is it size? Or is it convenience? We can also look at this at a country level, which is on the right, as consumers in different countries would have different priorities and preferences for their snacks. We can see India extremely big on taste, right, with 36%. Singapore also huge on taste, while Indonesia prioritizes size, right, with almost half of the conversation talking about this. And Thailand is all about health, right? And we'll see more about this later. And so what would this information help us do? Well, we will be able to better target consumers in the different countries with the types of products and with the messaging that follows that would actually best appeal to all of them. Finally, still on the snacks, what are the snack types or the snack moments that are popular in the region, right? In India, tea, most popular snack moment or type, with conversation surrounding this, taking up to a quarter, 25% of the conversation, right? Followed then by cookies, biscuits, and crackers, taking up 15% of the conversation, the two actually being quite good together, right? In Japan, well, clearly, it's about cakes, it's about pastries, it's about pies, because conversation regarding such snacks, taking up 87% of the conversation. While in Indonesia, we can see jelly, we can see jam, they appear to be the most popular snack type, and followed by pudding. And here to come back to Thailand, we see that Thailand apparently, is big on chocolate. They're big on candy. But what does that mean, if you're developing snacks, and targeting the Thai market? Well, it means that definitely invest into developing chocolate and candy, but do your research because they want them and they expect them to be healthy and with little to no fat contents, as we saw just before. And so such information, by looking at the data, drilling down the data and drilling deeper into it on different aspects, allows us to better position our products for the consumers in the different countries rather than assuming that one size fits all, right? Because that strategy will definitely not work for India and for the rest of the APAC region, right? And so, as these examples have shown us, consumer preferences vary significantly across the region. For the third and final example, we look at a very crucial aspect in achieving a good view of your brand through the lens of the customer, right? Which is to analyze customer sentiment across multiple and different brand touchpoints. So here we can see the overall sentiment split across 4 channels that are social media, online reviews, customer support, and customer service, right? And so we all know that different organizational units, they generally own different customer touchpoints, right? But unfortunately, that could very easily translate to inconsistencies in customer experience. But perhaps more critically even, gaps within your or our data insights. And so for instance, customer support, and we can see it here, will typically face negative customer sentiment. Why is that? Well, it's simply based on the facts and the reality that customers reach out to customer support when they have issues, not when they're happy, right? But this is not necessarily true, and something that we encounter with online reviews or customer surveys, especially if our organization has a system for inviting genuinely satisfied customers to leave reviews, or even incentivizing them or groups of people to participate in surveys or focus group. Another way to look at this is to look at the main product features, again, across those different brand touchpoints, to see what are the customers talking about across the different channels. We can see that on social media, the camera feature of the product dominates the majority of conversations. However, in online reviews, the product battery is the most talked about feature. So after that, we can, for example, run sentiment analysis on all those different features across the different channels, even run some more demographics or country split or regional splits within a country if you want. And this will give you an accurate picture of what customers are saying about your brand and about your products. And so giving us a better view of our customers and the way they view our brand. And this will help us strategize our messaging, but also our communication strategy for the different channels accordingly. As you can see, it's therefore crucial to not only look at social or online media, but also at first or third-party data. And we all have it in our organization to really have an understanding of all the different data points that are now available to us. And this is what I meant by doing more with your existing assets and leveraging things that are already there and available for us to use. Ultimately, to truly take your customer experience to the next level in today's world, it's really important to have an in-depth view of the customer, conversational data across every single channel, but also every single touch point. Social media, focus groups, interviews, NPS, chat, surveys, and so on. But all this on a unified platform. And so based on the data across this platform, we can then discover the trends, but also the issues that are driving customer conversation around your brand, your competitors, your products, but also your competitor products, and within your industry or your market. And it's much better to be proactive than reactive, and we've all seen examples of that. From there, we can then analyze the data across the multiple customer touchpoints, and we can do that using advanced data analytics tool that can help us overcome challenges like data silos. And so the good news for all of us is that with technology, there is AI, there is machine learning, there is automation. So it's not possible to understand conversations at scale without having to spend hours and hours, and actually most likely days, manually crunching, manually processing, or comparing this data. This way, businesses can focus more on doing what matters and driving positive experience for the customer. If you want, again, adding this human touch that will actually be key in the way we communicate today, but that is too often overlooked. Finally, once in-depth data analysis and processing of customer conversational data has been done, the next and final step would then be to leverage the insights obtained to drive conversational intelligence within your organization. and create impact by elevating your customer experience strategy. And so this brings me to the end of my session. Thank you very much again for taking the time to join me today. I was very happy to be here. I hope it gave you a better understanding of what constitutes conversational intelligence and how exactly you can connect the different data sets, right? And remember, by achieving unified conversational intelligence, the business impacts, if you want, will be the following. It will allow us to have more targeted marketing, enhance our customer loyalty, but also create better products. And all this while communicating in the best possible way. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being a part of our event, sir.
Oh, my pleasure.
Moving up to the second set of awards, I request our virtual audience to not to be silent spectators, but throw in a few emojis, or even better, write us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, with a hashtag Digixx2021. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Content Marketing Technology bronze winner goes to Shebang for the brand Redmi India for the campaign Redmi India YouTube channel. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Content Marketing Technology silver winner goes to AdLift for the brand ST Telemedia Global Data Centers India. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Content Marketing Technology gold winner goes to Shebang for the brand MI India for the campaign MI India YouTube channel. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Influencer Marketing Campaign CPG silver winner goes to Ripple Links for the brand Colgate India Weight Shakti for the campaign Move Swachh to Aap Healthy. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Influencer Marketing Campaign CPG gold winner goes to Foxy Moron for the brand Dabur for the campaign hashtag Facepack Fridays with Gulabri. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Multi-Channel Marketing 4 channels or more print media gold winner goes to Hindustan Times for the campaign Hindustan Times brand Refresh First Voice Last Word. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Social Media OTT bronze winner goes to DG Osmosis for the brand Z5 for the campaign Chintu Ka Birthday. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Social Media OTT silver winner goes to Sochius Infotech for the brand Amazon Prime Video for the campaign Mirzapur Season 2. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Social Media OTT gold winner goes to White Rivers Media Solutions for the brand Sony Live for the campaign Scam 1992 The Harshad Mehta Story. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Video CPG bronze winner goes to GRNRM Talent Network for the brand Dabur Meswak for the campaign Be Like COVID Warriors. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Video CPG silver winner goes to Ice Media Lab for the brand Dabur Honey for the campaign The Honey Trial, Sundarbans chapter from Beehive to Breakfast Table. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Video CPG gold winner goes to Creative Land Digital Technologies for the brand Mentors for the campaign Mentors Friendship Day. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Consumer Products Confectionery gold winner goes to the Content Lab for the brand Alpenleben Juicy Fills for the campaign Find Your Shararati Avatar. The award for digital marketing excellence in automotive, essential and manufacturing, gold winner goes to JK Tire for the campaign Zindagi Ke Paiye. The award for digital marketing excellence in BFSI services, banking gold winner goes to M Canvas Advertising for the brand Citibank for the campaign House Ad. The award for digital marketing excellence in content marketing CPG, bronze winner goes to Creative Land Digital Technologies for the brand Mentors for the campaign Mentors Friendship Day. The award for digital marketing excellence in content marketing CPG, silver winner goes to The Digital Street for the brand Vivel for the campaign Voice of Art. The award for digital marketing excellence in content marketing CPG category, gold winner goes to Creative Land Digital Technologies for the brand Center Fresh for the campaign Center Fresh, Stay Fresh Behind the Mask. The award for digital marketing excellence in media and entertainment movie, gold winner goes to Trigger Happy Entertainment for Benares Media Works for the movie Thappad. The award for digital marketing excellence in technology sales platform, gold winner goes to SBI Life Insurance for M. Connect Life. The award for digital marketing excellence in technology AI-powered MarTech platform, gold winner goes to White River Media Solution for Unilink. The award for digital marketing excellence in CSR campaign, bronze winner goes to Discovery Communications India for the brand Discovery Kids for the campaign School Contact Program. The award for digital marketing excellence in CSR campaign, silver winner goes to Beehive Communications for the brand DBS Bank India for the campaign DBS Sparks Zero Food Waste. The award for digital marketing excellence in CSR campaign, gold winner goes to iProspect India for the brand Isla for the campaign World Sight Day. The award for digital marketing excellence in content marketing BFSI category, bronze winner goes to Curious for the brand Angel Broking for the campaign Angel Academy. The award for digital marketing excellence in content marketing BFSI category, joint silver winners are Tonic Worldwide for the brand Kotak Mahindra Bank for the campaign #Moms on Duty, AdLift for the brand Care Health Insurance. Congratulations to both of you. The award for digital marketing excellence in content marketing BFSI category, gold winner goes to State Bank of India for the campaign Yoga Day in tie-up with NDT. The award for digital marketing excellence in insight and research CPG, bronze winner goes to Grapes Digital for the brand Alpenleben Just Jelly for the campaign Making Just Jelly More Than Just a Jelly. The award for digital marketing excellence in insight and research CPG, silver winner goes to Social Panga for the brand 3M Filtrate for the campaign Insight-Driven Performance Marketing on Amazon. The award for digital marketing excellence in insight and research for the category CPG, gold winner is Grapes Digital for the brand Center Fruit for the campaign From Tongue to Tongue, Mu Ting Tong. Before moving on to the next panel, I would like to call up my colleague for the further proceedings.
Thank you, Roshni, and congratulations to all the winners. Good afternoon, everyone. I am your host for the evening, Nehal Shukla, and I hope each one of you all have attained a little insights from the discussions that have happened till now. Moving forward with the panel discussions, I would now like to introduce to you our next panel for the event, Building a First-Party Data Ecosystem. This panel will be moderated by Suvir Bajaj, co-founder Zoom Media and Foxy Moron, and he will be joined by Abhishek Shah, Head of Marketing Bharat Pay, Neeraj Sangani, COO, Hansa Security, Sumit Singh, CMO, Info Edge India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Hi, I can't see my other panelists though. Hi, Abhishek. Hi, Neeraj. Hi, Sumit. Cool. Finally, everyone's here. A very good evening to all you guys, and welcome to our panel on first-party data. Thank you guys for the introduction. And before we go forward, I'm going to let our panelists quickly give a quick one-line introduction on themselves. I'll start with myself. My name is Suvir Bajaj, and I'm the co-founder of Foxy Moron. We're an integrated content, media, data, and technology solutions company headquartered in Bombay, and we work with brands across the roster, ranging from consumer products to technology brands to durables to auto to ensure BFSI across the board. Neeraj, why don't you go next and give us a one-line introduction on yourselves? Are you guys able to hear Neeraj? Neeraj, we have no audio whatsoever.
No. Maybe Neeraj is on mute.
Can you hear me now? Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Sorry for this. So hi, this is Neeraj Pratap. I head Hansa's Equity. It's a data-driven marketing company. We operate at the intersection of marketing and technology. From a customer experience, customer engagement, acquisition point of view, we've been at the cutting edge of data-driven marketing in India for the last 15 years. Thank you.
Super. Thanks for that, Neeraj. Abhishek?
Hey everyone, this is Abhishek. I head marketing for Bharat Pay. We are a fintech startup. Yeah.
Cool. And last but not least, Sumit, over to you.
Hi, I'm Sumit, and I basically lead marketing for the brands within InfoEdge. InfoEdge is a consumer internet company, and we run brands like Naukri.com, 99acres.com, Jeevansathi.com, Shiksha.com, amongst the bigger businesses that we have.
Super. Thanks for
Glad
that.
to be here.
Excellent. So we have a very illustrious panel and hope to have a very fruitful conversation with all of you. Before we jump in, I just want to share a little insight actually that I came across last night. Of course, we've been locked down in Bombay since the last 9-10 days, whatever, 5-6 days or so. So there's nowhere really to go. And I just went downstairs in my building to my neighbor's flat, and I was having dinner with them, and I met his children, and his son was discussing with me, and he said, Suvir, I was reading an article, and Jackie Shroff is, now he's trying to turn from an actor to a producer. And I said, oh, that's really interesting, because I'm a big fan of Jackie Shroff, and he came to me and he shared this news with me, and I was like, what kind of movies do you think he'll produce? And he said he wrote he gave an interview to a journalist saying that he wants to produce a movie about women for women. And I was like, that's really funny, because Jackie Shroff is always considered to be one of those really macho men, and like he's a male icon, he's always been a male icon, big guy, started working out in the 90s, big mustache, And my neighbor's son tells me, 13-year-old guy, young guy, he's like, in this interview, Jackie Shroff confessed that he slept with over 308 women. And I looked at him and I was like, yeah. And he's like, don't you have a panel on first party data tomorrow? I think that's what he was doing. He was collecting first party data so he could make this movie in his 60s. So we had a good laugh about this. And just a little bit of humor to break the ice before we jump into the serious stuff. No, but that's what we're here to talk about today. We're here to talk about first party data, what first party data is, how it impacts our lives as brands, as marketers and advertisers, and to demystify this cloud around why first party data has become so increasingly important in this advertising and marketing world as we evolve and prepare for the coming decade. So let's start by setting the context first to help our viewers and listeners across platforms understand what first party data really is. Of course, over the last decade as digital marketers, we've all been very familiar with the concept of third-party data that's been accessible to us across a variety of different interfaces and platforms. But over the course of the last few years, there's been a very big push towards brands and marketers generating first and collecting first-party data on their own. So let's start off by understanding what first-party data really is and how it differentiates from third-party data. Neeraj, why don't you start and jump in?
Sure. So I'd like to set the context from a brand perspective and from a publisher perspective. So there are two parts to it, and depending on whom you're talking to, the definition of first party, second party, and third party data varies. To put it very simply and explain it, first party data is transaction data or the customer data that a brand or an organization has with them or collects in the course of doing business with that brand. Typically, second party data is data which you get when you tie up or associate with another brand. Say if you're a credit card, you tie up with a bunch of fine dining restaurants and you start giving offers, and the customers of that fine dining restaurant start getting offers from that credit card company. So that's the second party data which you gather through associations, and you communicate through those kind of associations. The third party data, typically from a brand perspective, is everything else. Basically the social media piece, the digital piece, the advertising, digital advertising that you do, the contacts that you get at the customer contact centers, the leads that are dropped on your website and stuff. So huge amount of third party data, of course, exists. Now, when I look at it from a publisher's point of view, for publishers, that's first party data. Okay. They collect that data from that audiences. They receive millions of visitors, thousands of people coming on their sites. They send out thousands of email newsletters almost on a daily basis to a lot of their subscribers. They run a lot of feedback surveys for a lot of brands and stuff like that. So there are multiple data points at which people are interacting with each other. From a brand perspective, you're talking of transaction data, you're talking of service data. So if I give you an example, say we're talking of a bank. I might have a savings account in a bank, and I might have fixed deposits. I might be having a credit card of the same bank. I might be having taken a loan, a personal loan or a home loan from the same bank. Each of this is a separate business. Typically, a bank has 40, 50 different sets of businesses that they're operating. And each of those businesses collects that data as their own data. Now, Neeraj is one customer, and he's talking to 3 different branches of your bank. And each one of them treats him as a separate customer because they are not talking to each other. So these are the challenges with first party data at this point of time. So when you talk, say, from an automotive perspective, if you're talking of an automotive run, I dropped a lead on the website, the contact center contacts me, I go to the dealership to get a test drive, then I book the vehicle online, and then I finally buy the vehicle, and then I get into service and maintenance. These are all various touch points that a brand has with one customer. All of this data sits in separate silos at this point of time. But this is all, as we simply define it, is first party data. I think that's the most important context that I wanted to set from a first party data point of view.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Neeraj. Actually, you left off at a very interesting point where you spoke about the multiplicity of touch points that brands could potentially have with their consumers, and I think that's also where Benjamin had ended his last, his last presentation with as well. And Sumit, I'll tag you in as well, because you speak on behalf of the publisher side or the product side, and you guys have been in the business of collecting first-party data with audiences or customers that have been interacting with your platforms for ages, right? There are obviously a lot of advantages of collecting this data when it comes to understanding your audiences. So why don't you walk us through some of the advantages that first-party data collection helps in understanding your audiences better?
Okay, let me just start maybe with an example.
Sure.
So say, let me give an example from Naukri, right? So a job seeker comes in and very often registers a profile, and a typical profile will give all his or her data on education, on experience, and you look at that and you would kind of look at in the olden days when technology was not as advanced as it is today, You would read the profile, the algorithm would make some matches on keywords, etc., and surface jobs to them as part of recommendations, right? And then came more sophisticated ways of collecting data, right? And so today, while the job seeker actually gives in his experience and say that I'm somebody who's worked in 4 IT firms, right? And I handle marketing for them. Naturally, when you look at the profile, you feel the person would be interested to move into now better profiles within IT, you know. But what first party data does is I can actually now see where is this particular candidate applying? Where is he or she spending time? What kind of jobs is he or she viewing? And that is very, very rich information, because otherwise we would just look at a profile. And a very typical example is, you know, when you see an engineer who's worked for 3 years or 2 years and then done an MBA, actually to change his field. You know, an engineer does an MBA not to then start again in a coding line. But if you just look at the CV and don't look at behavior, because there is rich experience on engineering, an algorithm would have kept providing engineering jobs to the guy, which can be very, very frustrating, because here I've done a 2-year degree in management, wanting to change, but how do I know what this person wants, right? And therefore, when I look at what kind of stuff is this person doing, what kind of jobs is he or she applying to, what kind of recruiters are viewing and downloading this profile, because we've got data on both sides, right? There is a recruiter doing action and there is a job seeker taking action. Right. So when you have insights and when you look at data and try to drive insights from this, you can definitely give a far more personalized and relevant experience to this job seeker. So I think today technologies have made it easy not to just be personalized and relevant to a cohort, but to an individual, you know, and that is what first party data really enables. So I would just I wanted to give this example just to make it a little easier. So better personalization, better behavioral targeting, and therefore within your site, giving your user a far better and rich experience, you know, and also building it into the CRM. And today, when a user is actually, most users are not unique to just one platform. We see that there is a large proportion of users who use you during the day. They use you through different profiles, right? So they use you through the desktop also. The same user comes to you maybe sometime during the day or on a weekend through the mobile platform, you know, and a lot of them use you on the app as well. So it becomes far more important because you want to give that, you want to recognize that user, number one, you know, because the users coming in from different sources or platforms, and therefore give the user a far better experience. So these are some of the advantages of actually first party data, and how companies like into matching or e-commerce, for example, can help upsell, etc. You know, knowing what the candidate, what the person has bought, etc.
Right. Thanks for
so
that.
better
Sunita.
Experience.
Absolutely. I think better experience, and a couple of points, very important points that you made was when it comes to serving personalized experiences, when it comes to serving relevant experiences, and how first party data has enriched the ability to kind of do that. Abhishek, I want to kind of segue to you from that note. You know, in your profile, I'm sure that you guys must be interfacing with a variety of different merchants that use, you know, your product across the country, maybe hundreds and thousands of merchants that, you know, use your products across the country. And of course, these merchants have their own customers and these merchants have their own CRM cycles, but you're serving as, you know, a centralized backend to them. And Sumit made a very valid and very interesting point, saying that there's a lot of duplication, right? At a consumer level, at multiple different touch points, there's a lot of duplication, saying it's the same user who must be interacting with, you know, your business in some form or the other, or in simple words, a lot of overlap, right? And because you guys deal with a variety of different merchants, how important is it for businesses like yours today to move to first party data as opposed to only be dependent on second party data that you get through the merchants that you work on?
Yeah. I think Sumit really explained it in a very good way, and Neeraj as well. I think for a company like BharatPe, where we are targeting merchants all over the country, and we have 5 to 6 million merchants on our platform now. And yes, duplication happens every now and then. The same user is with Paytm, the same user is with PhonePe. A lot of them are on Google Pay as well. first party data becomes a game changer for us because like Sunil also said, we can create personalized experience and we can actually create cohorts and start targeting these merchants with separate campaigns. And like with every business, 20% of the people actually run 80% of your business. So that gives you a lot of levers to play around with those 20% of your customers. And of course, you can cross-sell and you can create campaigns targeting based on people who have taken a certain action and interacted with a certain product on your app. And of course, when you plug in marketing automation tools and with this first-party data that you are using, you can actually create razor-sharp campaigns yielding great results. I mean, be it milking your golden users, or probably cross-selling them different products, or probably creating user segments or consumer segments of people who have probably a similar profile and have bought similar products. You can actually create lookalike audience on your own platform, quite like how you do it on Google and Facebook. So first-party data for us, we are using it in a big way to mainly grow on our customers who have mainly people who have got the who are revenue generating for us, and also people who are sitting at the bottom of the pyramid. We keep on targeting them using specified campaigns created basis on those segmentations.
Super. So Abhishek, two very interesting points you spoke about at the tail end. You spoke about customers who are revenue generating for you, and early on when you were introducing the concept of first data for your organization, you spoke about customers who take certain actions. Neeraj, I'm going to tag you in over here because when you spoke earlier, you spoke about first party data, and the first example that you gave us is transactional data, right? Transactional data falls right into the two buckets that Abhishek spoke about: users who take actions and users who drive revenue. Now, of course, this has a lot of benefits as far as impact of your efforts and initiatives in terms of your campaigns are concerned. And I'm sure that impact must be having some kind of beneficial ROI as well. Now, you guys do a lot of very interesting work in the BFSI space as well. So could you give us a couple of examples when these revenue generating customers generate some data points to you and you're able to use those data points to drive impact that results in some kind of ROI?
Absolutely. I think just to look at the sheer numbers here, the recurring theme, and especially over the last 18 months, is customer retention. So once you get hold of a customer, how do you hold on to the customer? It's at one level from a fintech play point of view, it's a valuation thing. I must also say that fintech at this point of time is really driving customer experience and first party data experiences. The needle is now moving from acquisition to customer retention. So they've got millions of people. Now, how do you retain those customers? So, at Hansa Security, we have an insights team which is actually kind of worked on an algorithm. It says it costs anywhere from 5x to 25x to acquire new customers compared to retaining an existing customers. The cost of acquiring customers is going up by the day, by the minute. Increasing customer retention by just say maybe 5 or 7% increases profits from 25 to 50%.
Wow.
With repeat customers, and these repeat customers on an average, they spend 50 to 60% more than a new customer who's coming on. So I think I rest my case as far as the importance of how to leverage first party data and why it is important at this point of time. It is beyond doubt that it is most crucial. It is survival now for a lot of organizations. Now, when we move forward, and when you spoke about, so how do you put it to use? I mean, you get different data points. So the biggest challenge at this juncture, and fintech comes with a clean slate. They don't have any legacy system. So day one start hit the ground running, rubber meets the road, and they do what they want to do. But when you're talking large organizations, banks, automotive companies who've been in business for 50 years, 100 years, it's very difficult to change tracks, very difficult to move from the old legacy to the new legacy. Now, more than 40% of businesses in India still have more than 80% of their customer data stored in separate systems as we speak. So that's the scale of the problem that we're looking at. The BFSI space has made huge inroads in the last 10 to 15 years, primarily because data is required, is essential, and they've put the systems, they've had the money, they've had the investments to start gathering all this kind of data. Basically, BFSI is working on connected customer experiences at this point of time. So if I am interacting with them on a website and I've left my mobile number, I'll get a call within the next 2 minutes. That's the tat with most of these companies. So Bharat will call me within 2 minutes if I've left a lead saying I want this or I want some more information from you. They'll reach out to me on their WhatsApp for Business channel. They reach out to me on an SMS or an email if I've dropped my email. Multiple touch points, they'll reach out to me. And depending on which touch point I respond to, they will start communicating to me there. What this does is it does two things. First, they kind of understood, okay, Neeraj doesn't want to be called. Neeraj wants to be communicated either through WhatsApp or through email. Let me do it. It's probably a more cost-effective channel than getting somebody to call him. So it works from a cost effectiveness point of view, and it works from a customer experience point of view. Second is, what is Neeraj looking for? So if he's come to my website and he's spent 5 or 7 minutes on a particular product or scheme or fund, then what is he looking for? I already kind of have the drift of that. Then let me communicate about that information to him. Let me give him more information which will help him decide, make that decision. If he's gone to say an e-commerce website and he's put something in a cart and he's not closed the sale, in the next 20 seconds, can I push him, nudge him, as we call in behavioral economics, to get him to take some action on that? Can I throw an offer right now, which is valid only for the next 30 minutes, 1 hour, whatever? So those are the things which are helping brands and organizations getting closure on sales. So marketing has never seen this before. Okay, marketing used to be spray and pray. Marketing heads used to spend all their time doing TV commercials and stuff. I think that this fundamental changes happened. They need to spend much more time with data-driven teams within their organizations and outside their organizations.
Super. Neeraj, you spoke very passionately about customer retention, right? And I think as marketers, we all acknowledge how important that is to driving bottom line results, like you rightly said, right? And I don't think we need to speak more about that. But Sumit, very interestingly, you have one business in your portfolio for whom customer retention is not the KPI at all. You want that customer to come, transact, and never ever come back to your website. And that's when you're going to earmark success, right? And we're obviously talking about Jeevan Sathi, where you don't want to retain customers. You want them to transact successfully and disappear and never come to you ever again. So I'm sure you have a slightly different take on things with the softer and more humane side of life. Why don't you talk about your experiences with Jeevan Sathi and tell us how first-party data helps in that environment as well?
Okay. So, yeah, very rightly said. But, typically, I think the cycle in an arranged marriage kind of a setup, which is where portals like Jeevan Sathi help people find their matches, people give themselves anywhere between 6 months to about, say, a year and a half or two to find the right match, right? Because very few are that lucky that you find the match very, very quickly, right? So I think, therefore, retention in not as in Naukri, where you want the user to be with you lifelong, as you very rightly said. But within that period, it's very important to have people active, right? And in a business like ours, the only way you will have them active is if you are serving them relevant profiles. Yeah. So like I spoke about some typical examples in Naukri, one of the things in marriage is, when you come onto the portal, there is a different kind of excitement. You are just starting out on your journey. And those of us who are married, when we start looking out and when we want to describe who that ideal spouse should be, there are lots of qualities that we write, By the time we actually find one, and if we go back to our checklist and the qualities we had written, very often we feel, oh, this is missing, this is missing, this is missing. And this doesn't just happen in, love marriages, and therefore love is called blind, but also in arranged marriages, you start with an ideal list, right? And then as you keep meeting people, if you're very lucky, you found about 70, 80% of the qualities you listed. Very few are actually lucky to that extent. As you go on, you keep relaxing that list. However, when you're on a portal and not really talking to a human being, you forget to go and edit it on your profile, because the profile I made was maybe 3 months ago. I wrote everything in my desired partner profile. We have something called the DPP, which is the desired partner profile. I wrote what I wanted, or if my parents filled the form, they wrote what was most important to them. As you progress in the journey, the 4th month, so when we look at behavior, we see how the behavior is changing so much in month 5 versus month 2, in month 8 versus month 4, right? But this does not get appended onto the profile. So for sites like Jeevan Sathi, I think it's very, very imperative, because then when you see that this person wrote, I want this height, I want this profession, or I want this kind of salary, right? Or increasingly, we're also seeing that you write certain castes, but by the 5th or 6th months, you actually also start accepting interest from people who do not belong to that caste, right? And in arranged marriages, even now, apart from the metros, caste, people are very sensitive to caste. So for a portal to kind of send everything matching minus caste as a recommendation is not something that parents really appreciate or profiles really appreciate, right? Unless they have written caste no bound. But when you keep mapping their behavior through the weeks and through the months that they've been on the site, you actually see how there is so much of difference in the DPP then and the behavior now. So it really has helped us to retain customers in the shorter time, because you are now sending them stuff which is relevant to the stuff that they are searching now. And very often they forget. So when we send matches on behavior where we see a very, very different behavior, I started out saying, I want a Gursikh and he must be a Gursikh, so I don't want a Katsard. But you suddenly start seeing that, yeah, where everybody's interest who she's accepting is actually a Katsard, right? But she's written Gursikh and all this. So when you start serving those profiles to me, and I will start accepting them. So first party data becomes extremely important in a site like Jeevan Sathi, because of the fact that, what we start with and what we relax, we do end up relaxing a few things, even in an arranged marriage setup, so, and we see that very, very often. And we see it across not only behavior of profiles, which is people who are looking for a spouse, but a lot of parents also access portals, and go through profiles. You can see it in their shortlisting behavior, in the behavior of accepting an interest, in a behavior of sending an interest to somebody. So it's very, very important, because then you realize these softer things, which otherwise I don't think one could have realized.
Oh, that's so
yes,
interesting.
we don't want them to come back. We wish them all the best. But it's very, very important in the short run, to find that
absolutely.
part.
And it's so interesting, because effectively what you're talking about is you're talking about the evolution of consumer behavior over a period of time, which is actually motivated a lot by ego, right? Not ego, but by emotions, right? And
emotions.
Finding the right partner, not finding the right partner, matching, not matching, whatever the conversation rolls out, etc. On the other hand, Abhishek, if I come to you, it's ironic because 3 years ago when you guys started Bharat Pay, the narrative was, hey, look, we want to bring a certain amount of homogeneity to consumer behavior, right? When you started, we said we'd launch a QR code and we want to standardize user behavior, saying one QR code, one destination for all your payments. However, as we've identified with Neeraj and Sumit's examples, consumer behavior is not in our control, right? What we're trying to do here is influence a certain amount of protocol or consumer behavior, but that's not really in our control. So how do we kind of use the benefits of first-party data to, despite the fact that consumer behavior is not in our control, still strengthen our consumer relationships?
Right. So, I think Neeraj touched upon it briefly. So when it comes to retention, or probably we all want to acquire new users and probably retain them for long. And of course, user behavior is not in our control, but there are a few levers that can actually help you stay on top of their mind and also keep using your product and retain with you for long. So one of the things that just clicked on my mind the moment Neeraj was sharing his idea briefly. We were able to use first party data to actually predict based on user behavior that that in which week or in which month this consumer will actually drop out of our funnel or probably will stop using our product. And we were actually able to create some cohorts, some segments to actually see, okay, this particular segment is actually behaving in that particular manner, where this will probably drop out in week 2 or week 3 or week 4 of its life cycle. And we were able to correct those behaviors early, and we were able to spot them, correct them, and we were able to stop that churn from going out. So that really helped us boosting our top line and bottom line at the end of the day. I mean, and it really worked in the payments business and in the lending business for us.
Abhishek, it'd be interesting if you could give us one insight as an example, maybe one insight that you caught that you were able to correct as far as consumer behavior is concerned, and therefore retain the user that contributed to top line.
Sure. So, there are two legs of our business. One is payments business, where we do customer acquisition, and the other is lending business, where we actually earn our monies from. So for in payments business, let's say if a user is not transacting in the first 3 days, his probability to drop would be 80%. So if we can actually make him transact in the first 3 days, we are actually reducing or probably increasing the probability of him sticking around with us for long. And probably a couple of other insights would be how many times is he transacting in a day, in a week's time, in a month's time, and then probably correcting those small behaviors by just giving him some incentives. Earlier, like Paytm and PhonePe used to do the same thing using cashbacks. We have done some bit of it, but we were not in 100% favor of building cashback based businesses. So we wanted to build long-term long-lasting relationships. So we took it to a different level. We started bonding with our user based on larger than life experiences. So we created a loyalty program based on cricket merchandise, and we just played around with the gamification bit of it. That okay, if you're gonna do your first transaction on your day 1 or day 2 or day 3, you're gonna get a signed hand signed cricket merchandise from our side, or something, or probably a chance to meet your favorite cricket star or something like that. So using these as levers, we were able to impact user behavior early on, so that they stick around for us for long, and probably if they cross a certain frequency, let's say for us that was 18 transactions in a month, they actually stick with us for at least 12 months. So that's what our data told us.
Lovely, lovely. So, I mean, obviously, a lot of rich data being collected on the product side, both with Sumit and Abhishek. Your products being very, very data rich in nature. But Neeraj, we have businesses on the services side. We're working with customers, across the board, advertisers across the board, helping them launch their brands across, platforms, digital across the board. And a few months ago, Google released this update. They made a press release saying, look, we don't want to start collecting, we want to stop collecting third-party data and cookies across our browser, across Chrome. And this put a lot of advertisers into quandary, right? First, people didn't understand why. They didn't understand what the impact of this would be on their advertising campaigns, because advertisers typically for us are clients, right? There was a certain amount of nervousness in terms of how this would impact them. So according to you, what's been the sentiment with advertisers, and how have they kind of received this pivot towards first party data, with us minimizing our dependency on third party data as we move forward into the year? Neeraj, I think you've muted us again.
First of all, when Google phases out cookies in 2022, more than 76% of browser cookies vanish. It's very difficult at this point of time to imagine a scenario for advertising with no cookies. The biggest reason behind all that is happening at this point of time is primarily because of the shortcomings of the cookies itself, malicious use, misuse of personal data. The other important reason is GDPR coming in, CCPA, PD in India. The PDP is coming in any day. Parliament should approve it, and it kind of becomes a law, and then it becomes difficult to use that. The third reason is that most of the browsers have started blocking. I mean, it's been 2 years since Mozilla, Firefox, Safaris of the world have started blocking all of that. There are many more browsers today which is taken off, like DuckDuckGo and other examples, which are doing very well because they kind of take care of the privacy concerns, which has been a very important reason for people wanting to move out of this. Many such more reasons can be given. So when Google started out their advertising business, actually cookie data was not their business model. Okay, it kind of they kind of stumbled upon it, and what a big stumble it was. A fantastic one, changed the game as far as advertising and cookies was concerned. A study done by Google actually recently said that top global publishers will lose more than 50% of their revenues once this kicks in. Okay, so the implications that we're looking upon are huge. The good part is it is bound to happen. It should happen. It will happen. And we've had a 2-year, 3-year run in to prepare ourselves for this scenario. And I think industry is preparing itself. A lot of steps have been taken to kind of address what we are going to face over the next 1.5 years. Basically, and that's where again, first party data has really become very, very important. And, all of us spoke about first party data, but what we also do at Security is we build a customer single view. So say I'm running a contact center for an automotive company. I know Neeraj inquired about this brand 4 years back. He went on this Car Dekho website and he compared the brands. Then he went to the dealership and he bought, say, X brand on this date. Then he had a 3-year warranty period with me and service period with me, and he serviced his car with me 7 times out of it. Every time the bill was 20,000, 25,000, whatever. So I earned some 2 lakh rupees from him over servicing over the 3-year period. He's now calling me and he has some work with me. And when the contact center agent is talking to that person, because my mobile number is with the organization, all my data is flashed in front of him. The experience becomes phenomenal for Neeraj at that point of time. Okay, so building that single view with whatever data you're getting, even from if Neeraj has made a comment and somebody rightly mentioned you only go to complain on social media about brands, but even the complaints can be filtered out. You can do scraping and get all that information going for you. So you build a very, very solid customer single view. So that's where first party data, all of this is first party data. Most brands do not realize the amount of dark data which is lying with themselves. Okay. I used to always keep wondering, and I'm going way back in time before really data became fashionable. 10 years back, you go to say any mall or say a Shopper Stop or a Landmark or a Lifestyle. You go, you buy some stuff, and then you go to the alteration desk. Okay, the size is not accurate. So you give your measurements there. You give your residential address there. You give your mobile number there. Probably they'll come and drop it. You leave all your important information there. None of these guys ever picked it up. It was lying on some paper and used to be thrown away by the watchman of that place. So a lot of dark data resides in various places. The marketers really apply their minds. They can really, and this is a treasure trove of information. It's personal, and you know exactly Neeraj's size, which material he bought, what are the kind of things he wears. Every last detail is on that piece of paper. So how can you bring all of that into building a customer single view? That's how people can really kind of take care of this cookieless world that we are going to enter. Of course, there are a lot of other things, a customer data platform where it's primarily from a marketer's perspective. There are a lot of other platforms, but they are not so easy or comfortable to use. CDPs are built from a marketer's perspective, and it gives a lot of advantages. Geo-targeting is another way. A lot of connected TV. We're going into an era of connected TVs. What I watch, and that channel can become my preferred channel, and the connected TV brand knows about it. The brands that come on there can be in that context. A lot of other techniques, browser fingerprinting. I'm sure a lot of us already are working on this. Basically, how do you get the online fingerprint using tracking techniques to ensure that you're on top of it. Google itself is working on the privacy sandbox, basically, which is aiming at efficient deliveries, group contextual targeting. So you don't have individual customer or individual IDs, so to speak, but those are group IDs. So how a group behaves, you can target that group as an advertiser. So a lot of interesting stuff is happening in this space. And I think this was bound to happen. I am not looking at it as a big, colossal event which will, spiral us down some unknown path. I think we will only get better. Marketers will get better. Publishers will get better at what they do. And I think the customer will benefit hugely, immensely at the end of all of this.
Absolutely. So, Neeraj, you brought up some very interesting and relevant points about how, on one hand, you said you're very interesting phrase. You said before data was fashionable about 10 years ago. And at this point of time, Sumita, I want to tag you in because, of course, InfoEdge has been around for over 2 decades now. And, you guys, I'm sure in different formats have been collecting data, over the last couple of decades since your businesses have been around. And Neeraj spoke about dark data that we didn't even know existed to, new touch points that we're able to collect data on. So obviously the best practices as far as data collection is concerned, even before we knew it as first-party data or third-party data and use these fancy labels to describe it, even before we knew it as this, I'm sure the protocol for data collection has evolved very greatly over the last, decade or two, as you've been seeing it with, IT-enabled businesses such as yours. So can you tell us how the best practices have kind of evolved over the years from prior to the days when, as Neeraj said, data was cool and fancy?
I think one of the biggest realizations that most companies have had is that, and Neeraj brought it up as well, the importance of having data not captured and collected in silos, but at one place. Because typically, I think when we all started about 2 decades ago, we, of course, started in the internet space. So we always had data. We were an online company. But marketing would collect some aspects of data of a job seeker and some aspects of a data of a recruiter. Product would collect another set of aspects. Then early on in 2007, we had a business intelligence team, and that was the quasi data science team then. And they came in and they made life a little easier. But data in silos actually doesn't speak much. And it also ends up in a lot of, typically debates between tech and product and marketing in meetings. You realize that everybody is giving data about the same person, but all the data is actually different, right? So I think before getting into how and what tools should one use, I think the best practices are first having a data governance policy. Who's going to be the owner? And having this policy in place really, really helps, because otherwise you falter and make mistakes too many times. So it's better to learn from the ones who made those mistakes. So have a good, tight data governance policy, and then have, whether it's a team, a person, a department, an individual, depending on the company structure, have the ownership of data collection. The second one I would say is, what data do you want to collect? So there is a lot of data available. And as Neeraj was giving an example of, companies sitting on dark data, just capturing everything. And see, data collection, capturing data, analyzing that data is a costly affair as well, right? There are costs involved, resources involved. So I think all the departments, whoever the stakeholders are, they should really think a little that what do I want to capture and what am I going to do about this data, right? Otherwise, it's nice to capture every data point. So if you come and ask a person in general, a person will say, yeah, I want everything that this person does. What are you going to use and for what purpose? I think that's an important question to answer. And sometimes you forget that because you want to just have every data point there, but you might be using only 10% of the data that is available to you. So I think determining what is critical at that stage, it's evolving, it will keep getting better. You start measuring, then you improve, then you go more granular. I think that's a cycle that it's a cycle of evolution, right? You start looking at something, you start improving that something, then you say, let me look deeper, let me look into finer cohorts and granular, and let it be like that rather than everything. Then I think there are a few things like I've already mentioned it should definitely be at one place, because data in silos is really a disaster. It doesn't help the organization, right? And if it is in different places, Neeraj gave an example, right? A wonderful example of a customer calling up. Then all that would not come up on the screen and that person would not know, right, what's happening. Another thing, a few things to keep in mind are then, how soon does your data decay? What kind of noise does it have, et cetera, et cetera. And that will be very typical to typical businesses. So I would call that maybe data security, data accuracy under that umbrella. And of course, then what tools should I be using, right? How should I collect this data? So once all this is in place, I think for what tools, I'm not a technical person myself, but yes, we work very, very closely with data science. And for years, we've been using a lot of tools ourselves for marketing analytics, as well as user journey propagation, etc. And what are some of the basic things that we think about is how do they collect and how do they analyze data, because every tool has its own IP, has its own way. So how does data collection and analysis happen? What will it let me do? So there are tools available that, because of their AI and ML capabilities, can create user cohorts or user profile segments, journeys on their own, looking at certain things, while others you need to feed in a lot of data, and so they are customizable, but you need to feed in data to create the cohorts. So it depends on your requirements. Definitely, whatever you are going to use to collect this data should be scalable, right? Because once you get hooked onto data and once you see how it really helps you in all your objectives, in your marketing objectives, etc., you get better ROI in your retention objectives, you will want more and more. So definitely have a scalable model. And what is also very important is that how easy is this tool or whatever software you're using to integrate with other systems within the organization. Because ultimately, if the data is just lying there and not talking to other systems, other platforms, other packages that you're using, then that data is of no use. Absolutely. So I think that's also something important. In our company, while we as marketing are involved in this decision, but the technical guys actually take this decision as to which is the best tool, etc. We basically give them our requirements and they actually shortlist what they feel is the right form of data, not from marketing analytics point of view, but from a data collection and insight point of view. And then they kind of showcase things to us and then we see. And of course, as marketers or as users of that data, usability, the way the data is coming to you, etc., also is very, very important. But I would say those things really depend on the user, the stakeholders who are going to use this data. So these would be the three main things: integration, methodology, what is happening, and of course, this whole piece of how scalable is the solution that you're using. So these are some of the points. And of course, tech always keeps saying we also look at how complex or easy is it to set up this particular thing, because that I think is also a major consideration for them.
Of course.
Those are some of the things that I can share.
I like how this conversation is evolving because, we started off by talking about serving relevant and personalized experiences to our customers. And now we've taken the onus back on ourselves and we're saying that we need to now collect relevant data and, that we can actually use, that we can actually action, and that can be effective because we can get lost in this myriad of data. And to a certain extent, we are also trying to create some guidelines or maybe some, limitations or restrictions around which we govern ourselves. And, Sumit, you brought up two interesting points here. One is in context to policy and the second is in context to security as well. And Abhishek, I'm going to tag you in now because when it comes to policy and security, when it comes to neobanks and banking and financial services and payments, I think the most highly regulated when it comes to policy, and we've seen the evolution in India of the IT Act, and Neeraj briefly referred to the GDPR, and of course in India more effectively we have the RSPPR, etc., that really governs how data can be collected and used. And without getting into too much technical detail, I would love to hear from you in terms of what kind of limitations these policies from a security perspective create when it comes to both collection and usage of data.
So one of the I would say not so good. I mean, the good thing is, of course, the consumer data is secured. And of course, it's all financial transactional data, so it needs that sort of a security. However, from a marketing perspective, it actually involves a lot of steps, especially, I mean, we do not get to see that data, which is also a good part, that now the data can be directly plugged into the marketing platform itself, and we can just create those campaigns right from that platform itself without actually doing the initial data filtering and massaging that we used to do in our early days. Now that just happens on the automation platform itself. And then we have also created an in-house a data management platform as per the requirement and the policy that the government requires in handling those transaction and user data. So for us, the life has actually become simpler now versus what it used to be in early days. By creating these internal data management platform. And like Neeraj also said, the single view of customer, that has been a very, very, very important project that ran for almost 6 to 8 months internally. But finally, we were able to achieve that. And we are right now in process of implementing it across consumer touchpoints. And once that is implemented, I think the consumer experience and eventually the brand experience will also go up multifold, because consumers will be, I mean, we as marketers will be able to understand every action that they take across brand touchpoints. So that will help us create better communication and probably serve them in a more relevant way. And of course, for the customer as well, that they can get personalized experience based on, and everything is just standing on the first party data that we have been collecting during our onboarding journey, and whenever they get in touch with us across points, or we get in touch with them across brand touch points.
Super. Thanks so much for that.
But we'll have to wrap this session as we are going closer and closer to IPL. So it's we are time bound today. Yeah.
Okay. On that note, we'll sign off. Thank you so much, Sumit, Neeraj, and Abhishek. It was lovely having you guys on the panel, and I hope that you guys can spare a few minutes after we're done to answer a few of the questions that are sitting on the question forum. And thank you guys for participating. I hope you had a nice time.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you, panelists. I am sure our viewers must have received an overall perception about the first party data from this discussion. Moving on with our next discussion, we will be joined by Neil Pandya, Head of Media, L'Oreal India, who will be in conversation with Gaurav Rakshit, COO, Viacom 18 Digital Ventures, to discuss the topic, Engagement Beyond Reach, the key to FMCG's success on digital. Over to you, sir.
Okay, was that the bell in my house or your house? I don't know.
That was my
Okay, thank you so much, Nehal, for the introduction. Hi, Gaurav. It's really exciting to do a fireside chat with you, because I think it's one of the coolest topic to my heart. When I talk about going beyond reach, and engagement has really become important. And on a personal space, I think we'll stick around towards OTT with your background, and also my personal space of enjoying it, and my best friend during the pandemic, I think. So forget about pandemic. I think it's been 5 years. I do not have a cable television in my house. I mean, I have a TV set, but I'm connected TV to all through OTT platforms. So that's how the life is. And to all the viewers, I think we'll try and keep very informal, very conversational. So I'm excited, Gaurav, and let me put the context very clear. I think all of us are aware, Gaurav, that during pandemic, we spoke that OTT is gaining significant viewership. I mean, users are sticking to, and I'm an example of it. I was watching 24/7 OTT. Is that phenomenal, Gaurav, was very temporary, or you observe it has increased and continued after that also? And more of a selfish question for my brands also. We are more urban skewed brands from a perspective. So is OTT really heavy in urban India from a perspective? But we also have a set of brands who cater to tier 2, tier 3 cities. So does that make any sense from my advertiser's perspective, how those brands can use OTT?
So let me give you my perspective. Thanks, Neil. It's good to meet you, by the way, also. I mean, it's a fun discussion to be having right now. The fact is that I see that this trend towards OTT slightly differently than others have, and we've been tracking it for many years now. So there is a movement towards a video on demand, and so what the pandemic did is it actually accelerated the rate of pace of adoption. It's not a phenomenon in terms of disposable time. I mean, we all have 24 hours in a day. So certainly to some extent, perhaps there was a the driver of disposable time. But I think it is actually getting more and more adoption from new users who would have taken longer to come on. And so that's the phenomenon that candidly the pandemic did certainly influence. What could have probably taken us about 2-3 years, we found in 2-3 months. And so that was fairly staggering. In fact, Voot, for example, we launched Voot Select in the first 2 weeks of the pandemic. And frankly, I mean, we do like what we put out there. But the fact is that the tailwinds we got because of the timing were extraordinary. So those are the kind of things that I think the pandemic did help in acceleration. I don't think that the phenomenon is temporary though. It is like letting the genie out of the bottle. Once it's out, it stays that way. Your question about the rural-urban divide, smaller markets, and what have you. Frankly, in the AVOD space, I think there is a reasonable level of maturity in terms of adoption all across the country. Right, we're still not necessarily at the at the last levels of penetration, but the size of the penetration, whether the 400 million, 500 million plus numbers that you're looking at right now in terms that are with OTT, that is fairly staggering to be able to reach that audience. The new kid on the block is really subscription, and candidly, subscription is still, while has found takers in smaller markets, that is still more contained in the larger metros. While we see growth in the smaller markets, the base is a little smaller. So you're going to have to know as a marketer who you're looking to address. But I think that if you're looking to address through the AVOD portfolio, you're looking to address these markets, I think it's reasonably mature. Although I won't say that we've achieved 85% penetration like you see in China. That's still perhaps maybe a few years away. But yeah, the ball is completely in your court, Neil. And so I mean, that actually brings me to what I wanted to ask, which is, given this backdrop of the pandemic, I love the various constituencies you guys address, right? Of course, end consumers with a wide spread of brands to all niches of consumers, but you're also looking B2B to salon owners, and there are so many segments that you have within your portfolio. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how has this pandemic changed your outlook on the market and the larger digital strategy, where then I want to probe a little bit about your various segments and how you think about it. But broadly, how do you see L'Oreal moving in terms of its adoption on the digital journey?
I mean, firstly, I will thank you that you mentioned a lot about OTT and gave me in confidence that it is not a temporary phenomenon and it's there for long. So if most of the advertisers are listening and they are investing into OTT, they have a hell lot of more confidence to continue to do the same thing. I think that's an interesting perspective. And coming to your question, I think I'll try and divide your question in multiple sections before I go. So let me give you a brief context about first, for one section of your question where FMCG guys have tried and upped their media spends, and it's not only because it's not a very recent phenomenon, but it is because of the very hygiene structure of people's thinking. I think, take for an example, OTT has the best of the content available, right from sports, right from a GEC guy, which is also available with serials and other stuff, or right from engagement content or movies, and everything is available. So from a content perspective, you are satisfying a consumer's demand, and at the same time, you also allow to do precision advertising. I mean, precision as a word has been over abused and used, but end of the day, from advertisers' perspective, it is really important that I'm targeting sharper to the audience. I think because of precision advertising ability on OTT, it's important that the spends have gone up. And apart from that, I really like how OTT gives an undivided advantage or undivided attention of a consumer. I mean, I am largely India is a single TV household. And if I want to watch something which I really like it, and I will pick up OTT platform either on my phone or something else, and I'll start to watch that content. When I'm watching that content, I have my own 100% attention while I'm doing that. And for an advertiser perspective, I'm really happy to advertise to that particular platform where someone is really into it, rather as part of an overall TV screen, a big room. So I think that's another important one of the reason. And and ROI is hygiene. I mean, most of us know that when you
you don't sprinkle and pray, and you do a more sharper targeting, OTT gives a better. I think these are broad reasons which are common for FMCG to increase. And coming to your second part of the question, where you mentioned how beauty brand like us are looking at digital ecosystem overall. I believe beauty and digital go hand in hand. I think it's a perfect match. I mean, beauty on one side is all about visually appealing. Digital on the other side is 80% mobile phones, which having an excellent screen, smartphone screen on one side and cameras on the other side. So it's a perfect match. And we believe that future of beauty is beauty tech. And when you say beauty tech, that's where digital will play a really important role. So from that perspective, that's one of the hygiene reason. You also mentioned, Gaurav, I hear you saying that the ecosystem is growing at 400, 500 million. What I hear last, it was 550 million monthly active users. And when the ecosystem is so huge, it's really important for brands to opt for digital because the audience whom they are talking to are available there. So that's another reason why we are moving into the space of digital ecosystem. I also love one of the reason about availability of choices which digital ecosystem gives. I mean, imagine I have a video ad playing, but I'm also able to do a conversion objective through a video ad. End of the day, which is not purely available from the other systems outside digital. I think these are largely bigger reasons why we at L'Oreal are moving to a skew towards digital. And if you ask me specifically to OTT, I would love to say an answer of sponsorship. I mean, if I was able to pick up a sponsorship on television, which is 10x the cost of sponsorship on OTT, I would rather choose OTT and target and ensure I'm present there. I think this. I hope I've covered your 3 sections of the question, but I think that's where we are more or less on the lines. And I think, so I think having said that, I think, Gaurav, I think I have an interesting question for you. I think I feel, and again, I'll be somewhere you touched upon S-word, A-word. Let me wear the hat of a media manager in an organization who talks to brand managers and a lot of internal stakeholders. And most of us feel has a myth or is a reality, I don't know, that why do you want to advertise an OTT? Because I have OTT at my place and I do not see any ad because I'm a premium subscribe audience. Why do you? So that's one of the biggest problem which we feel. And apart from that, there are a lot of one of the biggest thing I also feel as a point is about programmatics. OTT really can I do unified targeting through OTT as well? Some OTT players are present on the programmatic world, some are not. Having said these questions, can you help me answer how these limitations can be answered when a brand for a marketer?
No, you're absolutely right. And, having been a marketer till very recently, it's some of the same challenges that I was grappling with and thinking through. And the reality is that there is this whole alphabet soup of PMP, S-word, A-word, and every business is run very uniquely in the OTT context, right? Unlike, let's take the television, which all runs eventually through the same pipe. You have a BARC rating that gives you sort of broadly what happens. And then, the variables that you have in play are much fewer. So I think the way I see the OTT landscape is that you have infinitely more control, but with control comes responsibility, and it sort of turns it back to you at some level. Whereas in TV, you're constrained by what any way you could possibly do. So if you think about A-word, S-word, one of the interesting things about S-word is people think of this S-word customer as a given. And the reality is India is a value conscious market. We're not a consumer economy as yet. And so there are people continuously moving in and out of subscription modes from even a subscribed service like ours. So they're, and because we are a value conscious society, and this does not extend to just people that can't afford it. Even the extremely well-heeled look at their bill every now and again and say, why am I paying this? And they move out. And I think that it's incumbent on us, of course, as a premium service to sort of continuously engage that individual, but that's a natural behavior. In fact, even in the West, you would see that there's a surge during vacations. There's a lot of seasonality in terms of who's playing the S-word game. Now, if you're looking to, I think that also over time, we're a very young market. I think this is my prediction. Over time, at the price points that we're operating S-word at, for most of the players, Netflix excluded, I do think that actually some level of advertising will creep in. It's very early days yet. The numbers are so small that it's probably not material as yet. But I think that even in the West, Netflix is being asked, why are you not doing advertising? And so fundamentally, I see that that's perhaps the direction that we will go in the near future. From your larger question in terms of your ability to be able to do PMP or do direct deals, do sponsorship upsells, or even deep content integrations, the reality is we don't have a single exchange, right? I think the agencies play that role to some extent and do it reasonably well. But unlike a BARC or a clearinghouse that tells you what is happening, that's not there currently. And it's also because the fact is that across all of us, at any given time, there's probably 1 million hours of content being played out differently at the same time. That's how much content we have to offer. And because you're video on demand, everybody's watching something different, much more complex than what's happening on TV. And so there, I think that, and this I faced as when we were running Shaadi.com as well as a brand owner, you have to know what you're in it for. It puts so much more expectation on you because you can get anything you want. Do you need it is something that you have to figure out. And of course, our role is to figure that out alongside you. But we run little brands here also, Voot Kids and Voot Select and things like that. And I'm doing the same, going through that same journey of what works, what doesn't work. And so sort of eating our own dog food, if you will. From your point of view, and that's why I was trying to, in the previous question, I was asking about segments. I think there are different types of messaging that lend themselves to different parts of an OTT service. There's of course just being able to narrowcast to a particular audience, like you said. If you and that's one of the FMCG lights, saying that if I want to only do 3 states, OTT is it's a no-brainer because just out of the box you will get those. You'll have to jump through some hoops to do that on television. But beyond the ability to target, you also have the opportunity to tell unique stories through the platform, to engage with content and celebrities and things like that. Because fundamentally, the one thing that it unlocks is that the inventory is not limited. You can create infinite amount of inventory and tell as many stories as you want on OTT, and that again puts that back on you. And the final areas where you can actually engage in dialogue with your customer, kind of what you were talking about, where you can have beauty tech, right? To me, that's staggering. How do you see that across your various user segments? Which one do you think is right for very narrow casting? Which ones are more appropriate perhaps for just, using broad-based inventory? How do you slice your various audiences if you think about them on a digital basis?
Gaurav, I think that's the biggest plus point for OTT as of today. I mean, content integration, sponsorships, apart from the regular impression inventory which we are buying. So if you look at OTT, I think that's the biggest plus point. But I have a different approach in the entire space. I think you touched upon somewhere, and we spoke about unified version of targeting. I think until we do not solve that problem, how much ever the inventory is available, you mentioned it's like limitless inventory. I think there is a huge supply and the demand is currently very low. So that's the point. But end of the day, let me think of an advertiser's hat. I want to target Gaurav at forget about Gaurav. Let's think about a user's journey. From a user perspective, I'm spending 80 to 90% of my time on digital ecosystem, on social, video like OTT, or I'm purchasing something on e-commerce platform. And at the same ratio, I'm spending my media monies as well. It's like 80 to 90% of my media money is also wearing into the same thing. But the funnier part or the riskier part is that none of these are talking to each other. So if I am an advertiser, I am really I want to target Gaurav, who's also there on social, who's also there on OTT, and who's also there on e-commerce. I do not have a unified targeting approach. I might target Gaurav 10 times or 12 times, where Gaurav is really irritated with my brand and he doesn't like the brand. So I think that is the bigger problem from an inventory perspective. We need to solve how much ever inventory we have. Coming to your part about my segments and how do you want me to approach, I think I mentioned earlier also, from a perspective of a brand, we love the way of sponsorship deals. I think we have done multiple with your platform like Big Boss on television, and multiple other platforms as well. But I really feel that apart from, I mean, there is something which you need to help us, because currently, if you see, sponsorships are also not unified, are not able to do a precision targeting on sponsorship. I mean, the limitation we ourselves create. You want advertisers to come on the OTT platform, but you give him some restrictions that, regular inventory you can target, sponsorship you cannot target. So I think if we start answering those queries, forget about having one or two sponsors. You might end up having 20 sponsors who are talking to 20 different set of audience. So you do not need to worry that there's a clutter of sponsors or XYZ. I think that's one thing. Sponsorship works really well for us. But if we have something like this sorted, I think it will become more cheaper, more efficient, and more equivalent for multiple brands. That's one. You also mentioned about content integration, Gaurav. I think it's a fabulous version where any advertiser can do a great content integration through OTT platform. It's really difficult to do it on television. It's expensive to do it on television rather than OTT. But at the same time, I think gone are the days, Gaurav, where a brand marketer wants a logo presence as a content integration. Or if the anchor came on the stage and said the brand tagline, that's really not content integration. I think we need to move into a space where the team who is offering content integration understands the brand ethos and then subtly integrates content integration ideas. I think that will again boost up the entire opportunity which content integration can open up. And lastly, I think I also feel these are the two big things which can boost more inventory for advertisers to loop into our OTT as a platform. I think if this, you have a point of view on this, I think then we move into something else. But
it's a very progressive point of view, I think. For example, one of the things that you said that is completely anathema, but is absolutely right, is you mentioned sponsorships could be different for different audiences, and that in the old world doesn't work. So a lot of the fact is that you're absolutely right. It doesn't matter with if only your audience sees your sponsorship. But today the way a sponsorship is defined is that anybody who has a sponsorship gets to show it to the entire audience. The economics fundamentally changes, but that doesn't allow you actually to do what you want to do. And you're right that you could have that. So I do think that's part of the evolution. And it's a very progressive line of thought, actually. But for that, all of our layers of the ecosystem will have to evolve to that thinking. Because if you think it alone, but your other brand that wants everybody doesn't, then I'm jacked, right? I can't do it piecemeal. But you're absolutely right, because that is what it offers. It offers you the ability to carve up your audiences. So very, very nicely spotted, I think. And I totally agree with you.
I also love it. And you rightly said, if all of us come together, there will be a lot of change to come into, be it in the unified measurement, be it in the unified targeting, being into what you mentioned. And having said that, I think let me touch upon something really interesting perspective, which I keep hearing in all my conversations with most of the OTT platform which I have. I think when in the absence of unified measurement, where we do not have system like BARC or XYZ, I really see that most of these OTT platforms have gone way ahead in terms of technologies which they are bringing in for brands and advertisers to look up to. I think these ad tech technologies are something which gives confidence to a lot of brand and advertisers from a perspective that they need to really think to advertise, and whatever money they're spending on OTT platform is justifiable. How do you see this, and what are the certain things which at Woot or something else which you want to talk about?
So I think that you're absolutely right that again it comes down to audiences and use of things like a data management platform or a DMP affords you the ability to carve your audience out in a variety of different ways. Like brand managers are looking for that capability. Candidly, I mean, if I have to be very, very transparent, still 80-85% of our ask from the marketing community is reach focused inventory delivery. So I think that the investments that we are making are slightly ahead of the curve to be able to say that, that we would like to be there as the industry evolves. Because today, I think a lot of it is based on reach and frequency, which is similar to kind of how we used to do it back in the day and buying television. And that's also probably prompted by some of the challenges of unified measurement and things like that. I don't blame the brand manager for thinking like that at some level, because he has to also hopscotch across multiple platforms to be able to do this. So it is tricky, but fundamentally a lot of these investments, one side is about targeting the right user. The second thing I think, which is unique to the industry, is that people are watching the content at different times. So at some level, the predictability of how that ad is getting consumed, when it's getting consumed, how close it is to the next creative in the clutter, all of those things are much more easily handled on a broadcast platform, which is, everybody sees the same thing. But given the consumption paradigms, I think brand managers are expecting us to go beyond our brief on a lot of these areas also, to be able to really achieve the kind of communication they want with their user. And so those are the investments we're making now. Again, like I said, candidly, a little ahead of the curve. But I think that the curve moves so quickly that by the time the ask is in, if you're still sort of trying to figure it out, that's not being in a good place. And so that's kind of what we're doing, is trying to figure out what will people need. And there are certain early adopters of these technology solutions. So fortunately, we get to sharpen our axe there. And then hopefully, we see that becoming more mainstream as we...
On the same thing, or if you allow me to just extend a couple of things more, which I have doubts largely. I think sometimes I believe, Gaurav, technology is really helpful, but what is the optimum use we are making of that technology? I might have hundreds of options in ML, AI, XYZ, which I speak from, but am I really educating the brand custodian or the agency custodian how it's going to benefit? Or sometimes, it's always said that the simplest thing works the best, where you do the hygiene. And so how do you see having multiple jargons of technology being used in order to pursue an advertising on a platform, or giving more efforts about doing the basics right and doing the job more? What's your perspective in that?
I think that there is this thing that if you throw enough data at a problem, you'll get the answer. But frankly, the size of that computer would be 5 of the buildings that I live in, kind of a thing. The reality is that is a long way away for something to tell you exactly what you need to be doing. And therefore, I think that ML does help for certain sets of problems. And so to that extent, I prefer this approach where you identify heuristics and then you use ML to try and solve that thing that seems intuitive to you. And ML can do a really good job with that. So I'll give you an example. Somebody that comes onto platform for us, should I show him an ad or not, is something I have a concern, right? He's come on, ad dikhao, nahi dikhao, whatever, I want to get him comfortable on the platform. That problem statement ML can solve for me. But if I say that, tell me anytime I need to serve an ad to a person, and I don't tell them that this guy's a new user, this guy's an old user, I think I need to use some of my intuition to constrain the problem that I'm trying to solve. Otherwise, it is a world hunger type solution, which becomes really messy. And at some level, those ones you lose control of actually what the user is seeing. And when you lose complete control, then sometimes you get some very unexpected, unpleasant outcomes.
No, I agree. I completely agree on that perspective.
I mean, what are you guys doing? I mean, given obviously our businesses, like you mentioned, at the top because of the pandemic have had a bit of a reinvention, and we're candidly, it's a problem of plenty because we have users coming on that we didn't expect to be coming on that quickly, frankly, and so we are running to try and get.
It's a good problem to have. I would say it's a very good problem.
So I'm only slightly complaining. But in your case, obviously your industries also had to go through transformations and rethinking about what's important to you in this new world. And of course, in general, but certainly in media and digital media specifically, how does that shape your thinking, this kind of a large transformation in the world? What's it done to you guys?
Honestly, I think, Gaurav, every time there's a pandemic or every time there is a problem, the first thing which gets cut is marketing monies. I mean that's the first way to approach, and it's a very hygiene way to approach, because if you can save, you will able to do multiple other stuff from perspective. So there are two angles to look at it. I think, do you save and do not reinvest once you are back into market, or do you invest and take that as an opportunity to grow the other brand, brand related needles like brand awareness or more of a spont awareness or other stuff. I think we were in a stage, if you ask me, where definitely every penny which we were spending became really important for us to justify all our investment. I mean, cost. So if I have to define the change which we did in last 1 year, could be into 3 pillars. Firstly was largely into, we had to become very cost efficient. I mean, everything I was investing, I had to ensure there is some ROI attached to that from the perspective. And ROI, that investment can be from a perspective short term and long term. Did I want to move my investment into digital only conversion driven campaign for a short term perspective? Definitely I would do that, because there were times where e-commerce was the only platform available for people to purchase products from a perspective. So I think cost efficiency, which was the biggest change, we started looking into it into this entire pandemic. Secondly, I also felt the thinking changed dramatically into media or into digital. Every brand, so it's very hygiene. There is a 70-20-10 rule. 70% of your money you put into awareness, 20% into consideration, 10% into conversion. And you never juggled different objective into each. I mean, brand money you never juggle to go and find conversions. Conversion money you never juggled and when is the brand awareness moving into it. The change which we observed, that everyone started thinking conversion perspective. So if I'm spending on awareness also, what sales I'm getting for the brand, and definitely, and consideration also, if I'm buying an impact, am I really moving the needle onto the sales or markets? I think that's the second big change which we observed. And the third change, which I think we really was not an outcome of pandemic, I would say, but I think it was really a high time, the need of the hour, which I would love your perspective also on that, was we moved into more KPI led deals. I think it's high time we start bringing accountability on both the parties, the advertiser and the platform. End of the day, advertiser is giving you money, and there's an ROI in the form of either reach or engagement or conversion that might vary in good days to bad days. I mean, and there is no accountability to it. I mean, I will go on my past record and I will invest into a particular platform, but in that particular time something else happened. There is nothing look into it. So that's where we started thinking more accountable associations. And when I say more accountable association, we also asked platform guys to put more skin into the investments which we have been doing. And when I say KPI driven, if we define predefined KPIs, it could be either moving the needle on awareness and we put studies behind it, or market share increase, we put the reality of Nielsen of the world and others. And if we achieve that, we pay exactly how much we agreed. If we overachieve, we also go beyond the step and overpay the platform guys, because he's made a lot of effort for us to achieve that. But if we underachieve it, I think the platform guys need to be accountable, and we do not pay them 100% of the cost. I think that's an interesting thing which we saw thanks to the pandemic or prior to that pandemic on perspective. I think, but these were the three bigger changes we observed. And I would love your perspective. How do you think? What does it work for most of the OTT guys or anyone else?
I'll give a short answer. I think we need to get out of the way. Our 30 minutes is up. But I'll quickly give you my 2 cents and then invite the next set of panelists in. I think it's a fascinating way to operate. I don't think that digital has moved into that zone as yet. I do think that having skin in the game, we do obsessively track. So we look at brand lift, we look at conversion, a lot of that. I think where you're pushing us is to say that, can you do it before the campaign? You'll come with me the results. Why don't you put your skin in the game before the campaign? Tell me what you're going to deliver. And then if you over deliver, very good, and take your bonus. If you don't, then let's try harder next time. And and get. So I really like that line of thinking. Candidly, I don't think that that's really emerged as a force as yet. But I want to conclude our chat. Neil, it's been fascinating chatting. I really enjoyed talking, and we have so much more to connect on. But I think our 30 minutes now is up. So let's take our leave and turn it back to Nehal, I guess.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Neil, sir. Thank you, Gaurav, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nehal. Leave.
Thank you. Bye.
Now, viewers, I would like you to introduce to our last panel for the day. This panel is for all those shopaholics like me who were devastated during the lockdown with shops closed and we had to shift to e-commerce for almost everything. The topic is new categories cracking the e-commerce code. This session will be moderated by Siddharth Devnani, co-founder and director Socheers, and the panelists joining him are Anup Lake, Strategy New Initiative Lead, The Beauty Co., Dipali Mathur, CEO and co-founder Super Smelly, Harshvardhan Chauhan, VP Marketing and Omnichannel Spencer Retail and Nature's Basket, Jennifer Pandya, Vice President Marketing Carrot Lane, Prashant Puri, co-founder and CEO Adlift, Siddharth Menon, Chief Marketing Officer Drums Food International, Tarun Sharma, co-founder and director MCAFE. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you to AdGully team for selecting me to host this panel. I'm happy to share this stage, actually screen with some of the great achievers in the e-com space. And thanks for the introduction. The topic is going to be new categories, cracking the e-commerce code. What we should be aiming as an objective of the discussion is to share with our audience over here about what's the inside story of insider story to the e-com industry. What are the disruptions, the challenges, surprises, innovations that this last year has thrown at all of us. And I'm Siddharth Devnani, co-founder at Socheers. It's a digital advertising agency. And let's get started with picking your brains. All right. I mean, does anyone have anything to add to what we should be trying to achieve before we can get started?
No, sounds good. Let's get started.
All right, let's jump to it. All right, so great. Thank you everyone for being here. So I think I'd like to start with a question which is been like the elephant in the room for the past year, that the pandemic has really accelerated the shift to e-commerce, to online shopping. But there's also been a massive knowledge gap, and we want to understand that how did you all make the transition? So let's start with Jennifer from Carrot Lane. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Siddharth.
Hey, so so I'm just giving context that the jewelry ecosystem, of course, has grown over the years, and Carrot Lane has been one of the leaders. Yeah, and y'all are being associated with Tanishq, and there's a lot to big shoes to fill. So how have you covered this knowledge gap in this transition?
Sure. Thanks for having me here, guys. So I think when the pandemic hit us, I mean, jewelry is one of the last categories to sort of go online. I mean, we were sort of late entrants. But when the pandemic hit us, I think Carrot Lane was just at the right time and the right place. We had a full-fledged e-commerce enabled system to cater to online. I mean, we didn't have to do anything differently. We were already delivering a significant amount of our business was already online. But we still had to solve for the biggest customer problem in the jewelry category, which is trying jewelry before they buy. Trial before buying was still a problem. And one of the things we immediately did when the lockdown hit us was we started something called Carrot Lane Live, where a jewelry expert does a video call with a customer, and he or she is wearing the jewelry, showing it to the customer, and that helped us solve the I want to see the jewelry myself to some extent. And since then we have now a full-fledged setup because it's still solving customer problems. So one of the things we did immediately was set up a video calling consulting service, which helped us improve our conversion. Apart from that, we had to really get up on our training because a lot of the retail stores shut down. So that staff had to now start calling customers and pitch the virtual services that we have. They were more comfortable talking to customers face to face. So training played a big role in virtual training a huge team across the country to make them fit to call customers and pitch the services. That, and all this is obviously remote because in the initial part of the lockdown we were all completely immobile. Apart from that, also working on our logistics because you needed to do last mile delivery. And while we didn't have a full-fledged system, like we didn't have our own e-commerce, but we had various stores where a lot of the inventory was already there. So using inventory from various stores and using that to deliver to the customer, launching small micro FCs during the lockdown in other cities than Mumbai, because at that time also Mumbai was one of the most affected cities, and that's where our logistic mainly moves out of. But decentralizing logistics, and as the cities started opening up, using various cities as logistics hubs, I think these were the top three things that we did, to quickly help us make the most of the situation at that time, Siddharth.
Right, thanks for sharing that. I think the last year would have kept you pretty busy, seeing that you all have achieved so much.
That's true. Actually, it's been a very, very exciting year for us at Carrot Lane.
That's good to know. All right, so my namesake Siddharth from Epigamia. Hi.
Hey.
Would you like to share your experience? Like, I mean, sure, you've been extremely popular across modern trade, LFRs, online. So, what was your strategy? Did you go heavy on digital? How did you all tackle that?
Yeah, no, so we were pretty much offline retail, right? And that's the nature of the product. It is a short shelf life. It's a 45 rupee product. So there's not too much of sort of margins and value to play with. It's also consumer perception and consumer behavior in that category is they really want to see the date. They want the freshest of products. So it was never really an online play. We never really had our own online business. Whatever little online business we had was on other platforms like Amazon and Big Basket. They weren't more than 5% of our business. So more than 90% of our business was offline. But when the pandemic hit and the business was impacted for the first 3-4 weeks, I mean, our supply lines were constrained, shops weren't open. And once the shops opened up sometime around mid-April or third week of April, we started putting stock in the stores. But a lot of our consumers came back and said, we're not finding it. What we realized is all those who are going to the stores, instead of buying 6, were buying 12. All those who bought 12 were buying 24. So we were really never able to cater to the demand. So we said, let's set up our own front end. Little IT genius in our company within 3 days set up a website. And that pulled the rug off, at least off me, because I had to get into this world of clicks and conversions, which we're not used to. And it's a big bad world that we've been swimming in for the last 9 months, and we're still trying to figure and learn our way around it. So we were experts offline. We had a playbook offline about the way to sample the product, the way to get consumers to taste the product. And suddenly we've been thrown into this world where, we have no connect with our consumers. We can't get them to taste the product. And we were, most of our marketing spends prior to the pandemic were getting people to taste the product. Now I had to spend on getting people to be aware, getting people to click, and getting people to convert on the website. So, we have been through this learning curve, and we sort of waded our way through with some friends, family, consultants, agencies, and we sort of learned the ropes. We still are learning the ropes, but fundamentally, what we've now sort of narrowed down to is this digital channel for us, which, if you look at both the other platforms and our D2C, in some of these cities, the digital channel is as big as 30 to 40% of the business. What we are now sort of realizing is this digital channel is an amazing media channel for us. So it's not just a transaction channel, but it's a great media channel, which essentially creates a certain amount of demand for a product or a proposition. And that demand can lead to a certain amount of trials from our platform, but the transaction can happen on other platforms, be it offline or be it online. So now we're sort of building this digital channel to be that media channel for us. And it's a learning curve that's super exciting. Like I said, we're swimming in the world of clicks and conversions, and we're learning every day.
Yeah, I think that's one major shift, which absolutely, it's like I said, it's the elephant in the room. Everyone has seen that shift. And I think it's great that you're bang in the middle of this. It's a brand that I really consume, and I'm also extremely happy to see go online also. Yeah. All right, so let's get to the next question. So hi Prashant. So I see that you've worked with you must have worked with a couple of e-commerce clients, because except for me, you're the only advertising agency here. So do you want to share with us some of your experiences? What are the initiatives you all took, or you all took in collaboration with some of your clients to tackle this, to grow their e-commerce, to basically leverage their opportunity? If you have any case studies, any examples.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally as an agency, as a digital performance marketing agency, our competition is obviously where does the overall marketing spends get allocated, right? Like print, radio, television. So across the pandemic, that pretty much got eliminated across the board, and you kind of got a strong tailwind within digital. So then huge tasks on our end during that time to work on specifically performance, right? So Neil Pandya, who was here earlier, called out that short-term performance was sort of key to L'Oreal's success during the pandemic. And that's pretty much, I think, common across at least all the e-commerce clients that we work with. So delivering results, figuring out, testing and learning really quickly across the different performance marketing channels, whether it's, the big G or the big FB, leveraging, key insights and, delivering very sort of ROI driven metrics to get, brands to really sort of believe on the scale of digital. Once print and TV and all of that was pretty much out of the mix. So I think the first couple of months, as I remember, April through June was sort of an uphill task where spends were slashed significantly, but then consumers were spending I think 50-60% more time online. There was a huge surge in data being consumed according to Geo. The number of people that actually came online today from a smartphone user perspective, what COVID did to that went up to about 550 million. So huge, I would say, positive effects obviously to this. So kind of looking at the silver lining, and then our job was to kind of make the most of the folks spending time. So we actually did a lot of video ad campaigns, 6-seconder, 10-seconder, 30-seconder, which was all digital first. Traditionally, you'd kind of anytime there was a digital first ad campaign being taught, the main thought process was it'll be cheaper and more effective. But that mindset also changed. And then lastly, to add, I've always been a very big proponent of organic traffic and SEO, and I think I've seen that massive shift at CXO level folks of publicly listed companies, where CEOs and CXOs during this time have been talking about how's my organic traffic doing and how's my SEO doing. So getting really serious about SEO and organic, and not being heavily dependent on paid media has also been a pretty big shift from where we see it.
Is there anything specific, any brand or any instance you'd like to share with the audience of any innovation? Or
yeah, so we one brand that comes in mind is we work with a brand called Vega, which deals in women's products like hair straighteners, hair dryers. We're also now kind of segued into men's products, grooming products also, but mostly women. And pretty much 90% of their digital strategy pre-COVID was Amazon and Flipkart driven, which when we were in talks with them pre-COVID, they wanted it to be the same way. But when COVID hit, with logistics also taking a hit on how can you actually deliver on time from your warehouse to Amazon, etc. With the lockdown, their entire strategy changed to selling from their website. So, I mean, I think if it wasn't for COVID, big brands like Vega wouldn't have taken that plunge of selling on their website. They would still be, going the Amazon way. So that's actually one example that I can think of.
All right, thank you so much for sharing that. Hi, Dipali from Super Smelly.
Hi, Siddharth.
Hey, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
So, do you want to share something with our audience on what initiatives you all do? What are the innovations that came to your company?
Sure, Siddharth. But before I share anything else, I think I'll quickly introduce the brand Super Smelly to those who don't know of the brand, and I'm assuming are intrigued by the name at least. So, I mean, the idea of Super Smelly must have been triggered to me as a mother to a tween girl. But it was the sheer banker that I was back then who was startled at the math that I saw. I was only looking for a toxin-free deodorant for my growing up girl. And all I wanted that deodorant spray was to be clinically tested, safe for her age group. And that is when I realized that my little girl is a part of a massive 40% of India's population, out of the 1.3 billion that we are, which is called the Generation Z. Yeah, the people are right after millennials. And yet there was no brand in this huge white space that was catering to them. All the traditional and the new age brands were typically catering to the two bookends, that is the newborn baby and her mother, or the lucrative anti-aging category. So that is exactly when around 2.5 years ago, the brand was born. And it is a 100% toxin-free certified personal care brand aimed at the Generation Z, the youth of the country. Now, with that in the background, you kind of get a sense of who the TG is, who the gatekeepers are, and therefore, I think within this category, when we talk of personal care and FMCG, the pandemic brought three very interesting things out. The first one being that suddenly our own health and self-care became very important. All of us suddenly realized that the kind of choices we make, whether it was food, fitness, or the products that we consume, are going to really decide our fate, not just today during the pandemic, but afterwards also. The second thing that came forward was that all of us, for the first time, even in our country, we felt guilty of having brought this upon us. And therefore, beyond panel discussions and boardroom discussions, sustainability and being environmentally conscious became a part of our conversations and our life. And I'll pick from what Prashant just mentioned. As Indians, we consumed a lot of internet. On an average, we were consuming around 16 GB per smartphone per month, while the world average was, I think, around 9.4 GB. So we were actively consuming a lot of content. So within my category, what happened with us while being a new brand also, we realized that now all the spends that we were making on digital awareness, acquisition, and performance were getting us better ROI, because the end consumer was not just receptive at this point in time. They were actively looking for content like this. And so maybe that is the reason that, when you look at the last quarter of 2020, I mean, the e-commerce volume growth is about 36%, and personal care and wellness kind of has benefited the most. And when it comes to our category, that is personal care and FMCG and healthcare, I think it has been the fastest growing category when it comes to tier 1 and metropolitans at 150%. So being a part of that all, I think we also grew similarly. But what the last year also taught us, with all the problems that we faced with logistics and third-party e-commerce platforms, was to focus on our own website, our own content, our own SEO, and building organic traffic. And that is what we primarily focused on. Another trend and another initiative that we thought will go a long way was moving from the regular SMM to social commerce. These buy buttons, these swipe ups, they work very well. I'm sure Jennifer will vouch for it when it comes to jewelry and apparels. But I think it has a huge potential in our category also. And so that is something that we introduced, and we see growth there. A lot of video content, because we talk to digital natives. This generation is practically watching videos now. So are we, but they definitely have been on the internet ever since they were born. So a lot of shoppable video experiences where these influencers and reviewers help you buy the product at the very moment. So these kind of initiatives, and ensuring that even if we are now present on all the important e-com platforms, because we want to be a part of the consumer journey, ensuring that we do category banners, we do the brand store, so that by keeping the consumer at the center of everything, there is constant engagement, constant communication of the key message. So overall, I think in the last 1 year, our learning curve, kind of shot up by leaps and bounds, and the environment was conducive to growth within my category. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the Dipali. So just a follow-up question: if you have to say out of all the ton of things that you'll have tried, you'll have done new, what would be that one or two things that really drove revenues or really drove this change?
I think sampling really worked well for us because while we make so many other products, our hero product for me, at least for us, we call it our hero product, is India's first 100% toxin-free spray deodorant. Like, we've seen this product in so many other formats like deodorant sticks and creams and everything, but there is no other spray deodorant which is toxin-free. But how do I get the end consumer to pay that premium on a deodorant which is otherwise really a commodity in the country? So not just on our own website during this time, we tried and sample our pocket perfumes for to check to see if the end consumer liked the fragrance on so many other platforms that we collaborated with. I think that really worked out for us, and more so because I think people were actively trying a lot of new things. They started looking for similar solutions. So I think if it was any other year, I'm not sure if the success of this kind of sampling would have been the same.
I think thanks for sharing that insight. I think that's a great tip viewers can use from you. All right, let's move on to the next question. So what was, so I think, hi Harsh, this Harshvardhan, this question is for you. For everyone, Harshvardhan is VP at Spencer Retail and Nature's Basket. And so I think this question really fits in well for the business that you're managing. What was the challenging aspect in cracking the code across logistics, fulfillment, returns, customer support? What was it that was the big challenge that came up, and how did you all end up solving that?
Absolutely, Siddharth. I think it's one of the fundamental questions that did drive the strong tailwinds during the pandemic period. So from a consumer standpoint, I think the big trend that we have all seen is consumers being homebound. It is as simple as that. And that simple phenomenon changed and had a lot of repercussions, like for the first time, the country witnessing categories being divided into essentials and non-essentials. And that's a phenomenon that was even new for a lot of organizations, saying, how do you deal with that? So while that's a change that was happening on the larger category landscape, on the consumer sentiment, there were three big drivers. One, essentially on the convenience part, a lot driven by trust and authenticity. I think all of that was driven towards a very high amount of safety and convenience, which consumers wanted and preferred at any cost. So look at a business which led the essentials, which is groceries in the country. I think in last year, 20th of March, when the lockdown was announced, the biggest panic buying, as we call it, was witnessed in grocery as a category. So three fundamental pillars in cracking e-grocery and that particular segment. And there are two concepts there. One is the big disruption in hyperlocal grocery or hyperlocal commerce in general, which is completely antithetical to the way we have seen e-commerce grow in the country. It's very unlike Amazon. It's very unlike Flipkart. I think the DNA of cracking hyperlocal grocery is, in fact, completely antithetical, and the supply chain looks completely opposite, which means it's very simple to think and imagine, rather than having centralized hub kind of approach, which a typical Amazon has, and ship it across pin codes, disrupting last mile delivery. Here, the last mile delivery happens in a hyperlocal fashion, which means the inventory sits as close to the consumers as possible. So imagine a homemaker ordering for groceries, and the expectation is to get it delivered as fresh as possible within the next 2 hours. And that's not an inventory which gets centralized. So I think that's one of the very core phenomena. Apart from that, one core philosophy that we believed in is store as a platform, as a strategy. And that is completely synonymous with the fact that consumers were homebound. And we believe very strongly in this philosophy, saying that as far as consumers visit the stores, it's an equal responsibility of the store to reach out to the consumers. And that's what we call a store as a platform strategy, very akin to what even the CEO of Starbucks calls it, saying the advent of the third place. So in terms of category, a lot of new innovations and newer things that came across. I think as consumers, we have witnessed one of the widest selections of immunity boosters, foods that are organic, foods that are healthy, foods that boost immunity, so on and so forth, and a lot of categories that came in for the first time during the pandemic. One of the biggest rise in terms of the digital natives, one of the biggest rise in terms of the digital first brands that we've seen in the last 9 to 12 months. And most importantly, on the convenience and the model side, the entire model pivoted towards bringing much more convenience. Two big examples, or three big examples, is more use of what we've heard before, like book online, pick up in store. So those kind of hybrid models, more emulating convenience to consumers, something which is more used by brands now during the pandemic times, like curbside pickup. And picking up insights where we realize that a lot of times when you look at the grocery business in the country, a large part of the grocery, it's actually one of the most boring household chores in any household. You ask any homemaker and say that this is the kind of business, this is kind of a shopping tour. Most males and family members just want to delegate, right? Whoever wants to order grocery in the house is happy, they are happy to delegate it to. And hence, when you look at a large part of the grocery ordering audience is the previous generation, and they're not very savvy with ordering on a Craigslist like an Amazon catalog, right? It's not, think about it, and a homemaker does not want to see brinjals and vegetables over a catalog. That's not a great experience. That's when we realize that there needs to be a significant digital disruption in the manner we reach out to almost 350 million senior citizens and a lot of Gen Zs in the country, especially the first job people, etc. And which is the platform where they're most savvy at. And that's where we launched India's first grocery assistant, something which is conversational AI on WhatsApp. So it's a homemaker just texting a list of things she wants on her WhatsApp and it gets delivered within 2 hours. So a lot of technological disruption in terms of leveraging cutting edge AI, ML, ultimately solving for disruption of last mile delivery and bringing a whole lot of convenience. But now in hindsight, when we look at what's been the big disruption in category, and we'll talk about it as we go through, is the big realization where across businesses, I'm sure you would have, as consumers, seen right from the Walmarts of the world to Tesco's to Big Baskets, etc. Globally also, I think the fundamental disruption that is happening and that is pushing the one of the most penetrated categories, which is grocery in the country, is the fact that the efficiency frontiers between willingness to pay of consumers and the fulfillment costs is getting disrupted very continuously. So in a very connected strategy fashion, the erstwhile farmers market is being disrupted by Tesco's of the world. The Tesco's of the world are being disrupted by the Walmarts of the world, and the Walmarts of the world are being disrupted by partly by Amazon Go stores of the model, which is the arrival of Phygital, or the Homa stores of Alibaba in Shanghai, the 64 stores, the cashless stores. And significantly, the wet markets are getting disrupted by the Big Basket, Spencer's, and more Phygital models. So e-grocery is essentially going through a rapid change where, apart from the category development, the entire model is getting disrupted through the efficiency frontiers moving ahead very rapidly. So that's the larger landscape change there, Siddharth.
All right. Thanks for sharing that. I think a lot of our audience would be actually, I'm speaking for myself actually, okay, really interested in what you were sharing about ordering on WhatsApp, because I think my mom can get used to that. How did that work? And has it been like a driver?
Absolutely. In fact, we were amazed. This was one of the fastest and most agile launches that I have personally witnessed in my entire product technology consumer marketer journey. Flat 3 days and we were out. The day it got launched, it was delivering an order rate which was equivalent to one of our biggest out-of-store channels, which was e-commerce. In terms of metrics, we started with 4.5% of out-of-store business, and we've seen peak levels of 20 to 25%. So across both the businesses. So I think the clear focus, and as we see, and as I professionally see the entire retail industry, the $830 billion or the $1.2 trillion evolving, is Right now, if you see, e-commerce would not be more than 4.5%. Modern retail would not be after 2 decades 8 to 12%. So 85% of the retail, if you closely see, is there to get disrupted, right? So the future of retail is essentially not e-tail or modern retail, but something is new retail, which is neither physical nor digital, but completely an omnichannel or digital experience, because consumers inherently are omnichannel. Right now, most consumers like us are digital and physically present at the same time, and hence that's the core inherent nature and DNA of the brands that they should adapt to. And that's the agility I'm glad that pushed pandemic. That pandemic pushed a lot of organizations into such strategic charters, which were possibly put in the back burner, now got a lot of steam. Organizations woke up. The biggest digital transformations have happened in last 9 months. Even a lot of global leaders accept that, and I think that's much needed for the evolution of the retail industry. A lot of these technology initiatives which were ignored, I think now they are seeing fruition, ultimately to the benefit of consumers. And what we're seeing is a whole lot of much better consumer experience in times to come.
Right. Yeah, I think this is a theme which is common across all our panelists over here of how they've ridden this wave, how they've leveraged the opportunities that this year has given us. Oh, okay. Coming to our next question. Okay, thanks, Harshvardhan. Coming to our next question. Okay, this question is for Arup Lek from the Beauty Co. Hi, Arup.
Hi, good evening, Siddharth.
Hey, good evening. All right, so we'd like to understand that how are you maximizing your presence across your own D2C platform, aggregators, social media, offline channels, and it'd be great if you can start a little bit about background about your company, about your brand, so everyone's on page.
Right. So the Beauty Co, we are a female-oriented skincare brand. We started a couple of years back, and not only that, our presence is majorly into the website, a D2C website, and the marketplaces and the e-com, you can say, overall. And this is the major sales channel that we have been doing it. Due to COVID, we were planning to go to the brick and mortar model last year, but apparently it got postponed due to that. So our online presence was quite strong, and we could we got an intuition, and we had that sense that, due to COVID, everyone is going to move online apparently, and the media buy also increase if anyone is really pro marketeer in terms of that. So the media buy also became quite high during some time. And also the brand was competing for the same space, so the same customer. And apparently the people were also, spending, as mentioned, right, by Harshvardhan and a fellow panelist as well, that the people were consuming a lot more content online. So they wanted, we could, you can say, target them directly because of the D2C website. And obviously the marketing initiative that we were doing, let's say social media, since, communicating directly with the users, putting the message across that what our product really about, educating the consumer. That is the main thing, right? The skincare is, I would say, the most of the, it's a very crowded space. It's a no blue ocean strategy these days, right? So it's more about the differentiating yourself from anyone. So when I talk about a female oriented skincare brand, so I would say that there is still a lot of scope over there, and we're trying to pivot that space, because we still think, and we still have the numbers that after crunching the numbers, that it's still a bit bigger market. And if you have the right products for the right audience, you would be able to get it done. And we have been able to see it. We have got really good spike in terms of, you can say, our AOV, MOM month on month, and also our presence over the social media. And when we talk about aggregators, or we are also getting got affiliates also on board. We also wanted to get the experimentation done, that how it really works and how it's providing the value proposition over the table. So overall, we are very focused online. But when we talk about going offline, yes, we have already started it, and you would be seeing more of us in retail in the coming days.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you all in stores then.
Yeah.
So as of now, what I understand is you all are largely on your own, on D2C, as well as on some aggregators, right? How is your strategy on how are you splitting efforts or splitting expectations across these two as different channels?
So majorly, Siddharth, I would say right now, even if you're planning to go, let's say offline or retail or GTMT or whatsoever, when we look at the split, I'm looking at the split where my major revenue would be coming from online only. But let's say over the couple of years or 3 years down the line, it might be there that my retail sales point, if I touch, let's say we have like 5,000, 10,000 retail sales point over there. It might be the case that our retail sales might dominate the online presence. But at the same time, I don't think any brand, even a brand like Dabur today, is advertising heavily over the Instagram. So I think, yes, we are on the right track, and we would be experimenting with the split, and let's see how it goes. We would be doing our own A/B testing for sure.
All right, thanks for sharing that for the audience. That's extremely insightful.
Thanks for that.
All right, so I'd like to ask the same question to Tarun from McAfee. Hi, Tarun.
Hi, Siddharth. It's M caffeine, by the way. We get this a lot.
Oh, my bad.
Pronunciation. No. If I had $1 every time people pronounce it wrong, paisa raise nahi karna padta. But good for that.
Yeah, so I'll just repeat the question for you. Like, we are trying to understand that what's the strategy across different revenue channels, and how is one strategy compared to the other? How are you prioritizing, and how do you balance it out?
Right. Got it. So thank you so much for having M Caffeine and me on the panel. We are a digital first brand. We are a digital only brand. The buzzword is D2C. So that's who we are. We're India's first caffeinated personal care brand. So we essentially make all products out of caffeine, which is present in your coffee, tea, chocolate. And over 4 years of our launch, we have received some tremendous amount of customer love. We've recently touched 200 odd crores on an annualized basis. So having an online presence of a certain scale had obviously helped us in kind of shaping the bed in COVID. But post-COVID, we realized that we need to kind of reimagine how digital would be done. There would be stages of digital, people who are coming for the first time, people who are coming probably kind of trying to evolve to the level 2, and there would be people who would want to kind of ace it out. So a lot of things happened to kind of maximize our presence. We kind of went back to the drawing board and understood that what does it change in terms of 3 stages largely in digital: awareness, consideration, and conversion, right? So definitely more people spending more time, no place to kind of buy, conversions will definitely should not be a problem for us. Whether we would be able to aware ourselves and fall into a consideration set of a largely millennial customer who was any which way spending a lot of time on internet. So we realized that communication needs to change to a different order. Trust needs to be over-indexed as compared to earlier times. And it doesn't mean that earlier times doesn't included trust as a factor, but post-COVID, we thought that it needs to be over-indexed. Second, we believed a lot of finer nuances kind of happened on internet. June to August, September, there was COVID party. CPMs were down, CPCs were down. Everybody was kind of making their fair share of good ROIs. But we believe that if more people will enter the bandwidth, things would go for a toss. So hence, as the gentleman from the agency told, the organic is where we started focusing more right from April. Right, and organic influencer marketing has been a key driver for us for creating share of voice. And there we found that there was a fundamental shift which was happening. Earlier pre-COVID, there were influencers who were going out building extremely high quality content. So they were influencers of kind, and they were followers, engagement, blah blah blah. But post-COVID, nobody could go out. Does it mean the existing influencer set would come down in quality, or does it mean the number of influencers in general would increase because people would want to kind of leverage their time spent if they have an inclination? Second is where we ended up as a conclusion. So we started investing extremely heavily on our influencer marketing skill sets. We developed some very sophisticated data engines which used to talk to our influencer marketing campaigns and try to fill in back our performance marketing engine. And the philosophy was simple. If Siddharth is my customer, I need to touch him probably 5 times by spending similar amount of money rather than touching 5 Siddharths one time. And being a digital focused brand, we need to be really sharp. Being a Unilever, you need to be really broad. So we chose the first one. And that's where those data engines kind of helped us. That is the basic of where we maximized our presence. And pre-COVID to post-COVID last month, we have 3x of what we were. We have considerably high repeats, lower cost of customer acquisition. So all those are outputs of it. But fundamentally, these two things, over-indexing on trust and believing that organic has to work, and how does organic work at a nuanced level, is where we started working on.
All right, so I see that you have an extremely strong social presence, and given that in the last year you'll have increased your, or rather increased your effort spent on the influencer marketing, do you think, I think Dipali was mentioning about social media moving, ahead from core social media into actually social commerce, where using swipe ups, buy buttons. Do you see like a correlation over there that's also driven a lot of your traffic and a lot of the revenues generated?
So we were pre-COVID as well. Our largest channel of revenue is our own platform. We do considerable amount of sales from our own platform. That's our direct to customer vertical. And apart from this, we are one of the top 10 brands on Amazon, Nykaa, Flipkart, Myntra, blah, blah. That's where I think a lot of things can be solved for on sitting on the platform and trying to leverage the platform to the fullest. But having said that, pre-COVID, we were pretty strong on the paid marketing part of it. Facebook and Google were really heavy for us. YouTube was at the Nielsen stage. Now it is pretty much heavy. So definitely the paid part of social media, not just the organic captive audience on our platform, on our handles, was a driver of growth pre-COVID as well and post-COVID as well. Because if you don't have an application in a D2C space, it is practically impossible to work on captivity. So you need to constantly go back and fuel the engines of paid, either by remarketing, either by lookalike, either by interest campaigns, and things change as, it can be 70, 20, 10, it can be 10, 10, it can be 10, 20, 70, depending on the kind of size and scale you are at. But paid is always one of the key drivers of traffic, wherein organic always helps you to kind of hedge in the longer run, rather than, it cannot be built in 3 months. It has to take it has to be built over a longer period of time. But till that time, to be sustained and relevant in the market, paid is the way.
All right, thanks for sharing that information to the audience. I'm sure it's pretty insightful for everyone who's looking up to you for tips on how to grow their e-commerce business. I think I'd like to ask the same question to Siddharth from Epigamia. I think this is also extremely relevant for you in terms of, since you've gone recently heavy on digital, how are you strategizing, or what is the strategy behind retail versus offline versus online versus social and the works?
Yeah, no, as I speak, I wish I had the level of clarity on performance and influencer marketing like Tarun. So Tarun, I'm going to trouble you someday, but that was super clear and super nice. It made me sound so stupid, but I'm going to try and sound intelligent in our strategy at least. So for us, Siddharth, I think fundamentally we have to realize that we're going to be a multi-platform product, right? We have dairy products, we have some ambient products as well, and consumers will want to buy from their existing platforms. Also, we realize that we're part of a grocery basket. We're not necessarily independent of grocery, right? So therefore, grocery shopping is a very, very strong habit that happens through multiple platforms depending on the weekly purchase, monthly purchase, and so on and so forth. So at no point in time do we believe that the D2C will be our only platform. But we're very clear on what the strategy for D2C is. I think it has 3 things that D2C solves for us. There are a set of core consumers. When I mean core, I mean hardcore Epigamia consumers that want the entire range of Epigamia products and may or may not find that range in their existing shopping platform. And they're happy to converse and transact with us on our platform. And that will be the core community, and that could be 10% of our consumers. And that becomes a very strong community that we'll build on the D2C platform, not just for sales, but intense conversations about products, new platforms, new functions, new tastes. Every month we give our core consumers a new product to taste, which the rest of the world does not even know, right? So right from launching our almond milk to, as we speak, I'm going to get them to taste oat milks. They are my core consumers. The second core objective of the platform is trials. When we launched our coconut yogurts, normally what we would have done is we would have gone to the store, got our promoters, get people to taste the product, got some feedback, and then scaled up. But with coconut yogurts, we said, how do we do it in a COVID scenario where we can't get people to taste the product? People are not even going shopping, right? So we decided to launch the first ever pre-order for yogurts in the history of the world. And we had 1,000 people just buy in a day and a half. And you won't believe the kind of feedback that I got that helped me then scale up to which market, which store, and so on and so forth. So it's a great trial generation platform, which gives you great insights to then say, how do I scale up to retail? We just launched the spreads, that's crafted by Deepika. And one of the salient markets for us was Nagpur. Now, don't ask me why. Why do people from Nagpur decide to launch spreads? Now, suddenly that gives me great insight that I need to go scale up in Nagpur on retail, right? So it's a great platform for trial. Also, when I go to a new market, the D2C becomes my media vehicle. So I set up a D2C platform just for 3-4 months. Build some trials, get the early adopters in, and then scale up into retail, and then pull back on D2C because it'll never be the profitable channel in those small markets in that sense. And the third reason for me D2C to exist is because I have a full range and we are super ambitious and we want to launch a whole lot of products, and retail will probably never be able to carry that full range. It helps my long tail SKU. So if a consumer goes to a store and normally they would order mango and strawberry, but they want a vanilla yogurt, which I must say is fantastic. It's one of my favorite products. They can come to our platform and buy. So the strategy is pretty clear. It is a media channel. It is a trial generator. And we will build some level of transaction with our core consumers. I've always told the team internally that we are moving from a product company to a product and a platform company. So now we need to be a platform for our consumers. And one of the inspirations for us is Starbucks. I'm not a big fan of the coffee, but the platform is amazing. And therefore, we have the ability to be a platform that builds that community like how Starbucks has built theirs.
Yeah, I think your answer was pretty sophisticated, and the clarity of how you're treating D2C in the entire pie is innovative, I'd like to say, and even out there to some extent. Yeah, I think that's about the questions I had for today, and we are nearing around 6:30. So I'd like to open the conversation up to all of you all in case there is any other things that probably I had not asked as a question, or there are any follow-up thoughts or questions to each other. Please feel free to take over. And also, I'd like to open this up to Harshvardhan. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I think I had this on mind while Siddharth was speaking. Siddharth Menon. I think pandemic has also shown a lot of renewed love from consumers towards brands, right? I think I don't know, but it's very strange that in non-pandemic times there is so much clutter that consumers really do not notice time. But even in a lot of spiritual sense, I'm sure you all would relate. The lockdown and pandemics did a lot of things to consumers, like a lot of time with family, a lot of time with homebound, a lot of time for introspection. And in a certain sense, it built and renewed their connection with brands. And when I listen what I hear with entire passion, what Siddharth comes up with, I think the entire connection with Deepika Padukone has with Epigami as a brand is very well talked about. And I think that's one of the examples of how consumers connect with the brand and how much they want to really build on that particular thing. So I think that's the one. Pandemic did see a large amount of nostalgia. So categories like curds, the entire range of Epigamia, a lot of other age-old products like Ayurvedic, honey, etc. People went back to Parle-G biscuits, like back to basics. So a lot of that had come in. So I think in a nutshell, when I see in hindsight, it's been a great melting pot the entire pandemic times, with a large part of consumer trends recoming, and when we essentially from a marketing standpoint call it the affordability and the basket reset, which happens in decades, where consumers reevaluate their baskets of buying, right? There are new needs coming in the shopping basket, and there are some old needs which they are discarding, and that's resets happen, which has an impact for a couple of years. So what I see is a large number of trends now coming of age, newer trends, newer categories that would come in, newer models that we would witness as consumers. Not essentially physical or digital, but as I said, these would be more phygital models being at the cusp of both physical and digital. And a lot of such brands, and a great time for startups and entrepreneurs who are building their digital first mono brands. I think so, all of that, and it hasn't been a much more better time from a consumer standpoint when there are so much welcoming and accepting to try the newest brand on the block. So I think to me it seems promising, and especially when we are having this discussion, I think last 1-2 weeks, I'm sure all of us have witnessed, has been one of the milestone months in the entire startup journeys. We've seen one of the highest number of unicorns coming of age, 5-6 of them in last 1 month, being most recently funded. So I think all of that is from an ecosystem perspective also impacting, and it's a very promising trend that I see professionally.
Sid, I just want to add one thing that, we initially we all thought that digital was a pandemic effect, but we know that it's not that anymore, because customers have, like everybody said, that customers are spending most of their time online. Even brands which have a retail presence are, going heavily on digital, because your customer is there, and eventually the lines between the platforms is completely blurring, because the customer is just moving between channels and platforms. Finally, it's a brand for the customer. So even in case of Carrot Lane, the discovery completely happens online. It's truly omni in that sense. And then depending on where the design is present and whether it's convenient for the customer, she'll either transact at a store or call for a try at home appointment or do a Carrot Lane live. So it's not like how it used to be, where it was very black and white in retail and digital and online and offline. I think those lines are completely blurred, mainly because of the customer. They're just flitting between platforms, and they just want convenience, and they want at their terms. And I think as brands, we just have to move along with the customer and provide them the solution. So I think it's completely, we need to be omnipresent in that sense, and deliver the solutions as per the convenience. And what Harshvardhan was saying about changes in consumer behavior, Valentine's Day was actually one of the biggest occasions for us this year, because the pandemic has given people a more love for their families. Suddenly you value health and so many other things, that gifting has become a big thing for birthdays, anniversaries, because people want to make the most, they want to feel hopeful, they want to feel happy. And I think brands that enable them to do so at whatever platform, does not matter, will be the ones who will succeed in the long run, I feel.
Guys, thanks so much for having me part of the panel. Thanks, Siddharth, Devani, for moderating it this well. I have a hard stop, unfortunately, so I have to drop off, but it was great meeting with known faces as Siddharth Menon. Good to see you again, and great to be on the panel with some of the folks that I don't know, but nice to know now. So we'll stay in touch. Thanks.
Right. Thanks, Prashant.
Thanks, Prashant.
All right. Yeah, I think Jennifer, just adding on to what you said. Yes, the move to digital. This was a catalyst for the move to digital. It was going to happen. So yeah, and absolutely, being omni-channel present is going to be important, just for each brand or each industry to individually identify what mix works for them, how they're going to use the additional channel, additional time spent of the consumer online to their advantage. Yeah, I think if is there anyone from the audience or from the AdGully Digixx team that would like to add anything or take over? All right, I guess that's about it. Thank you, everyone from the panel, and have a great evening and an
Thank
amazing
you.
weekend
Nice
ahead.
meeting all of you all. Thanks, Siddharth.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Stay
Thanks,
safe.
Siddharth.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, panelists. That really was one sturdy discussion. Now, attendees, after those power-packed sessions, we are happy to present the last set of Digixx 2021 awards. Digixx 2021 Summit and Awards is powered by Woot, partners in Mobi and Talkworker, gifting partners Joy, Super Smelly, and the Beauty Co., an initiative by Advi. Before moving into the awards, I would like to thank our sponsors. And may I have the AV, please?
Get in the elevator, straight to the penthouse. It only goes one way every day.
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोलाक.
Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. We're going up. We feel the rush. Oh yeah, come on now. Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. Here we go now. Straight to the top.
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms, and engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
Moving on to the awards, I request our audience to show some love to our winners by commenting emojis in the chat box and by using hashtag Digixx2021 and write us to on Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Insight and Research CPG Bronze category, the winner is Grapes Digital for the brand Alpalebel Just Jelly for their campaign making Just Jelly more than just a jelly. The award for Digital Marketing Excellence in Insight and Research CPG category, the silver winner is Social Panga for their brand 3M Filternet campaign Insight Driven performance marketing on Amazon. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Insight and Research CPG category is Grapes Digital for their brand Center Fruit, and the campaign was From Tongue to Tongue, Moo Ting Tong. The bronze winner for Mobile and Apps Marketing M&E category is TV18 for their brand News 18 Bihar and Jharkhand campaign Kehta Hai Voter. The silver winner for Mobile and Apps Marketing M&E category is Sony Entertainment Networks for the brand Sony Live and the campaign was KBC Play Along Game 2020. The gold winner for mobile and apps silver marketing M&E category is TV Today Network for the brand Aaj Tak. The bronze winner for Moment Marketing BFSI category is Beehive Communications for the brand DBS Bank India and the campaign Safest Bank. The silver winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Moment Marketing BFSI category is Folk Media for the brand Paytm, and the campaign was Paytm Phone Par Kaun Tha. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Moment Marketing BFSI category is AdLift for their brand Tata AIG Insurance, and the campaign was Tata AIG Insurance by AdLift. The bronze winner for Programmatic and Performance Marketing, Data Tech and Commerce category is AdLift for their brand ST Telemedia Global Data Centers India. The silver winner for the same category is InMobi Technology Services for their brand Meesho, and the campaign was Meesho empowers women to start their business with zero investment. The gold winner for this category is AdLift for their brand Andaman, and the campaign was Andaman by AdLift. The bronze winner for Search Marketing and Display Marketing BFSI category is AdLift for their brand Care Health Insurance, and the campaign was Care Health Insurance by AdLift. The silver winner for Search Marketing, Display Marketing BFSI category is Ethnos Digital for their brand Angel Broking, and the campaign was Best Use of Organic Research. The gold winner for the same category is AdLift for their brand Tata AIG Insurance, and the campaign was Tata AIG Insurance by AdLift. The award for Social Media Media News Hindi language, the bronze winner is TV Today Network for their brand Aaj Tak. The silver winner for Social Media Media News Hindi language is TV18 Broadcast for their brand News 18 HSM Network, and the campaign was Corona Control Room. The bronze winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Video Media Print goes to AnandBazaar.com for their campaign Doshomil Jalsa Ghar. The silver winner for the same category is Hindustan Times for their campaign Hindustan Times brand Refresh First Voice Last Word. The gold winner for Video Media Print is Hindustan for their campaign Hindustan Suraksha Chalisa, Hindustan Safety Poem. The silver winner for Search Marketing, Display Marketing, Retail and E-commerce is AdLift for their brand Titan I+. The gold winner for Search Marketing, Display Marketing, Retail and E-commerce is InMobi Technology Services for their brand Ferns and Petals for their campaign Ferns and Petals Spread Happiness by enabling gifting for millions of Indians. The bronze winner for Content Marketing M&E category is Times Network for their campaign Tan Man Dhan Truly Indian. The silver winner for Content Marketing M&E category is Chimpanzee Worldwide LLP for their brand Tata Sky, and the campaign was World TV Day, Yahan Sab Dekha. The gold winner for Content Marketing M&E category is Times Network for their campaign India for Bengal. The bronze winner for social media BFSI insurance category is LogicServe Digital for their brand HDFC Life Insurance for their campaign Buy Online campaign. The silver winner for social media BFSI insurance category is Adlift for their brand Tata AIG Insurance. The gold winner for social media BFSI insurance is LogicServe Digital for their brand HDFC Life Insurance, and the campaign was Sada Surakshit Rakhe. Viewers, I would request you all to keep writing us on our social media pages using hashtag Digixx 2021 and by commenting down the emojis for the winners. Moving on, the gold winner for Moment Marketing Fantasy Sports category is White Rivers Media Solutions for their brand Dream 11 and the campaign Ye Apna Game Hai. The gold winner for social media media news Hindi language is In Khabar Vidya Shankar Tiwari for the campaign Dilemmas and Advertisers Faced by an Innocent Wife. The gold winner for charities and non-profit is SocioSquare Digitech for the brand Edelweiss Financial Services. The gold winner for healthcare anti-smoking is Madison Communications for their brand Nicotex, and the campaign was Nicotex Quit Corona multimedia campaign. The gold winner for media and entertainment TV news Hindi language, the gold winner is TV Tujhe Network for their brand Aaj Tak. The silver winner for digital marketing excellence in content marketing e-commerce category is Adlift for their brand Titan I+. The gold winner for content marketing e-commerce category is Adlift for the brand Bosch & Lomb for the campaign Bosch & Lomb by Adlift. The silver winner for data analytics and optimization is Beehive Communications for the brand DBS Bank India, and the campaign was Safest Bank. The gold winner for data analytics and optimization is InMobi Technology Services for the brand Unilever Breeze Liquid, and the campaign was driving personalization at scale. The silver winner for the Insight and Research BFSI category is Tonic Worldwide for the brand Kotak Mahindra Bank, and the campaign was hashtag Moms on Duty. The gold winner for Insight and Research BFSI category is iProspect India for the brand Angel Broking, and the campaign was AIML. The bronze winner for social media CPG category is Grapes Digital for the brand Unbelievable Just Jelly, and the campaign was making just a jelly more than just a jelly. The silver winner for social media CPG category is the Digital Street for their brand Vivil, and the campaign was Voice of Art. The gold winner for the same category goes to Social Panga for their brand Mama Earth for their campaign hashtag Pledge with Emmy. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in media and entertainment print English language is Hindustan Times for their campaign Brand Refresh, First Voice, Last Word. The gold winner for real estate category is Adani Realty for the campaign Ahmedabad Hit Shape. The gold winner for the retail category is M Canvas Advertising for their brand Rupa and Company, and the campaign was Virtual Durga. The silver winner for content marketing OTT is So Cheers Infotech for their brand Amazon Prime Video, and the campaign was Mirzapur Season 2. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in content marketing OTT is White Rivers Media Solutions for their brand Sony Live, and the campaign's Camp 1992, the Harshad Mehta story. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in content marketing retail is AdLib for the brand Luminous, and the campaign was Luminous by AdLib. The silver winner for digital marketing excellence in social media, media, news, English language category is NewsX Priya Sehgal for the campaign Roundtable to discuss the current issues that dominate the headlines. The gold winner for social media, media, news, English language is Times Network for the campaign Act Now, a mental health initiative. The bronze winner for digital marketing excellence in campaign during COVID-19 lockdown is iProspect India for the brand Max Life Insurance for the campaign YT Connected Team. The silver winner for campaign during lockdown is ITC Sixth Sense for the brand ITC Sunfeast Mom's Magic, and the campaign was Stay Strong Moms. The gold winner for the campaign during COVID-19 lockdown is Logics of Digital for the brand Tata Motors Finance, and the campaign was Lockdown Story. Viewers, I request you all to take a 2-minute break for our sponsor video. May I request my team to play the sponsor video, please?
Come on, stick. T20 में लास्ट ओवर सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट होता है ना। वैसे ही दिन में कितनी बार भी फेस वॉश करो, सोने से पहले एक लास्ट टाइम फेस वॉश करना सबसे जरूरी होता है, क्योंकि सोते वक्त हमारे पोर्स क्लीन हो तो स्किन ज्यादा जल्दी रिजुविनेट होती है। सो फॉर हेल्दी एंड ग्लोइंग स्किन लास्ट वॉश है जरूरी। जॉय, ब्यूटीफुल बाय नेचर।
Robusta coffee or chocolate surprise. The beauty goes here to save the day.
1, 2, and 3 with CEMB, the best you can be. Sky kohone do bright or gray with the beauty glow. It's a beautiful day. Exfoliate and moisturize. Robusta coffee or chocolate custard fries. The beauty glow is here to save the day. Mark your week with the CEMB.
Moving on with the awards. The award was the silver winner for digital marketing excellence in social media BFSI banking category is the State Bank of India for their campaign to generate leads or drive revenues, car loan, home loan, foreign office campaign. The gold winner for social media BFSI banking category is Tonic Worldwide for the brand Kotak Mahindra for their campaign #Moms on Duty. The gold winner for social media media animation category is Tikhi Mirchi for India News, and the campaign was Politics Ka Happy New Year 2020. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in media and entertainment media technology is Folk Media for delivering delight to our audience one content piece at a time. The gold winner for media and entertainment music category is MTV Beats, Viacom 18. The award for digital marketing excellence in e-commerce fintech gold winner is M Canvas Advertising for the brand Amazon Pay and the campaign value program. The gold winner for digital marketing excellence in e-commerce furniture is iProspect India for their brand Pepper Fry and the campaign performance scale-up. The gold winner for pharma category is Cipla for the campaign Lung Attack, COPD, patient awareness campaign. The gold winner for campaign for social cause is Rohingya documentary, Aishwarya Pandit, NewsX for Rohingya documentary. The silver winner for content marketing F&B category is #Orange for the brand Snickers. The gold winner for content marketing F&B category is Allied Blenders and Distillers for their brand Sterling Reserve. The gold winner for email marketing is PNB MetLife Insurance for the campaign Save on Time, Tax and Money, Renew Your Lapsed Policy Today. The silver winner for experiential category is FCB Interface Communications for their brand Lodha Palava for their campaign Socially Distanced Rangoli. The gold winner for this category is Grapes Digital for their brand Unbelievable Juicy Pills for their campaign Find Your Shararti Avatar. The gold winner for influencer marketing campaign Beauty and Wellness category is Value 360 Communications for their brand Oriflame India and the campaign Beautiful Beginnings 25 Years of Oriflame. The gold winner for Insight and Research Travel and Leisure category is Alphabet Consulting for the brand RCI and the campaign Rebranding campaign. The gold winner for social media fintech category is AdLift for the brand PayU, and the campaign was PayU by AdLift. The gold winner for social media F&B category is Shebang for the brand Budweiser, and the campaign Rule the New. The gold winner for content marketing consultancy services is Folk Media for the brand Accenture, and the campaign Innovations Powered by You. The gold winner for CRM and loyalty is FCB Interface Communications for their brand Huggies, for the campaign From Being Just a Product in the Mom's Life to being a partner to her. The silver award for social media M&E television category is Times Network for the campaign Be a Santa Christmas 2020. The gold winner for social media M&E television category is Discovery Communications India for their brand Discovery Kids, and the campaign was Fukra Pandi. The gold winner for social media M&E music category is Viacom 18 Media for the brand VH1, and the campaign VH1 Science of Music. The bronze winner for user experience and design is Z Entertainment Enterprises for the brand Z Cinema, and the design 2020 Ka The End campaign website. The award for user experience and design, the silver winner is Webmaker Digital Agency for the brand Swiss Stores. The gold winner for user experience and design is Hindustan Times for their design Hindustan Times brand Refresh First Voice Last Word. The gold winner for travel and leisure is Avis Media India for their brand Oyo, and the campaign Road Tripping with Rocky and Mayur and Oyo. The silver winner for content marketing OTT, this award goes to Sochia's Infotech for the brand Amazon Prime Video, and the campaign Mirzapur Season 2. The gold winner for content marketing OTT category is White Rivers Media Solutions for their brand Sony Live, and the campaign Scam 1992, the Harshal Mehta story. The gold winner for mobile and apps marketing, food and beverage is #Orange for their brand Sneaker India, and the campaign Sneakers Exam. The gold winner for social media, TV news, insight and research is Music's Magna Indica for their campaign Deep Research, Back to News TV, and the facts take center stage. The silver winner for video banking category is State Bank of India for the campaign SBI Thumbstopper Videos and YONO Cash Video. The gold winner for video and banking category is Tonic Worldwide for the brand Kotak Mahindra Bank, and the campaign was Moms on Duty. Viewers, I request you all to keep cheering the winners by commenting on the chat box and by tweeting to us on Twitter, and by liking the posts, and by posting using hashtag Digixx 2021. The gold winner for leader in digital transformation is JK Tyre for digital transformation at JK Tyre. The gold winner for emerging influencer of the year is Mahib Dwivedi, Flipkart, Head Mobile App Marketing and SEO Growth. Viewers, these are a special category of awards. So cheer in and congratulate all the viewers using hashtag Digixx 2021. The gold winner for Marketer of the Year goes to Abhinav Kumar, Category Head, Oral Care Dabur India. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Marketer of the Year award is Aditya Tandon, VP Head, Brand Marketing, News 18 India. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Marketer of the Year is Amit Gujral, Chief Marketing Officer, JK Tire and Industries. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Marketer of the Year is Bhupesh Desale, General Manager, Marketing, Zydus Wellness. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Marketer of the Year is Elizabeth Venkatraman, Joint President, Consumer Commercial and Wealth Marketing, Kotak Mahindra Bank. The gold winner Digital Marketing Excellence in Marketer of the Year is Milan Kishore Puria, Social Media Lead, Amazon Prime Video, India. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Marketer of the Year is Nitish Saxena, Social Media and Brand Marketing, Paytm. The gold winner for Marketer of the Year is Rohan Arora, Head of Marketing, Bosch & Lomb. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Marketer of the Year is Shoma Narayan, Executive Director, Group Strategic Marketing and Communications, DBS Bank, India. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Marketer of the Year is Virat Kullar, Group Head Marketing, Hyundai Motor India. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Marketer of the Year is Yogin Mora, Head Performance Marketing, HDFC Life. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Marketer of the Year is Zaheen Ikhlas, VP Sony Entertainment. The gold winner for Best Crowdfunding Effort is Folk Media for their brand Paytm and the campaign Paytm PM Cares. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Digital PR Communication Agency is Glad You Came PR for the campaign Glad You Came and the Beauty Co for hashtag IT Girl. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Digital PR, Automotive Essential and MFTG is JK Tire for their campaign OEM Association. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Performance Agency of the Year is AdLift. The gold winner for Social Media Agency of the Year is Social Panga. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Best Independent Digital Agency is White Rivers Media Solutions. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Most Promising Digital Agency of the Year is again AdLift. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Digital Agency of the Year is So Cheers Infotech. The gold winner for Digital Marketing Excellence in Brand of the Year is Center Fruit, which is nominated by Grapes Digital. Congratulations to all the winners. I would now like to call upon my colleague, Varun Markande, to take this over. Varun, over to you.
Thank you, Nehal. Congratulations to all the winners of Digixx 2021 awards. Now I would like to conclude Digixx 2021 Summit and Awards. Before you leave us, I would like to thank our attendees, speakers, jury, and sponsors for making this event a tremendous success. Digixx 2021 Summit and Awards is powered by Woot, partners InMobi and TalkWalker, gifting partners Joy, Super Smelly, and the Beauty Co., an initiative by Adgali. We look forward to seeing you again at our next event, GameX, coming in June. Watch this space for more.
Hello, team. Can you guys see me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good job done. All of you, good job done.
Thank you.
Mr. Markande?
Markande is gone, ma'am.
Markande is gone?
Yes.
Nehal, Roshni, good job done. All of you. All of you. Madhura, Sudhi, Mayur, Manoj.
I would say special
all of you.
Special thanks to Varun, Roshni,
Even
and
Priya, for that matter.
Nehal.
Priya,
Good.
Mansi, yeah. All of you guys.
Priya, Mansi, Madhura for the backend support.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Call Varun now. Ask Varun to join.
Yeah.
I know I've stretched it. Attendees, thank you for being with us. Thank you. We've closed the event for the day.